welcome. I'm delighted to open this event here at the African Union Pavilion, bringing together WWF, Trillion Trees, CARE, and of course the AUDA NEPAD. And we're here in support of the AFR 100 initiative to restore forests and landscapes across Africa. And we're here to contribute to momentum behind its next phase as we focus on resource mobilization towards the many pledges that have been made across the continent. My name is Will Baldwin Cantello, and I'm the Director of Nature-Based Solutions at WWF UK. And I'm here both to represent WWF as well as our Trillion Trees joint venture with BirdLife International and the Wildlife Conservation Society, which is accelerating the delivery of pledges on forest protection and restoration around the world. So the objectives of our event today are to showcase gains in forest landscape restoration for increased agricultural production, food security, and economic transformation in Africa. We'll be discussing challenges in attracting investment from governments, private sector, and financial institutions. And we'll be sharing innovative and implementable pathways to best practice through public and private sector partnerships. Altogether, we'll be exploring the unique challenges and opportunities related to landscape and ecosystem restoration for food system strengthening and specifically to empower smallholder farmers in Africa. So in a moment, we're going to have some opening remarks, and then we will go into a panel discussion. There will be time for questions from yourselves, and then we'll have some brief closing remarks. And stay around, because after the event there will be food and drink so that we can continue the conversation with you all afterwards. So there's your incentive to stay with us, and thank you for joining us at this first session in the day. So we'll start with a welcome statement on behalf of Her Excellency Nardos Bekele Thomas, who is the CEO of the AUDA NEPAD. And her welcome statement will be delivered by Mamadou Jakite, who is Head of Climate and Sustainability at the AUDA NEPAD. So Mamadou, please join us.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, it's a silent event also. Okay, because it looks like the sound is not that big. So thank you very much, William, for this introduction. And we are really delighted to have this event for AUDA NEPAD AFR 100 initiative with WWF, but also with all the partners of AFR 100. I will not mention them all, but they know themselves. And with like the WRI, like FAO, IUCN, WWF, GIZ, BMZ, World Bank, and Terraformation, Common Land. We really have over 30 technical and financial partners that are contributing to this Africa forest landscape restoration, in short AFR 100. And we started this journey in Paris at the margin of COP21. Now we are COP29, where African countries, through the African Union and AUDA NEPAD, came together with development partners, technical financial partners, to say, let's transform this land degradation, desertification challenges into restoration opportunities, transforming degradation challenges into restoration opportunities. And I think that as a collective of AFR 100 partners, we are doing very well. And we don't say it just as a buzzword, but since 2021, we managed to bring 34 countries, African countries, into AFR 100. That's why we call it a country-led, country-owned initiative. African countries joined by sending a ministerial letter. So it's their initiative first. So the political mobilization, sensitizing governments, raising awareness to local communities, local counties, local governments, NGOs who are doing action on the ground is working. 34 countries, African countries have joined. In the website, you can see the details of, and whoever wants to join have to make quantified commitments. Quantified commitments, this is the added value of AFR 100. And who say quantified commitments say that you can monitor it. And this is the second pillar. After the political mobilization, strong monitoring work of AFR 100. If you go to the AUDA NEPAD AFR 100 monitoring platform, it is still in the making. It is in its infancy, but you will see the effort to be rational, to be methodological in our data gathering, synthesis, analysis. Second pillar, monitoring. When you do monitoring, you become serious and credible in terms of resource mobilization and private sector investment of local communities. And in terms of resource mobilization, we can give few examples that can show how we are doing well in terms of bringing investment, bringing resource mobilization. We have a long-term partnership with SIDA, Sweden, for instance, who are supporting AUDA NEPAD AFR 100 for many years, the Secretariat, but also action on the ground. For instance, supporting the Land Accelerator scheme, which each year we, through very open and transparent call for proposals, we have 1,500 young African farmers who apply for the Land Accelerator grants. We select 100 because this is the level of amount money we have now. And after they go through rigorous incubation training to transform their passion for land restoration into business, then we select 100 and allocate them $5,000 of startup money to do their business. And 90%, 95% of them go to upgrade to the next level where they have a sustainable business working on the land. And you can see now some young land entrepreneurs hiring people, creating value, moving from substance farming to commercial, profitable farming. And you can see all those projects on our website. So political mobilization of African countries, monitoring, solid monitoring, and resource mobilization. We can mention also another support that we received a few months ago that was launched in Cali 10 days ago at the Biodiversity COP, whereby the German Economic Development Ministry, BMZ, allocated 40 million euros to AFR 100 initiative. The fund manager of that 40 million is FAO. So we have a partnership, AUDA NEPAD, AFR 100, BMZ, FAO, to implement this 40 million in 6 countries in Africa. We have benefited some of the IKI funding also, 20 million euros through the ARICA project in 4 countries also. So the resource mobilization is going very well. And now bringing the private sector, those philanthropists, private sector in Africa outside who want really to focus in developing private sector through land restoration. And we can mention the Terra Fund for Africa that is mainly funded by the Bezos Earth Fund, $100 million dedicated mostly to East Africa, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania, and also the coffee belt, let's say, in West Africa, in Ghana. So you have a mix of development partners, money, private sector. I think that is what we call innovative financing in some cycles. And also our next challenge is really to mobilize the African private sector, that it is not only big money, but you take 5,000 farmers to help them to access the financing, traditional banking financing, to access funding investment for land restoration. And the last pillar of the AFR 100 is really strong communication, work with media, and advocacy. This helped us over the years to build a solid body of best practices, good practices in land restoration. And one of the examples, that work is led by our colleague Teko, and we have one of the examples here, Fatou, and we have Raoul, who cover the Francophone part, the French-speaking countries, and really over the years to build a body of knowledge, of curricula, of syllabus on land restoration. So I take the opportunity also to thank my team, my colleagues who are really working on a daily basis. Benjamin, who is leading the technical work for AFR 100. We have Diana, they are staying in the office. We have Teko. We have Edith also, who is there. And really, we form a team that is trying its best to move. We can still make mistakes. We have criticisms, but we take them positively, and because the aim is to reach those 100 million of hectares to be restored by 2030. Thank you very much for your kind attention. William, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mamadou. Clearly, a very ambitious initiative with tremendous political momentum, lots of funders, and the potential to do so much more. And I think Mamadou hinted at the way that forest landscape restoration can not only deliver for climate. Here we are at the climate COP, and it's essential if we're going to achieve our 1.5 global target to restore lands at scale, but also the potential to deliver hugely for biodiversity and for people. So it's fantastic. In a moment, we're going to hear our second opening remarks, and just while we bring the video up, just to introduce Alice Rueza, who is the Senior Director of Policy and Influence and Engagement at WWF International. And she's just going to offer some opening remarks on behalf of WWF. And we will hear from her on the video in just one moment. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our event on attracting investments to accelerate landscape and ecosystem restoration in Africa. This event is co-hosted by WWF, our Trillion Tree partners, the Wildlife Conservation Society and BirdLife International, with the AFR 100 team and NEPAD. My name is Alice Rueza, and I work for the Worldwide Fund for Nature. I know that you're all aware that we face a land degradation challenge that cannot be underestimated. In Africa, land degradation has reached a critical level. Almost 2/3 of our land is degraded. Despite more and more land being converted for agriculture, around 140 million Africans face food insecurity, and this is made worse by climate change and economic shocks. At the same time, we are losing biodiversity at alarming rates, with wildlife populations plummeting by 76% over the last 20 years. And emissions from land use change are also growing significantly. Right now, these trends show no signs of slowing down, and the impacts are keenly felt by people, more often women and marginalized groups, through droughts, through floods, and the subsequent economic instability that these events bring. And yet, there are reasons for hope, and that is why we are here today. The opportunity to restore land in Africa is enormous. More than 700 million hectares of degraded and deforested landscapes can be brought to restoration. And for every $1 invested in high-quality forest landscape restoration, it delivers at least $9 of economic services. This means job creation. This means well-being improvements for millions of people. not to mention the positive impact that it has on local weather patterns, on global climate, and biodiversity. Now, despite this opportunity, current forest restoration efforts remain very small. They are fragmented and they are reliant on short-term project funding. Ladies and gentlemen, this needs to change. Attracting investment for landscape restoration in Africa is an urgent task that requires a multifaceted approach. And this is why partnerships are important and can be a powerful force in enabling us to reach the goals that we set ourselves in the Paris Agreement, in the Bonn Challenge, in the 30 by 30 Challenge, and in the SDGs. Our member states have already made significant restoration commitments. Our own homegrown AFR 100 initiative has put Africa at the forefront of the global movement to restore degraded and deforested landscapes. Under this initiative, our member states have committed to bring more than 100 million hectares of forest landscape restoration into restoration by 2030. But this is going to cost us a lot of money. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that we're going to need $50 to $80 billion, and most of this must come from the private sector. And we know that we can't achieve this alone, and this is why today I'm delighted to announce that we are celebrating a collaboration between the AFR 100 and Trillion Trees. Trillion Trees, as you may already know, is a joint venture between BirdLife and the Worldwide Fund for Nature and the Wildlife Conservation Society, forged to accelerate forest landscape restoration at scale. Its three implementing partners take a community-led approach and have long-term presence in many landscapes around the world, including in Africa. Our projects focus on recovering and regrowing native and natural forests and looking for opportunities to improve livelihoods and address the underlying drivers of deforestation. This collaboration that we're announcing today between AFR 100 and Trillion Trees will help mobilize resources to targeted landscapes supported by a set of champion member states and delivered through a forest restoration catalyst. The catalyst aims to accelerate forest restoration in 10 landscapes by 2030 by leveraging private sector investment and providing structured support for landscape-level restoration initiatives. Through the catalyst, the Trillion Trees will support governments and local communities and rights holders to stimulate large-scale restoration efforts. We welcome more partners to join us on this journey as founding members. During the session today, we will unpack some of the challenges and some of the opportunities for forest landscape restoration in Africa. For example, how can we unlock financial flows to landscapes? What is the best practice that exists in climate-smart agriculture, especially for smallholder farmers and women, and how can it be replicated? And how can different contributors work most effectively and collaborate effectively to scale forest landscape restoration, and many more. I am optimistic that together we can find and implement the solutions that are needed. I'm disappointed that I cannot be there in person with you, but my colleagues from WWF are there on my behalf, and I know they join you in this exciting moment as we announce this partnership and we build momentum to achieve African forest landscape restoration ambitions together. Thank you very much.
So I was going to say thank you to Alice, but Alice isn't here, of course, for me to thank, but we thank her from afar for those contributions. And we might hear more about the forest restoration catalyst that Alice was speaking to in the conversation, as well as the great work of our other organisations, who I'm about to invite up to join me on the stage now. So I'll invite up our panellists. Firstly, Jean-Claude Dusabimana, Executive Director and Co-founder of Nature Rwanda. In 2016, Jean-Claude co-founded Nature Rwanda, an organisation that contributes to the conservation of biodiversity and ecosystems in a way that fosters a sustainable future and leads to social and economic transformation in communities while addressing issues that threaten the coexistence of humans and nature. Jean-Claude has a background in conservation biology with a specialism in environmental economics and natural resource management. Welcome. Ms. Prudence Masako, the Care Country Director of Tanzania. And Prudence is country director, as I say, of CARE International in Tanzania. She's a seasoned leader with over 19 years of experience advancing community transformation, particularly for women and girls. She has managed complex multi-million-dollar programs across diverse sectors and holds a distinguished academic and professional background, including recognitions like the Kofi Annan Fellowship, and is named as one of Africa's top 100 career women in 2023. She drives impactful, lasting change through strategic leadership and board contributions. Welcome, Prudence. And Damien Kuhn, who's Chief Forestry Officer at Terraformation. With 18 years of experience, Damien is a global expert in forestry and agroforestry, driving impactful climate change projects across Europe, Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. And as an agronomist and a forestry engineer from NGREF Agro Paris Tech, Damien has led over 100 projects focused on sustainable land use and ecosystem restoration. So, welcome all. I'm going to switch over here. Hopefully this is working. You can all hear me. So I'm going to ask the first question to you, Jean-Claude. So forest landscape restoration takes stakeholders across a landscape to come together under a shared vision. What are the criteria and types of programs that can scale forest landscape restoration with smallholder farmers, particularly women and youth?
Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to be part of this discussion. Particularly, I want to tell you that our organization is an Afri-100 champion in Rwanda, so it's a very great opportunity to be here. Based on our experience in our landscape, actually, landscape restoration should be consulting the communities. In normal way, we used to say that anything without the communities, it is against them. We have to make sure that planning and implementation is based on community ideas and give them platform to think and share what they need. In the end, the communities are the experts in their lives. When we look at how the communities are affected by land degradation, we can see that youth and women are more affected than the rest of the community members. And that's why all activities should be turned around to give opportunities to women to participate and to lead some of the activities on the ground. But when we come to youth, sometimes when we say youth, we used to forget a part of children. That's why we need also to make sure that children are given opportunities to participate. When I give an example of what we are doing in Rwanda, children are now our main partners in raising awareness. They are now taking part by holding accountable their parents and the government to support restoration work. So if we believe that our communities are like a family, we have to understand that each family member has to play a role. We have a role of father, a role of mother, and a role of children. So children should be we should put them at the forefront in driving this agenda, restoration agenda. But also, we have to make sure that restoration work is financially viable, to make sure that we are supporting these communities to get income, because planting trees is not only enough if there is no agenda to support the communities and their livelihood. But also, we have to build the local capacity. It is now time to let communities take part of the activities that are being carried out on the ground, build their capacities in terms of landscape restoration. So we need them to be the leaders of the activities on the ground without bringing experts from far away to come and do the work while the communities are there. So we have to agree that communities, they have this capacity once we manage to build to give them skills and all required resources to take a lead. Another important thing it is that we have to make sure that landscape restoration effort, we have a very strong monitoring and evaluation plan, because we have to learn from the success stories, the innovations we are making, but also learning from the errors and the mistakes we are trying to make. So monitoring and evaluation will help us to track how far we are toward our targets, but also it will help us to engage the communities in monitoring. Let's be a community-based monitoring work. So, but also, since we are talking about the smallholder farmers, we have to think about once they manage to farm and get the harvest they need. So what will be next? We have to think about the value chain. How are we supporting the farmers through value chain development to make sure that the product they are getting from what they are doing is trying to help them to achieve the required financial and social and economic needs at community levels. So because youth and women are the more affected part of the communities, we would not achieve great things if we forget to engage them. So it is a must, and it is a requirement to make sure that these youth and women participate, and we are giving them a room to innovate and be part of the solution. On the other point, when I come to the programs that can be part of this, we can say we can promote nature-based solutions that are applicable based on the local context and the local needs. And these solutions can be led by youth, women, but also ask the governments to support this initiative from women and the youth to make sure that they are becoming models. We can create model villages, model landscape restoration effort at community levels, and also let all the activities be contributing to the national policies and the targets, like the NDCs and the NBSAPs, to see how these efforts are contributing to this national contribution or national target. Thank you.
Many thanks, Jean-Claude. So lots of criteria you've highlighted there, including the involvement of children, being financially viable, community involvement thoroughly, strong M&E plans, so you can learn from errors as well as do it in a way that involves the community, and involving youth and women in a very deliberate way is a must, and contribute to national policy. So among other things, I'm sure I didn't capture everything there, but thank you very much. So Prudence, I'm going to ask you the next question. I'm delighted as well to have you here, because we were just discussing ourselves this morning how valuable the WWF Care Alliance is and how beneficial it is to have such complementary organizations working together. The question I would like to ask you, please, is what are the important levers to generate implementable and replicable pathways to knowledge dissemination on best practices for forest landscape restoration and climate-smart agriculture? It's quite a long question, but hopefully we can break it down and work through it. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you very much. It's a long question, but I like it because it suits very well with the CARE WWF Alliance. First of all, I want to share what is really CARE WWF Alliance. Over the past decade, CARE and WWF signed an MOU. And as you know, these two organizations, each has a niche. So they signed an MOU to address root causes of poverty, inequality, natural resources, and degradation. We have successfully implemented impactful conservation developments initiatives in Peru, Mozambique, Nepal, Tanzania through a formalized global MOU. So this partnership combines CARE's strength in women economic empowerment, food security, and governance with WWF expertise in biodiversity, conservation, and sustainability, creating a scalable and transformative solutions. But the way we operate, we have three key levers, and one of them is community-centered design. When we design our projects, we make sure we engage communities, well, at the government being at the forefront, to ensure we have practical and adaptable solutions, co-design interventions, foster ownership, and making easier to implement and replicate. And the second lever is evidence-based practices. You know, you cannot implement when you don't see if your innovations can be replicated and they have data. So research and documenting successes and challenges builds confidence in proven approaches, which I'll talk about them later, fostering a broader adoption to trust within communities. And the third lever is integrated landscape approaches. We combine interventions that support production systems, biodiversity conservation, and livelihoods, ensure sustainable, balanced outcome for people and the environment. But I've talked about the very high level on the levers. Now, let me take you through the examples, which really has worked so far. For instance, in southern Tanzania, CARE with WWF partnership, which we call CARE WWF Alliance, implemented transformative projects. And in these transformative projects, there are three things which are the levers, but why those levers are there. Village and land associations, this is for financial inclusion and collective investment. We believe if you don't have money, which also Mamadou mentioned it on the opening remarks, without money, you cannot conserve your environment, you cannot do the smart climate agriculture because that is an investment. So, and most of our people who we are working with are from the communities and are not bankable. So the village land and loan associations are the ones which make people from the community serve and invest. But also we have a model which we call it farmer, field, and business schools. And in this model is good agricultural practices, but as well as how best farmers can understand the market, can monitor what they are doing, but as well as has the gender-sensitive component in it. So that is also one of the things which we do in our partnership. But as well, this is also very important, the community-based natural resource management to restore and protect the ecosystems. Yes, they are doing these activities, but as well as within their community, they need to make sure that they restore them. And now the key outcomes really of this partnership. I would like to share one of the examples. For instance, in Tanzania, there is a district called Mufindi. And this group, the Village Saving and Loan Association, diversifies the income through the honey production, tree nurseries, and a government-supported fish pond, promoting nutrition and economic growth. So you really see the way the activities balances from the biodiversity point of view to the agriculture point of view, production and economic activities as well. But with the government support, now to see how scalable our approaches are, through the government support of Tanzania, 65 village land and loan associations have been scaled to 10 other villages, including $163 million into funding for groups. These groups are using an app. Rather than them using a normal hard register, they are using an app, so that is also technology. So the government is also seeing like the groups are already there, they are well organized, they managed to get funding from the government. But as well, these groups as well, apart from their village lending and loan groups, they're also doing conservation. So with dedicated funds and support, Now the groups have formulated an enterprise which they are growing tomatoes, and only last year they managed to get 500 crates of tomatoes, and one crate is 45,000 Tanzanian shillings. So when you do your math, you can see how these groups are shining and are propelling. So what I want also to conclude with, despite the project ended back in 2021, still the groups are thriving, buying shares and preparing demonstration plots for the next growing season, providing a model that is sustainable. So like what Mamadou was saying, really these are already proven approaches. They just want most of investment to go to scale. Rather than just reinventing the wheel, is really making sure that people who are not rich yet with these proven groups, they are looked upon through the investment which will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing such tangible successes and proofs of concept there. So, Damien, I'm going to come to you now and just ask the question, as we've started to hint, and as Prudence was saying, the importance of finance for scaling. Mamadou was making the same point, and we heard the same from Alice. In your experience, bringing, drawing on your experience to answer this question, bringing finance into a landscape is critical to accelerate forest restoration at scale. How can we unlock the flow of sustainable finance to landscapes so that recovering forests and subsequent benefits for people and nature are secure and rewarded? And what are the key challenges and successes in being able to do that? Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. My organization, Terraformation, restore native biodiverse forests by equipping teams on the ground with capacity building, technology for biodiversity enhancement, software to help tracking the restoration action, and financing. And I'm going to focus on financing today, but the other three items are very important too. We are currently investing in 14 projects in 6 countries, and Terraformation is a technical partner of IFI 100. If I focus on the financial need for IFI 100, 34 countries committed to more than 1 million hectares of forest landscape restoration. I do the math and I estimate that we need $2 billion US, because roughly, with the experience of any people on the ground, we need, with capex and opex, $2,000 US per hectare to successfully in long-term restoration, forest restoration initiative. Then the question you ask me is, where does this money come from? And first, we need to acknowledge that a big part of the money is coming from the national budget. Forestry services are key players, and they are, and this is part of the budget. And almost all of the projects in Africa are done in partnership with government. Then, first, national budget are really important. Number 2, private sector. And I will speak on behalf of the private sector, as Terraformation goal is to bring private funding to forest restoration. This is a growing area for financing, but we are still some main challenges, and I will insist on, in my opinion, the 3 most important challenges to really deploy private capital at scale for forest restoration. This is having a clear and easy to navigate legal framework in a country that committed to forest restoration. Number 2, it's to bridge a gap of early financing. And number 3 is the price that private investors are able to pay. And I will explain a little bit more each of the 3 challenges. National framework. Terraformation implements the largest mangrove restoration project in Ghana. And Ghana is a really pioneer country because they have a clear legal framework. But if we look at our work, it took us 18 months to develop the project, from the project idea to the implementation with funding. And one of the biggest time-consuming tasks was navigating with the national process, even if Ghana has a really guidelines for developing carbon projects. And it's still, I think, an important challenge to raise to facilitate more this partnership between public sector, government sector, and the private investor and private developer of projects. The gap in the early stage financing. Investor in the market wants the largest project as possible with the lowest risk as possible. That's investor thinking. Largest for them means, okay, they can start the due diligence with 10,000 hectares, but if you bring 100,000 hectares to be restored, it's nice. But these thinkings come mainly from the spreadsheets, and then we have also to educate investor. Then it's much more complicated on the ground, and we need to take into account first the committee and to design the project centered on committee. And then this project design is really important to take the time and to invest properly for the project design. And this is part of the early stage financing, how we can make projects ready to be invested. Terraformation, as private sector, we actually decided to bridge a gap because nothing really, I would say, fitted for the needs on the ground does exist in the market as a readiness. Then we developed our own accelerator. But we want to see more of them. We want also to see, and I do think this is one of the role of the International Development Bank to help projects to be ready. And to be honest, they have been a bit shy on this, and we really want to see more of them investing, helping projects to be ready for private investment. This should include the concept note preparation, the feasibility study, and also capacity building for the team on the ground. My last point is about price. It's more a message on the investor, but also on the project developer that needs to educate more investor. Currently, prices are too low to finance high-quality projects that are. We all need that. Project needs to be centered on committees. It means that we need to bring together with the restoration, we need to bring livelihood activities, we need to bring income on a share of the carbon financing directly to the community. This needs quite a lot of engineering, and as a consequences, good projects are costly. And investors also need to understand that the race is not to find the lowest price as possible for projects, but again, the less risky projects are projects that are well designed, first on community needs, and with science evidence to find the right restoration strategy. And then there is a role also for us as project developer to explain more that we need higher price. We need to be able to invest in our good project.
Thank you very much, Damien. Just a clarification, when you say price, I think you were talking about price for carbon credits, are you?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. In a moment, I'm going to open up for questions from you all, so start thinking about your questions. I might just take that invitation, or take your remarks as an invitation, Damien, to say a little bit more about the Forest Restoration Catalyst, which Alice announced in her opening remarks, because it speaks so well, Damien, to what you were saying, and our assessment in Trillion Trees is the same, in that there are a number of barriers. One of them is that lack of upfront finance to support the development of blended finance or private finance opportunities in forest landscape restoration. Another is the capacity within projects to prepare for and to negotiate with private finance. And it's going from the kind of examples you've talked about, Prudence, of really successful proof of concept, but then scaling that across a landscape. And we kind of had those challenges in mind when designing the forest restoration catalyst, which does a number of things that are similar to what you've described, Damien. But as you've said, we need more of these kind of things, right? We have a huge opportunity across Africa, many landscapes that are ready for restoration. So we need multiple accelerator types of initiative to support that work. In the Forest Restoration Catalyst, we work with 3 phases. So we go from that feasibility study phase that you were describing, Damien, through development, and then to acceleration, where a project can be out there negotiating with private finance for various outcome payments that we would be wanting to target, as well as carbon, biodiversity and social outcomes. But also works across 3 dimensions, which you've all spoken to well, which is one is that high quality inclusive design, which takes time. It can't be rushed, and it's not the kind of thing that is easily financed from private sources. The second one is the enabling environment, the policy environment, to make it feasible and possible to unlock sources of finance and create incentives. As you've said, Damien, that is such a critical part of it. And the third one is that investment readiness. So building the finance case, the long-term finance plan, 20, 25 years. So in this landscape, the rights holders, the communities, the businesses here see this vision in 25 years. What's it going to cost to get there, and what are the different sources of finance we can attract to do that? And to your point, I think right at the start, Jean-Claude, when you start to look at 20, 25 years in the future, it's so important you're talking to children and young people, because that is their future, right? They will be the adults living in that landscape, working in that landscape, hopefully working in jobs that have been created through sustainable economic activities like forest landscape restoration. So we're really excited to be building that forest restoration catalyst and working with AFR 100 to identify the landscapes in which it could be most readily deployed across Africa. I'd love to hear, I think there was a question from over here, or please, at the front, would you like to ask us a question? And let me bring you a microphone.
Bonjour, Marie-Josée Akam du
Marie-Josée Akom from Cameroon.
parti du gouvernement.
I belong to the government Ministry of Forests and Wildlife. Thanks to all the panelists. I'm looking for Mr. Mamadou. I can't see him. I would like to hail Damien, notably. And talking of whom, I would like to better understand when it comes to Central Africa, what constitutes an obstacle for the investment coming from climate finance to land in this sector, in this landscape, which is so very rich. As you said earlier, the law framework in Cameroon is pretty attractive for governance, for forest management. We wanted, together with you, to start something that didn't even start. It's dead already. What has gone wrong? Can you explain me? I think the same question had been asked Mamadou in Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, but I really don't understand what the problem is with Central Africa, and how could we together work and have Central Africa acceding to climate finance. Thank you. Let's not forget that the reforestation matters, whatever the questions are, always start with trees. We keep on cutting. We have to plant trees. There are statistics showing what it's cut. The compensation is not there. We are trying to forget about the mitigation dimension to propose to jump to adaptation, but even within adaptation the mechanisms are not clear enough. What's the obstacle? What's the pitfall? What's the problem with Central Africa? Thank you.
Ok. Pour les francophones, je me permets de répondre à une question.
I'll be speaking French. The question has been asked in French. Thank you, Marie-Josée, for this question. I'm deeply convinced that Central Africa, and Cameroon in particular, has been doing a great job when it comes to forestry, to reforestation, the number one priority. And you follow the whole process in terms of Readiness Red. As for private finance resources, the market contracted on red, and my personal advice is we won't get many private financements when it comes to red. So I think Cameroon should rely on public finance, on world finance for restoration. Now, Cameroon has a role to play and could exceed forest restoration funds thanks to the carbon credits, the private ones. I didn't want to mix the various sources of finance, of fundings. Cameroon is leading its policy. It's well-designed red coordination. It gives the possibility to raise more funds thanks to the international tools. As a private developer, we don't have this kind of legal framework today. It isn't sufficient. I know you have a task force within the government so that it is to be designed and implemented. We hope that this point will be de-risked in the upcoming month, but that's one of the three key criteria so that we get investors saying, I'm ready to put 10, 20, 30 million dollars on the table. You need to have a clear and secure legal framework. I hope and trust this is to happen in your country because you've put in place the right task force. The decision is to invest. We do have one project that is being developed in Cameroon in the Devele forest. It's a public forest. So we are now within the development phase, the full development phase of the project, which shows there are some private fundings showing up. Of course, it would be even better if the legal framework was what we would like it to be by now.
It's on? Yes. Thank you. Merci. Bonjour, Madame Antagana. Coquette.
Miss Antagana. Welcome here. You look great. I'll be speaking French as well, as you might have noticed. We've had many conversations on that topic, and you know me. I tend to try to take each problem from the other side of the stick. I think the solution is human-based. As Africans, we have this propensity to look for external fundings, for development aid, for bilateral support, for external multilateral support, fundings, etc. But it's a mindset. When you are within this mindset, when you are used to being helped from outside, as a policymaker, you know, money, you can get $100 million. It will never be enough if you haven't worked for it, because you didn't take the time to work to make that money. The help from outside will keep on coming. It's not a value judgment, but we should take it. It's an intellectual, spiritual, psychological, mental value, whether it's Senegal or Cameroon or elsewhere in Africa. Let's try to let's do some awareness raising within the private investors. There are millionaires, billionaires in Africa. There are very rich people in Africa, and they are used to invest in order to generate profits. Awareness raising among these private investors in Africa to explain them that landscape restoration, reforestation is profitable. It's, as well as it's good for the soil's health, for the landscapes, for the forests, and the amount of the size of the richness that is within our country is mobilized in order to invest in landscape restoration and reforestation. Studies have been made by the FAO, by the WWF, and they show that each dollar you invest in restoration brings you up to $17 back. And that is something investors have to understand, African investors firsthand, instead of investing billions in pension funds in the United States or in Dubai. Perhaps could they start investing in Africa, in reforestation, in landscape restoration. This is about awareness raising. It is about them considering seriously about organizing roundtables with the support of the government, with financial and technical partners, so that we show the very value of the restoration, landscape restoration, reforestation investments. Each tree you plant contributes to 3 conventions: climate, desertification, and biodiversity. Especially if we talk about rare, scarce kinds of trees. So we need to have rich Africans investing in landscape restoration.
Thanks so much. My name is Tassien. I work with Save the Children based in Rwanda. Save the Children is an international child-focused organization working in over 100 countries. So thank you so much for bringing child perspective. I'm very happy to hear that there is an organization implementing interventions on environmental protection by focusing on the children. So my question is about the effective approach that can be used to ensure any investor going on board in any country can collaborate with child-focused organizations, children themselves, and local communities to ensure all interventions are child-responsive and youth-responsive. So as Save the Children, we have experience working with the children, where children in their communities are establishing tree nurseries, planting trees to ensure to conserve environment, and also mobilizing resources that can be help them implement climate interventions. So, so what are the key effective approaches that can be put in place to ensure all international organizations, government institutions, child-focused organizations work together to ensure all interventions that are going to be implemented in any country, whether in rural areas or cities, are child responsive? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I want to anchor on what Damian has just said regarding the carbon credit, because we regard carbon credit as an alternative source of financing. But you said the price is pretty low in Africa. What are we, especially in Ghana, where you said the project is expensive, but the price is low. what are we not doing right? Because I can recall a number of presentations made in several pavilions that price in Europe are up to 100 or 60 US dollar. What is not happening in Africa that our price of carbon credit are pretty low? Maybe you can give us your experience, because currently we are embarking on carbon credit at least to bridge the gap of financing the biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. So I'm going to suggest, Jean-Claude, do you want to respond to the gentleman from Save the Children and anybody else? Maybe you want to as well. Okay, Prudence as well. And Damien, we'll come to you on the carbon markets question.
Thank you very much. It is important to put Chad at the center of everything we are trying to do, because children are more affected and they must be protected. And they are the ones who will be facing all the challenges in the coming future. That is why when we are talking about climate change and environment, there should not be environmental sector and Chad sector. Actually, we should be coming together and do a holistic work where we support each other to make sure that we are contributing to the same goal, which is protecting our communities and restoring our landscapes. So I think that it is now time, it's a call for action that Chad actors, environmental actors, and government come together to think about activities that can advance the lives of everyone without leaving anyone behind, either children, women, youth, elders, everyone. Because we are all, in the end, we are all suffering from what is happening on the climate and environment. We have to mobilize resources and make sure that in the activities we are implementing, we are incorporating key activities that are targeting specific groups depending on the needs. And make sure that we are integrating some of the indicators that will help us to track how the activities and the interventions are contributing specifically to the needs of a specific community groups. Yeah, thank you.
You want to? Yeah. Good.
Yeah, thank you very much from Save the Children. In our CARE WWF Alliance, we understand the essence of the conservation, but as well as we are so much on women, economic empowerment, and in our setups we see like young children, most of the cases mothers who are women are taking care of them. So in this economic empowerment and conservation activities, you find women as well are there to protect the water sources. And they are there to also look for the children, but they are the same who are also dealing with beekeeping, as well as taking care of tea nurseries, which they sell later on. So what we did in most of the projects we work, we started daycare centers. In a sense, someone who is respected at the village, so look on the buildings, and we are scaling it up. So they have good food, kids, but as well as they're all taken care of, while issues around conservation and economic activities go on. So it's like, because you cannot say you are doing the conservation or economic activities and then you're not taking care of the kids. So it's kind of a holistic approach, and it's a proven, which has shown to work very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Why prices are too low? I think there is two main reasons for that. One is forest needs time to grow. And the second reason is the perception of risk by investor. And I will explain a bit these two reasons. Forest needs time to grow. It means that the money you receive today to restore your landscape will produce carbon credits in 5, 10, 20, and 40 years, which is a time frame for crediting from the project. Can you imagine then people giving you money today for something that he may receive in 40 years? That's very long. And then I give you an example, because you said that, for example, in Europe, the price are higher, more than 100 euro, and you don't understand why investors here in Africa are speaking about 5, 10. When it's 15, that starts to be a good deal. Example is the following. European company have their climate goal, and then, for example, they set for 2030 emission reduction and some offsetting for the remaining emission. Some of the company have internal carbon price. It's where you find the 100, 150, depending on companies. Each companies decide to set their own carbon price, right? These companies are not investor. They are off-taker. They can commit, they can sign an agreement with your project in Tanzania to deliver a carbon credit in 2050, for example, right? Then you need a capital provider. This is what we call the investor, because the investor will be able to give you the money now, because they are backed up with this off-taker agreement that is able to pay high price, right? But then the capital provider perceived high risk, the investment in nature in Africa, and then they give you a very low price, right? That's how finance works. I would say in the old school, we want to change this financial mindset. That's one of the goals, but it will take time. One example how we succeed at Terraformation, Ghana. I give you a little bit example about Ghana. Ghana, we receive a lot of offers. We select one at $47 US per carbon credit for delivery in 2030 for a UK company. But to be honest, all the offer we received from investor was not this range of price. It was 6 to 15. And that's the reality of the market today. We had the chance for the project to be very selective and decide to work with the financial partner that we think was the most appropriate for this project. But again, the reality for most of the project under development is that price are more between 6 to 15, which give not a lot of room to make high quality project, to be honest. I hope it's, with this example also, it helped you to answer. And I insist about my second reason, perception of risk. We have our role to lower the risk perception also, I think. The first one is a legal framework. The second one is also to build a stronger operator than to develop the capacity of our partner on the ground. And of course, to show that the project is delivering not only carbon, the goal is to deliver social impact, community life improvement, biodiversity improvement. This, on the social and biodiversity, we are at stage 0 or 0.5. we are not able yet to really see a demand on the market, because we need to develop more stronger KPIs, because this is the way the mindset of the investors, they think about KPIs, and we need to be better at showing social KPIs. Biodiversity, we are a little bit better because a lot of improvement has been done during the last years, but still it's very difficult to measure biodiversity enhancement, and we need to find a way to simplify and speak the same language as investor. Then they hopefully can double the price of a more, not only carbon credit, but a more integrated certificates, including carbon, biodiversity, and social. That's a dream. We are going that path, but we need probably 5 to 10 more years to have all these three components in only one certificate.
Thank you for all your responses. And if there are any more questions in the audience, I'd encourage you to stay behind when we finish shortly and join us for some food and drink and join a conversation with us all as well, so we can continue the questions then. I'm just going to ask the panelists all one question to all of you for very brief answers as we close. Maybe you've got any other final reflections on the conversation, but particularly to ask you, as we move towards this, or we're into this phase with AFR 100 now, next phase where there's a real focus on resource mobilization, what do you think will be the critical success factors for the AFR 100 community? That's all of us, isn't it? What are the critical success factors for us as we go into that phase on resource mobilization? So I'll ask you all to respond to that, and then we'll move to some closing remarks from Benjamin.
Thank you very much. As a restoration champion in my country, I want to share something. Actually, tree planting or restoration project should not be a 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year project. Actually, when it comes to 3 year or 2 years, it's a tree planting project. It's not a restoration project. From our experience, we have seen that at least it can take up to 6 years to make sure that the trees we planted, they've grown up and they started providing the services we need from them. Most of the donors, they are focused on tree planting. Then they miss this key element of restoration. And as champions, it takes us a lot of energy in tree monitoring than tree planting. In the first 2 years, we are planting trees, but in the rest of 4 years, we are doing a big work, great work on monitoring work, engaging the communities, replacement, and tree maintenance. This is a huge work. So I think that in the next fundraising agendas you are doing, make sure that you allocate enough time to restoration projects if we need sustainable outcome. Second, our communities need incentives. It's quite weird to ask a hungry community to plant trees without giving them an alternative source of income and source of food to put on a plate. So it requires also to add adequate payment for ecosystem services so that the communities can feel more attached on the project. Third, under this Free 100, they used to count $1 per tree. But when we go back and assess our restoration effort, we realize that it can even reach $5 per tree to rise it up to 6 years. So there is a mismatch between the funding that are allocated on a project and what is really going on, what is really happening on the ground. So we need this consultation and discussion to see if the funding we are receiving are really are going to provide what we need to produce on the ground. Thank you very much.
First, I'm very happy that IFR 100 is moving to this next phase of mobilizing financing. That's key. A lot of progress has been done around the commitment itself by the 34 countries, by also on the monitoring aspect, how to monitor the progress made by each country. And it's a very good outcome also to say that IFR 100 member country succeed already by planting, I think, almost one third of the goal, mainly on their own financing. Then my advice would be first, continue to count on the national budgeting. I mean, this is a key player. This is government who commit for the IFR 100 target and start with this national budgeting, and including the national private sector that can be partner with the government. And number two, if you confirm your strategy to bet strongly on the private sector, private investment, I would say help developers to navigate with national legal framework. You have the strongest expertise. You have a very strong partner of all the African governments. Then help private company to help navigate, and it's of course it's facilitating discussion. But I think there is also to work on the mindset. It's still two different type of mindset, two different languages, two different paths. I say in Ghana, 18 months to develop a project. That's not so bad if you compare to a GCF financing. It took 3 to 5 years to get the money. We succeed in 18 months. That's not so bad. But honestly, most of the time we were dealing with understanding, navigating through the government. I think your role could be helping us on that point. And for still most of the 34 countries member of IFR 100 doesn't have a clear framework. Then my second advice was to support them to build clear guidelines, clear national process. That's one of the basic things needed to attract private investor.
It's very tricky when already two people have already spoken, but anyways, I might be repeating, but maybe in another way. So I think the first one is really to strengthen partnerships and collaboration. Achieving large-scale restoration, it's a collective action. Governments, private sector, the community must work together to achieve that. So that is very critical rather than just one part of the pie talking. So it should be the whole cycle talking about that. But as well as showcasing measurable outcomes, I think is critical. Like the private investor here, they will just invest where they think it will give back. So demonstrating economic, social, and environmental benefits matters a lot when really FR 100. So your investment and in use of robust monitoring systems will be critical to invest, to make sure investors tap to that. And also the last thing, which is really touches my heart as CARE, we believe in, is the community-led. Should be community-led and also scalable models. This is because sustainable resource mobilization only depend on approaches that deliver results and are owned by local communities. If they are not, if not so, then I think you shouldn't be doing that. So it's really an holistic approach. So partnership, demonstrating measurable results, and if it's scalable, then that's the way where FR 100 can exist. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just one point to complement the colleagues. I think that the next level for resource mobilization is to accept or gauge the level of funding that is needed. I think the latest studies say that if we want to reach those goals of restoration, we would need $10 billion per year in the next 5-10 years. So when we get 10 million, we are happy. When we get 20 million, we are happy. But I think many decision makers, actors, are not aware of the magnitude of funding needed. And I used to tell in a half-teasing way, because sometimes it's through joking that you tell the truth, that we have to move to beyond our little competitions to get 1 million, 10 million there. It's not.
It's back now.
It's okay? Yes. Build consortium, whereas we can have 5 million each. Let's go for a 1 billion consortium, have impact. It is not working. It is working now. I will not repeat all what I said. I think you know. So let's build consortia that are relevant, whereas we can get 1 million each to go for 2 billion consortium and have impact in 100 landscape at the same time. In one word, let's assess and accept the magnitude of action that is needed to gear up to bigger resource mobilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamadou. A great point to end on, and the importance of thinking bigger, being honest about the scale, and working together collectively to do that. I'm going to hand over in a moment to Benjamin Akabundo, who's the lead for landscape restoration within AUDA NEPAD, and he will offer some closing remarks and thoughts. Before I do that, I just want to extend a big thank you to the panelists for sharing your wisdom. Thank you to all of you for coming. Remember, stay for some food and drink, for your questions as well. Mamadou, for your leadership and your vision behind the initiative. And a big thank you to Benjamin for his leadership in making this event happen and bringing everyone together. So over to you, Benjamin, for the last word.
Yes, thank you, the honorable speakers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for participating in this great event. The essence of this side event within the margin of COP29 is to elucidate the gains of attracting investment into forest landscape restoration. As has been stated here today, the partnership with WWF Care and BirdLife is to mobilize the enabling resources and the enabling action into forest landscape restoration phase 2. Based on that, the activities is focusing on 6 countries so far going forward, and we've also received a renewed call for countries, more countries to join the partnership to attracting and mobilizing this investment. We are looking forward both domestically attracting this investment and also partner-supported investment as well to support the phase 2 of FR 100. So based on the outcomes of what we have received here today in terms of ensuring that the interventions is something that will go on the ground through, this is what we are doing under FR 100 phase 2, of which phase 1 have mobilized the enabling political will in the sense that 34 countries have committed to restoring over 130 million hectares across the African continent by 2030. So the phase 2 mainly is focusing on going on the ground and ensuring that we hit the ground with community participation, bringing the gender equality into it, and also ensuring that we work in line with the respective policies of each of the government frameworks to ensuring that we actualize the desired commitment of each of the countries. So on this note, we keep renewing this commitment, and the follow-up with the countries that is involved. We are still going to share the participation line online, of which we're having several engagements after this with those countries to ensuring that we get the outcomes of this meeting and translate the outcome of this meeting on the ground in various countries. So on this note, I will say thank you to everyone, and also thank you for making this event successful. Thank you.
Photo. Vous savez comment ça se passe?
Please go. Yes. Thank you so much. They're going to come up one by one. One by one. Yes. Oh, okay. Great. Nice to meet you. He will actually be standing at the podium. I'll call him from the audience. He will come to the podium and go back to his seat. Thank you. Are you Miyabi? Okay, so nice to meet you. Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you, Miyabi. Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. Yes. Then that's also mine, yeah. I will, I will. Thank you. All right, let us begin to take our seats. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yes, can you hear me? Now? Yes? Okay, excellent. Let's take our seats. Let's begin.
Just ask me, because the lady from Morocco, what she said that she should focus mainly on the partnership between
Okay.
Morocco and FDB.
Okay, Dr.
To
Hajar,
support,
yes.
to support the nexus.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The only issue is that we are waiting.
This is the one in the front. She's the one in the front in the black. Is that her?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, you ready to start?
The others we have to confirm this guy is want to pick
I
up
want
the
to
minister from
start
Tunisia.
now.
Huh?
Tunisia's not due yet.
No, he's not
Okay.
let me check. No, yeah, if you can do in English, it is good. Yeah.
Hi, so nice to meet you. I've
Yeah,
heard you. I
she's the
heard you.
moderator.
I heard you.
She's the moderator.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, English is better. You're all English speaking actually. Besides your compatriot. Okay. Thank you. And you're okay. The other one is also speaking. Your compatriot is also speaking French.
No, him he said that he wants to do in French.
French. Okay, that's
Hello?
fine.
Hello? Hello?
No, that's fine. Whatever you feel free.
Hello, I don't know.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Projects with them, and now we're currently working on a new project.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. We will begin in just a few moments. We're waiting for one of our speakers to arrive, so just hang tight with us. Thank you so much. low. It's quite low. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. It's quite low, yeah. By the time we get to him, and he's closing. No, we have his name. Thank you. Okay.
So I think that let's start.
Okay. So yeah, it's very low. It's on. It's very low. Okay. All right, greetings, distinguished guests and delegates, greetings, greetings. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We would like to begin this high-level event. Just want to make sure that my audio is loud enough. Yes, if you can hear me? Okay, because I wasn't quite sure. Thank you very much. So we would like to begin this high-level event on food, water, and agriculture, brought to you by the African Development Bank Group. I am Chika Ojua, and I'm very pleased to be moderating this session. At this event, you will hear important interventions and perspectives on the agricultural, water, and energy sectors for the African region. Also, you will gain insights on the latest initiatives to boost access to renewable energy across Africa, to solutions such as off-grid solar technology. During this 90-minute event, a panel of distinguished country ministers, development partners, and private sector representatives will robustly engage on these very pressing issues which concern all of us. After the panel, there will be some time for questions. We will open the floor to you all because, yes, we want to hear your questions that you may pose forward. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. I would like to kick things off by inviting to the stage the Director of Agriculture and Agro-Industries at the African Development Group, Dr. Martin Fregenet. Please, let's give him a warm applause as he comes forward to present his opening remarks. Please keep clapping as he comes forward.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you so much for coming to this high-level event, side event on the nexus between food, water, and energy. I want to thank you from wherever you are, from national governments, African governments, from MDBs, from the research community, from wherever you are. I want to thank you for coming this morning. We recognize the importance of this gathering in the context of COP29, of reaching, reducing, at least ensuring that we don't go above 1.5 degrees Celsius. I want to give you statistics that many of you might not know, but it's true. Africa has 119 million hectares of inland valleys, 190 million hectares of inland valleys. Africa has abundant water supply and also very fertile soils. Africa is capable of producing more cereals than the United States. It's capable of producing more cereals than China. But what do we have today? Rather, Africa imports 50 million tons of wheat, 20 million tons of maize, 40 million tons of rice, and 10 million tons of soybean. It's a contradiction. But there are some bright spots on the continent. We've seen Ethiopia in recent years expand small-scale irrigation and heat-tolerant wheat varieties, and has planted 1.2 million hectares of wheat in the lowlands. We've seen Ethiopia add 4 million tons of wheat to its national production, and creating, by so doing, self-sufficiency in wheat production. In other words, when you have the right technologies, the right partnerships between governments and research institutes, you can actually take advantage of Africa's inland valleys, of Africa's soil and water resources, and actually create not just a commercial food production sector, but also improve livelihoods, rural livelihoods. So today we're talking about partnerships. Partnerships between the Green Climate Funds, partnership between the International Water Management Institute. I'm so happy the director is here with us. Partnership between governments, national governments, to replicate Ethiopia's success story across the continent. I'm so happy that we also have our solar-powered energy, alliance and associations with us today, because they indeed have a very important part of this solution. The bank, the African Development Bank, that is hosting this event, we have in the last 10 years invested more than $1 billion to finance ongoing regional and national programs to increase food production, especially lowland irrigated food production. We are committed through our flagship project, Technology for African Agricultural Transformation, and also our Data to Power, to really take advantage of the sunshine, the inland valleys, and the land and the water that is available, and to ensure that Africa no longer has to buy food when it can feed itself. I want to welcome you all to this event, and I want to encourage that we, not just at the event, but after the event, we will be a part of the move to feed not just ourselves, but also feed the world as Africans. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fregene, for setting the framework, for setting the tone for this high-level event. And also thank you so much for all that you do at the Agricultural and Agro-Industries Department at the African Development Bank. Once again, I would like to acknowledge distinguished delegates and guests who are joining us this morning. Amongst these guests, I am very pleased to have joining us the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Alliance, Dr. Francesco La Camara. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of one of our partners at the Climate Investment Funds, Mr. Kwasi Emmanuel Kouado. Gentlemen, if you can just raise your hand so we can acknowledge the presence of these two. Yes, thank you so much. And at this time, I would like to invite Mr. La Camara to the stage, and he will give his opening remarks. Please, a round of applause as he comes forward. Mr. Camara leads the delivery of IRENA's work program, also its strategies, employing his 30 years of profound experience in the fields of climate research, sustainability, and international cooperation. We're very, very fortunate to have him to join us this morning to deliver his opening statement. Thank you once again.
So, buongiorno. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to be here with you today to address this important session on the intersection of sustainable food, water system, and energy. I would like to extend my gratitude to the African Development Bank Group for organizing this timely event, which highlights the urgency of addressing the interconnected challenges of food security, climate resilience, and energy crisis. As we meet today, we are deeply aware of the interconnection between climate, energy, and agriculture, particularly in Africa. The agriculture is the cornerstone of many African economies, supporting the livelihoods of over 60% of the continent population and contributing up to 32% of the GDP in some countries. However, climate change, rising energy costs, and increasing food insecurity are creating an environment where growth and resilience are under constant threat. Globally, nearly 828 million people are experiencing chronic hunger, and 3 billion people lack access to healthy diets. In Africa, the situation is even more dire. 1 in 5 people face hunger, and over 150 million people in sub-Saharan Africa are undernourished. Climate change is expected to reduce agricultural productivity by up to 30% in the coming decades, exacerbating food insecurity and threatening the livelihoods of millions of smallholder farmers. Africa faces the dual challenge of expanding food production while also reducing its carbon footprint. Agriculture accounts for a significant portion of the continent's energy use. Most of this is still dependent on fossil fuels, leaving countries vulnerable to supply shocks and climate change. This is an unsustainable model, especially in the continent's population is predicted to grow by over 1 billion by 2050, with food demand increasing by 60%. If we continue along this path, we risk undermining the progress we have made and exacerbating existing vulnerabilities. Renewable energy offers a transformative solution. It is not just a matter of ensuring clean power, but reshaping our food system to be more resilient, sustainable, and productive. By integrating renewable energy into the agricultural value chain through solar-powered irrigation, energy-efficient food storage, and clean cooking technologies, we can boost productivity, reduce losses, and enhance the livelihood of millions of smallholder farmers. This approach is key to achieving the African Union's goal of Agenda 2063, which envision a prosperous and integrated Africa that is resilient to climate change. IRENA's Life and Livelihood program, launched at COP28 in Dubai, is one of the key initiatives helping to drive the change. This program focuses on supporting our members to integrate energy access for agriculture with an emphasis of providing renewable energy solutions for irrigation, food processing, and storage. To date, the program has supported 13 countries, 10 of which are in Africa, assisting members and development partners in integrating renewable energy to address climate challenges and enhance food security through sustainable energy solutions. However, these and other efforts must be part of a broader, coordinated strategy. Achieving the goals set forth in the Paris Agreement requires a comprehensive approach that brings together the energy, agriculture, and water sectors. Governments must create an enabling environment for these changes by implementing robust policies, fostering investment, and prioritizing the development of renewable energy solutions. It is crucial that we support smallholder farmers, many of whom are women, by making this solution accessible and affordable. In sub-Saharan Africa, women make up 70% of the agricultural workforce, yet there are less access to resources and technologies that can improve productivity. This is not just a challenge for Africa, it's a challenge for the entire global community. As we move forward with climate negotiation and as we strive to meet the ambition targets of the Paris Agreement, we must ensure that energy, food and water systems are integrated into a single vision for a just and sustainable future. I wish also to remember in this occasion the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Africa that we launched at Africa Summit last year under the leadership of President of Kenya, William Ruto. We have now 11 countries that are part of this alliance, and on this we can work on planning, we can work on facilitating funding of projects, so really invite everyone to join us in this effort, this 11 countries, and our partners like the US, Denmark, Germany, and the UAE. It is clear that addressing food security and energy access must go hand in hand if we are to ensure resilience and equity for all. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our commitment to a more inclusive, sustainable and resilient future, one in which energy, agriculture and water systems work in harmony to create a world where no one is left behind. Together, we have the power to drive the transformation that Africa and the world so desperately needs. I look forward to the discussion ahead and to continue our collective work toward these common goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Lacamara. Now, many of us are well aware of the Climate Investment Funds and its very innovative approach in enabling cutting-edge technology and climate change solutions for African countries. Since 2008, in fact, CIF has been a huge part of the solution for low and middle income countries across the region of Africa. I'm very pleased this morning to invite CIF's Climate Resilience Programs lead to present his own opening remarks, Mr. Kwasi Emmanuel Kouado.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Emmanuel Kwasi, as she said. I'm previously an African Union Bank staff, so I'm very happy to be here at this panel to represent VECIF. On behalf of our CEO, Mrs. Tari, she couldn't be here. It's an honor to be with you today for these important discussions on solutions to enable a sustainable pathway to resilient agriculture, which is so critical to addressing climate and development challenge on the African continent. For those unaware, VECIF established, as she said, in 2008, used innovative financial mechanisms to pilot and scale up investment at the cutting edge of climate solutions. We do this collaboration with implementing partners, the multilateral development banks, 6 of them, including the African Development Bank. That partnership enables the banks to work together as a system and to enter new complex risky areas in tackling the greatest challenge of our time, the climate crisis. We have over 12 billion in funding as today and support 360 projects in over 80 countries, low and middle income countries over the world. Today, with unique vulnerabilities and immense potentials, Africa stands as a pivotal moment in its journey towards sustainable development, clean energy, and climate resilience. We must recognize that the initiatives we discuss today are the lifetime for our planet and future generations. The African Union Bank and its partners have been beacon of hope, leading innovative initiatives and providing critical funding to combat climate change and promote sustainable development. We are proud to have played a significant role in African Union financing on clean energy, sustainable forestry, and climate resilient projects in Africa. Today, CIF and African Union Bank are assisting the African nations increase energy access and their share of renewables in the generation mix. We recognize that access to electricity in rural communities is essential to promote African green revolutions, and that scaling of grid solutions hold the key. The SIF exists to accelerate the deployment of this type of investments by de-risking large-scale investments through the power of concessional finance. For example, in Ghana, the Scaling Up Energy Renewable Program has supported the development of 35 mini-grids standalone solar PV systems in schools, healthcare centers, and energy service centers for rural communities. In Mali, for example, SIF has been stimulating investment to improve the rural population access to modern energy, including green mini-grids with associated storage system. We also recognize that battery storage will be vital for affordable off-grid energy, and we are working to accelerate this essential technology through Global Energy Storage Program as the world's largest mutual fund supporting energy storage. SIF is also providing technical assistance to support government and policy development to provide an enabling environment for renewable energy development. Through efforts like this, SIF contributes meaningfully to African ambition to give all households access to electricity. In support of our Mission 300, this includes the addressing clean cooking, which is increasingly being recognized as integral to national climate ambitions. SIF has also 16 years plus years of experience and lessons in resilience and adaptation on the African continent as well. Our pilot program for climate resilience, the PPCR, has advanced a wide range of climate resilience solutions. Over a third of resources are supporting resilience agriculture. Our PPCR program activities has scaled up sustainable lands and water management practice through the development of dedicated infrastructure, capacity building, and improved agricultural practice to improve the adaptive capacity of vulnerable communities. It has equally built up market ecosystem of key stakeholders, such as local equipment suppliers, smallholders, farmers, and agri-distributors to capitalize climate investment in food system. We are now building on PPCR experience to deliver a new resilience program. We curate this program through our MDBs and also our mutual climate fund sisters, the GCF, GEF Adaptation Fund, with a view to ease the burden of access to climate finance in accelerating scaling up adaptation finance and actions across the globe, especially in Africa. At SIF, we recognize that our pioneering efforts will require the deployment of new financial mechanisms. To succeed in that vein, we are excited to note that the new SIF capital market mechanism, I think it was kind of promoted recently here at the COP, will enable access to markets, allowing us to do even more with what we have today, as well as very additional dollar we get. On Tuesday, we announced our CCMM, our capital market mechanism, listing on the London Stock Exchange. And we hope that this instrument, for example, will further grow the possibilities for our work in Africa and beyond. Together, we can unlock the full potential of climate finance and drive transformative change for Africa and the world. We need to seize this opportunity and timing to build a sustainable, a resilient future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for capturing the essence of why this cross-sectoral dialogue is so relevant. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to invite to the stage another one of our distinguished delegates to provide his opening remarks. This is the Minister of Environment, His Excellency, representing the Republic of Tunisia, Minister Habib Abid. Please, let's welcome him forward.
Bonjour, je vais parler en français.
I'll be speaking French. I'm Minister for Environment in Tunisia. At the same time, I'm an expert, I would say, who's been working in Africa, in Northern Africa, in Central Africa, and in Western Africa, and in the Middle East as well, having the opportunity to work with the FAO. I've been working a lot with many partners. I'm hesitating between speaking as a minister or a consultant. Well, let's talk about my experience, what I've been doing and how I reacted in various environments. Starting with my country. My country is covered by 1/3 by the desert, is semi-arid 1/3 and 1/3 relatively humid. That's what it looks like. In southern Tunisia we have oases. You know what an oasis is. You have fruits there that grow even if you have no rain. But those people live better than people in the north. Why? Because they are resilient. They have some drops of water. They have a well. They have these dates, and they've been living that way for dozens of years. Each and everyone has 1 hour of rain, and they have to share it. So some of them use water during the night, some of them use water during the day, and they've made it. They have agriculture, and they even export towards the north, where we have more rain. They've been living that way for 2 or 3 centuries. They have palm trees as well, 10, 15 meters high. We have small trees where various fruits grow, and then they grow fruit. And they irrigate at midnight, at 1 a.m. They have ensured their food security, they have water, they use the new technologies, and they have solar energy. And that's becoming a quite rich region. That's our experience in Tunisia. Another one, I won't mention the country, but the Redfluss. It's an adaptation when deforestation is at work. 5,000 millimeters of rain in a country per year, with a river. 4,800 liters of water. Quick canals. And the REDD+ project. What is the REDD+ project about? It's reforestry, wood, energy, and family planification, family planning. So the energy is linked with wood. In this country, wood is used by all means and all ways.
Donc, le bois énergie. En même temps, ce sont des femmes qui aillent chercher l'eau à une certaine.
So women go for water at a certain distance, very often women, nearly always. So we have a family planning program for women who are farmers at the same time. In all these ecosystems, you see how people have adapted them to their context. There are new notions. The NEC+ project I've been speaking about.
La sécurité alimentaire et l'énergie.
There is water, food security, and energy. Without water, without food security, we can't have energy. We can't work if you don't eat.
Merci pour votre commentaire.
Thanks a lot for this presentation, for being with us today.
So the African Development Bank recognizes the importance of the energy sector as essential to boosting Africa's economic viability and prosperity. That's why the bank is mobilizing political and financial support to transform Africa into a renewable energy powerhouse. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention towards the screen to watch a short video presentation on what this looks like.
It is light. It is heat. It is life itself. It is the sun. And day after day, the sun bears down on the Sahel, one of the regions in the world that receives the most sunlight. Yet despite this abundant resource, the Sahel carries a heavy energy deficit.
We see impact of climate change particularly affecting this region. We see an energy sector that is dominated still largely by fossil fuel generation, by a generation capacity that is grossly inadequate to the needs. In fact, the production of electricity in the G5 Sahel countries is roughly equivalent to that of Trinidad and Tobago.
The Desert to Power initiative will harness the Sahel's prolific solar potential to generate 10 gigawatts of additional capacity, provide clean electricity for 250 million people, and help build the world's largest solar zone. Desert to Power is part of the African Development Bank's New Deal on Energy in Africa and a key pillar of the Great Green Wall Initiative. 5 priority intervention areas for the Desert to Power initiative are expanding grid-connected solar power generation capacity, strengthening and expanding national and regional grids, deploying decentralized energy solutions, improving the financial and operational capacity of the power utilities, strengthening the enabling environment for increased private sector investments. The initiative initially focused on the G5 Sahel countries with the heads of states of Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania and Niger endorsing the implementation of the initial phase of Desert to Power.
De conclure l'essai, il nous faut passer des ambitions.
We should go from ambitions to realization.
We have in Chad the Jamea project. The Jamea project is 32 megawatts. The Burkina Faso, the Yelem project, both grid and off-grid systems, and that's also very important.
Roadmaps in these G5 countries enables the identification of 85 priority projects across the 5 pillars of the initiative, requiring project preparation and investment funding. What started with the G5 is now being rolled out to the rest of the Sahel region.
Mon pays soutient l'initiative.
My country is supporting the initiative Desert to Power and is waiting for opportunities of funding for the energy sector in order to improve the electricity supply all over the country.
Progress through high-level political endorsements, operationalization of the implementation structure, validation of national and regional roadmaps, and establishing strong partnerships. These partnerships have helped mobilize concessional funding for the initiative. The Desert to Power G5 Sahel Financing Facility is an excellent example of the initiative's ability to mobilize resources at scale. The facility will provide close to $1 billion in catalytic financing from the Green Climate Fund, the African Development Bank, co-financing from other development finance institutions, and private sector equity to be deployed over a 7-year period. The long-term expected outcomes of the facility alone include 500 megawatts of solar capacity, 239 megawatt-hour of battery storage capacity, 1 million people with access to electricity, 50% of whom will be women. Equivalent of 14,448,525 tons of carbon dioxide avoided in the lifetime of the facility. 1,420 green jobs created during the construction phase. The bank scaled up the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, SEFA, which is one of the primary delivery vehicles for the Desert to Power initiatives, with several partners increasing their contributions.
The Swedish government is happy to contribute with 170 million Swedish kroners, approximately $20 million to Desert to Power.
All of this is in pursuit of a better life for the people of Africa through providing low-emission electricity access, expanding opportunities for manufacturing, accelerating economic development, facilitating innovation in agriculture, and promoting financial inclusion for women and youth.
This is one of the things that I call the Biobab Transformative Energy Project for Africa.
The Sahel holds much promise. We can open up that potential. Let's partner and power up Africa's possibilities with the Desert to Power initiative.
All right, turning Africa into a renewable energy powerhouse. Very well captured. It's now time to move into the panel segment of this event. We have a remarkable array of speakers who will present the issues that have been discussed. As I call their names one by one, I would like to invite them to come forward to the stage and let us make them feel welcome as they do so. We have Madam Hajar Shamanti Houari. She is the head of donor services at the Agricultural Development Agency for the Kingdom of Morocco. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, madam.
Thank you.
We also have Monsieur Mohamed Ouamed, the director of the Department of Energy Transition, also from the Kingdom of Morocco. Is he here with us? Yes. You can just sit next to your compatriot. Thank you very much. Excellent. We have Dr. Vidhisha Samarasekara, the Director of Water, Climate Change and Resilience for the International Water Management Institute. Thank you so much for joining us, Doctor. We have Mr. Carlos Guerrero Lucendo, Senior Researcher for the Independent Flemish Institute, VITO. Thank you very much, sir. We also have Mr. Jacob Virba. He's a Senior Research Lead at the Energy Saving Trust. Once again, let's acknowledge our panelists as they present the issues that we will discuss. I'd first like to begin with Madam Houari of Morocco. Access to financing is often a barrier for African farmers, especially those who are looking to adapt to the climate change. Can you talk about the innovative financing models that Morocco has implemented, especially those in partnership with the bank?
Okay, so maybe I'll start by presenting our agency first so that we just know the context. The Agency for Agricultural Development of Morocco is a government agency under the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries, Rural Development, Water and Forests. So basically, the agency was created to implement and to follow up on all the national strategies that were launched for the agricultural sector in the Kingdom of Morocco. So basically, we work both on high-level and large-scale investment projects in agriculture, as well as the Solidarity Agriculture projects. So basically, when we say Solidarity Agriculture projects are projects that are financed 100% from the government budget for the sake of the smallholder farmers in the most vulnerable areas in Morocco, that can be oases, arid and semi-arid areas, as well as the mountain areas in Morocco. Sometimes in Solidarity Agriculture programs, we complement the state financing with the donors financing or the funds financing. So maybe I'll start by talking about the access to climate finance, and then I'll move to talk about our partnership. It's a long history partnership with the African Development Bank. So basically, in terms of access to climate finance, our agency currently is the only accredited entity for direct access to climate finance with the Adaptation Fund in Morocco. And we were accredited twice, re-accredited twice, basically. We just got our second re-accreditation with the Adaptation Fund this September. 2024. And we managed through this accreditation to get a grant of 10 million USD dollars for the PACZO project. It's a project for the adaptation to climate changes in the oasis areas in Morocco. And now we're working on submitting in the pipeline a PACZO 2 project in order to reach other regions in Morocco that share similarities in terms of climate conditions and soil natures. We were also the first accredited entity for direct access with the GCF in Morocco, and we got re-accredited with the same fund in July 2022. Through our accreditation, we managed to source a grant of $40 million for the DARID project, which is basically the domestication of the argan plantations in 3 regions in Morocco, in the region of Marrakesh Safi, Gilmim Wadnoun, and Souss Massa. This is where the argan trees are naturally grown in their biological, sphere in Morocco. It's an endemic plant, actually, of Morocco, and we're so proud of this plant. It has many nutritional and beneficial facts, actually. So yeah, this is for the direct access to climate finance, but this is not all. We work with many other donors, and one of the main, actually, contributors to the social and economic inclusion in the rural areas in Morocco is the African Development Bank Group. So basically, we share a lot of success stories together. We worked in 2017 on a big program for promoting the economic and financial inclusion for the youth, for youth entrepreneurship. That was a very successful program, and currently we are working actually on a new, we are formalizing a new program, but this one actually is a very large scale one. It targets actually 7 regions out of 12 regions in Morocco. So this is a very large scale one through a result-based financing mechanism of the African Development Bank. So this program will have 2 pillars. The first one is supporting the smallholder farmers through the production of more resilient types of crops, implementing many and conserving the traditional irrigation systems in Morocco, because in many arid areas in Morocco we use what we call the water collection works. So basically we want to sustain and maybe build on more of these, because these are the most, let's say, conservative matters in how we manage irrigation, especially in the oasis areas. The second component of the program is regarding the entrepreneurship. So basically, we're aiming to launch a big call for projects for both the rural entrepreneurs and the innovative startups in Morocco. So basically, all of them should present both sustainable or green components in their projects in order to be able to benefit from the incentives that would be given through this program. And we're working with the Crédit Agricole du Maroc. It's a commercial bank, but it's one of the main leaders actually in Morocco that supports financing for the rural areas in Morocco, for the rural projects. And we will also complement this with let's say, a seed fund, in which actually we're currently seeking the support of the African Development Bank Group in order to complement it with the grant, actually, to complement this loan in order to be able to finance the seed or the start phase of the startups that would be included and targeted in our program.
Thank you so much, Madam Bouari, for that comprehensive overview. And I'm so pleased to hear you mention argan oil. it's so nice when national pride can be integrated into the work that you do. And thank you, Morocco, for sharing argan oil with the world. Thank you so much. I'd like to hear from Mr. Lucindo. Vito has established itself as an expert in the area of the water, agriculture, and energy sector. You heard Madam Houari talk about the needs in her country, specifically towards water irrigation. Can you talk about how Vito's research in a very specific niche has been applied successfully in the developing world, specifically to low and middle income countries?
Thank you. Hello, just maybe to put a bit of context, I work for Vito, which is a research center. I'm a researcher myself, where we have been over the years working and collaborating quite intensively with a number of specifically African, both academia, private sector, but of course as well government entities, to try to bridge the different research gaps that exist in the continent. Now, when it comes to energy, I come myself from energy, but also with a strong link to agriculture, to water, and what we call on the WEF, the Water Energy Food Nexus. We are trying to understand what are, say, the realities on the ground. Well, what can we apply our research on technologies and improve and enhance those existing technologies to make them, to optimize them, to make them more efficient. And in that sense, for instance, we are working at the moment with a couple of different projects looking into water purification. One in Suriname, okay, you're going to allow me that, but also projects in Rwanda that basically is a water purification container. Is taking water, in that case, in the case of Suriname, is from the river, which sometimes is a bit polluted due to mining operations. In Rwanda, it will come from groundwater. And what we came to realize that due to the existing prices of solar, which are relatively low at the moment, there was an excess of electricity being generated that could not be collected on the storage system for the water purification system. Now we were thinking, okay, what can we do with that excess of electricity? And that is where we started thinking on the systemic thinking on the WEF, on the Water Energy Food Nexus. Of course, in agricultural societies like rural societies are, the idea was to find productive use of electricity that was linked to agriculture across the value chain. And that's, for instance, that's in the Suriname project, we are looking into the possibility for food preservation. And in that sense, we also saw that for different reasons, there are quite a number of freezers, because those villages are partly electrified with diesel generators. However, not always the diesel generators are working due to inability of fuel. But the people, there is an abundance of freezers that they are not actually using. So that's where we thought, okay, I mean, we have clean water, we have some electricity, let's create ice that people can immediately use on their food preservation. And that's the kind of synergy between water and energy that we were trying to find. Now, another example of perhaps a bit more controversial question mark, but something that as a researcher we allow ourselves to look into, is on the hydrogen production. And that's, for instance, the project that we are starting now in Kenya. With that excess of electricity coming from the water purification through a swarm electrification project of interconnection of solar home systems, we want to install an electrolyzer for hydrogen production and blend it with LPG. I mean, we talk, the speakers have been talking extensively about clean cooking, and I mean, clean cooking with LPG and shifting from biofuels. It's an important aspect in Africa. It's an important step But we cannot forget that LPG, as cleaner as, is still a fossil fuel. So that blending with hydrogen, it's something that while we still need to look a bit more into the details of the cost, of course, we know we are not going to avoid that. We are also looking, and of course, again, looking at the synergies. In the end of the day, we still need clean water, which we are producing, and we need electricity, and that's the kind of synergies.
Yeah,
Thank you.
This water purification system sounds quite interesting, Mr. Lucendo. Can you just share a bit of details, the technical details? Is this an off-grid solution, for example? Just quite curious about the water purification systems in Rwanda.
Yes. Yeah, in that case, they are completely off-grid solutions. We work with a Belgian company, and or in that case, in Suriname, it's a container, a bit of a smaller size, a typical transport container, where already includes all the different water purification components, the system, but also the energy system, so the battery, charge controller, and also the PV panels. And the idea is that you can easily transport it first by boat, but then also by road. And once it's almost plug and play. You can just put it on the village. You actually get out your PV panels with a very smart system it has, and almost immediately start producing water. Of course, we are also looking into water distribution, which is also very important for the communities, and also, again, with a systemic thinking, trying to also look into behavioral change and educating the community in aspects that they are like on how the utilization of that water in a proper way for health is also very important. So also this nexus between health and energy and water is also being reinforced in those projects.
Thank you so much. And while we're staying on the topic of off-grid energy solutions, let's hear from Mr. Virba at the Energy Saving Trust. Mr. Virba, off-grid technology solutions, which ones would you say are the most promising for African farmers?
Thank you, Chika, and hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I am Jakub Verba. I lead the Energy Access Research portfolio at Energy Saving Trust. We are an independent organization aiming to tackle the climate emergency. In the energy access space, we deliver our work in collaboration with CLASP under the Efficiency for Access Coalition. It is a global coalition aiming to double the efficiency and halve the costs of off-grid solar appliances. Now, there is a lot of innovation already happening in the off-grid solar space when it comes to the nexus with agriculture. There are up to 10,000 off-grid solar refrigeration units sold every year in sub-Saharan Africa, more than 10,000 solar water pumps, and hundreds of solar-powered walk-in cold room. So the off-grid pure landscape is developing very fast, and therefore when we started working in this space back in 2018, most of our grants were supporting companies working in the irrigation space. So we supported companies like Simu Solar in Tanzania, we supported Wala in Malawi, and there are other large players including Sunculture in Kenya who are now tapping into the carbon credits market. But now solar irrigation has become quite mature. So what these companies are looking for is scale-up financing so they can roll out the technology across the continent. There's maybe less technology innovation needed when it comes to solar irrigation. And therefore, with our roles at Efficiency for Access Research and Development Fund, we are now supporting maybe more emerging technologies in this space. One of them being solar-powered walk-in cold rooms that, if used well, they can significantly reduce the post-harvest losses of smallholder farmers and small market vendors. So as many of you may know, we in the world waste or lose 1/3 of all food that is edible to us. And with incorporated cold chain, we can save about half of these losses, which would result in more emissions saved than the entire global shipping sector combined. So of course, when it comes to off-grid solar appliances, climate resilience and adaptation is more important, but there are also some climate mitigation measures that can be achieved with these systems. Now, talking more about the emerging technologies, when it comes to solar-powered walk-in cold rooms, I've got a really nice example from northern Kenya, where Adili Solar Hubs, with support from the Efficiency for Access R&D Fund, are developing the whole end-to-end cold chain. So Adili Solar Hubs, they are a youth-driven social enterprise based on Lake Turkana, For those of you who know the region, it's a very dry region and the cooling infrastructure is very limited. So what they have done in Lake Turkana is they developed a small microgrid with an ice maker. So they have a water purification system, like Carlos mentioned. They produce ice and then they buy fish from local fisher folk for better price than before. And then they process this fish, cool it down and transport it to local markets, including the Kakuma refugee camp, which is the second biggest camp in the world, where people now have better access to nutritional food. And they are now also planning to collaborate with the cooking sector to cook some of this fish and have a diversified portfolio of their service offering. So they have really, in an ideal world, they would probably only work on the first mile to provide the ice to fisher folk and then let others deliver this fish to the communities. But in their specific context, there's no other cooling providers or cold chain companies to collaborate with in their specific area, and therefore they had to do the whole end-to-end cold chain approach to make it work. And if I can give maybe one more example, again, from More Horizon Technologies, which is from the milling sector. And we have supported a company called Axol. They are based in Kenya, and they have developed the world's most efficient off-grid solar milling machine for maize. So this machine is very compact. It's probably this big. It can process about 60 kilograms of maize per hour. And with some fortification methods, they really improve the food security in East Africa. Now, they can even transport this mill rather than using it stationary in off-grid villages, so women had to walk less to the centralized milling systems. They can now transport this mill on an electric motorbike. They have partnered with Ampersand in Kenya, and they can provide these portable milling services to the communities, so then people don't have to walk as far to mill their maize. Now, there are challenges with the milling sector. First, Axol haven't managed to sell as many mills to date. And the biggest challenge is that they need a distributor that would be able to provide financing to the communities and the end users to actually repay for the system over time. Because Axol is a manufacturer and they are not as well positioned to provide the pay-as-you-go or energy or milling as a service solutions to these communities. So the technology is there, the business models are evolving. What the companies need is fit-for-purpose financing that is low cost for them to actually reach these communities that currently lack access to reliable off-grid solar solutions.
Thank you so much for that those very visual examples of what's happening on ground. Practical solutions sounds like something that's very, very important to your organization. Thank you very much. I'd like to now hear from the second delegate we have from Morocco. Sir, if you can speak to some of the practical solutions that your country is putting together to give access to renewable energy to smallholder farmers, building upon what your compatriot from Morocco said earlier.
Merci. Merci tout d'abord d'offrir cette opportunité au Maroc.
Thank you first thing to provide me with this opportunity to take the floor. The issue falls within is key to is one of the most important for the Moroccan authorities. I would like to underline that the will to have a balance when it comes to this nexus didn't start yesterday. It's been a long history. We always try to keep a balance between electricity production.
L'irrigation agricole. Et au fil du temps, donc, on a évolué également vers une nouvelle technologie qui s'appelle les stations de transfert de l'énergie par pompage. C'est un système qui est très important, surtout aujourd'hui, dans un contexte où on a une volonté d'avoir beaucoup plus d'énergie renouvelable. Donc c'est un système qui permet de stocker de l'énergie moyennant la ressource hydrique. Nous avons une capacité aujourd'hui de 800 MW et nous planifions une capacité supplémentaire de 600 MW. Et c'est une technologie de stockage qui repose sur la ressource hydrique et qui est, c'est-à-dire moins coûteuse que les systèmes de stockage par batterie aujourd'hui. Dernièrement, nous avons décidé justement de capitaliser sur nos acquis en termes de stratégie sectorielle et particulièrement en termes de transition énergétique, en termes de développement du secteur.
In terms of the development of the agriculture sector, we've put in place plans that we have developed in order to put in place a new generation and to build upon green technologies so that we can optimize the resources and the use, the renewable energy use. In that sense, we have implemented a solar pump program and noticed lately that there is a huge upgrade.
Chaque année, sans avoir des subventions directes pour ce système.
Units have been installed. As far as this system is concerned, one of the reasons being that the cost of these solar panels have been down by 50%. There are incentives that have been implemented by the government, of course, to put pressure on the price. We've also noticed that the vast majority of the big and middle-sized farmers had put in place some auto-financing systems. Of course, these financing conditions remain important, especially for the small ones, the small farmers. Another takeaway that we have, thanks for this program, is that solar panels are the cheaper you get in terms of production compared with gas and fuel. There is another program that we've implemented, which is an integrated program of water desalination, seawater desalination. A huge program, the goal of which being to build big dams and desalination installations in order to irrigate fields. 2 energy units should supply the whole energy for these desalination installations, and it's solar power. It's very competitive and very clean. We've launched a first power plant, 100,000 cube meters, 5,000 hectares can be irrigated, and there's another program. Sound issues, sorry, the booth can't hear.
À partir de l'année 2032. Donc nous accompagnons également.
We are supporting as well these programs via various measures in terms of research and development. We have a specific mission locally and a platform that is programmed for that objective. And of course, a reinforcement program, incentives, targeted incentives, and the regulation makes it possible for the farmers to accede to their own power plants, their own power production units. Collective installations. What's interesting within these solutions is we have the performance contract principle.
La dimension hydrique. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ouamed. I have so many follow-up questions, but I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Samawara Sekara. Doctor, can you just share your perspectives? If you can share your perspectives on the interplay and the interdependency of renewable energy and water management for agricultural use in Africa, where water scarcity is such a prevalent threat and reality.
Thank you very much. And it's with great pleasure that I'm here on this panel, and really interesting to hear some of these insights from my colleagues here. So look, I think I don't need to take you back into the basics. You know all the basics. That's why you're here, right? We know that 2/3 of the world's crops face water deficits and require more water than the rainfall actually provides. That rainfall is increasingly unpredictable due to climate change, and this is especially pressing in Africa, where water scarcity severely impacts agriculture. So I represent the International Water Management Institute, and we're currently exploring supporting solar-powered irrigation as a viable solution to ensure agricultural sustainability and resilience, especially in rural Africa, and specifically in the Sahel region. And I'm really pleased to be sitting here today and coming to you as representing a scientific organization working on innovations and research in this area of work, to announce that we are also, we come with a body of evidence-based results and innovations that we can offer for scaling. And so when I sit here and I see all of this, this really interesting conversation happening in this event, I hope that you will also be looking to come back to us, and specifically the African Development Bank and other agencies here, to look at the evidence and the knowledge that you need to address water scarcity, addressing agricultural needs in Africa, and looking at solar irrigation as a really plausible and fit-for-purpose tool. We are working as an institution on developing now an opportunity for scaling up also examples of work that we have done in South Asia to East Africa. So we'll be launching a program next year, which has just come through, which is looking at strengthening the enabling environment and unlocking investments for sustainable scaling of inclusive, climate-resilient irrigation and agri-tech solutions. Here we'll be looking at accelerating finance, we're looking at capacity building, we're looking at evidence-based policy design, again, so crucial for agencies in this room and in this event today. And we will be looking at the scaling impacts. Now, IMI is also an institution that, we put science behind our words and our directions. We're already in production. We have an online tool, which is the Africa Solar Suitability Tool. This is an open source application. You all have access to this, and it can help identify areas with the greatest potential for agricultural transformation through solar-based irrigation, ensuring that sustainable water management and natural resources management through the provision of data, maps, graphs that you need. With this platform, we can also help you allow better development of private sector investments.
Can you mention that name again for the platform?
Yeah, this is the Africa Solar Suitability online tool, and it's available at sipaafrica.imi.org. Okay. And I'm very happy if you come to me afterwards to provide you with more information. But look, I don't want to take too much of the time here. In sum, I think the messages that are really important to present here, to overcome the challenges, we really need a systems approach, one that considers local risks, incentives, and capabilities. Solar-powered irrigation shouldn't be seen as a silver bullet, but our solutions need to be centric, context-specific, tailored to the unique challenges of the different regions and communities that Africa offers. Keys to our success is going to be community buy-in. We need to strengthen local institutions. We need to provide training for farmers on the operation and maintenance of solar systems. We need innovative financing models such as microfinance, subsidies, public-private partnerships. All of these are crucial to lower those upfront costs and make solar irrigation accessible to those that need it. In sum, the potential is immense. Solar energy can address water scarcity in Africa's agricultural sector by unlocking the potential of water-scarce regions like the Sahel. We can help boost food security in this way and enhance climate resilience. But to really fully and thoroughly ensure that we realize this potential, we have to address financial, infrastructural and institutional barriers. With the right policies, partnerships and investments, we can provide those solutions and we can tackle the core of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samarasekara. You get the first follow-up question. You talked about irrigation. We all know that balancing water irrigation and water accessibility is such a fine balance. So what is your take on that balance? Of course, what affects one region sometimes hinders another region. So how can you get that fine balance in the larger ecosystem?
So you're asking me, how do we look at this, doing this in a sustainable manner in terms of sustainable water resources
Sure, so that water
management?
irrigation in one area does not affect the accessibility in another area.
Sure. Very happy to answer that question.
If you don't mind, thank
the
you.
water management institution that we are. So sustainability is core to our operations across the board. And here, solar irrigation is an opportunity for us to do things in a manner that is sustainable to the resource, but also providing practical options for communities. Here, as we accelerate the adoption of solar irrigation in Africa, it's going to be really crucial that we manage how we safeguard our water resources. The benefits of solar irrigation people know about, but if we don't balance that promise of solar irrigation with the responsibility of sustainable water use, we risk basically trading one crisis for another, right? So the sustainability for us as an organized International Water Management Institute of groundwater is really crucial, and it's central to the success of solar irrigation. Without that proper management, with the over-extraction of non-renewable water, sources can really deplete the aquifers, and that's something that we really at all costs want to avoid. And this is going to ensure that we are looking to an unsustainable future where we're leading to reduced yields and compromised food production, all the things that we want to avoid at all cost. So rather than focus solely on prioritizing sustainable groundwater use, we're also looking at improving irrigation efficiencies across farming systems. And this includes expanding irrigation in areas where both surface water and groundwater can be sustainably utilized. We need to ensure continued productivity without overtaxing water resources. There are many tools that we have to offer. One really interesting tool that I think is going to be useful to the audience in this room is a water accounting framework that IMI has developed. And this has helped us assess water availability on a seasonal basis, considering domestic, agricultural and environmental needs. And this approach allows us to identify regions where solar irrigation can expand without overburdening local water supplies. In this way, we are ensuring that water resources are allocated efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now let me turn to the audience. Any questions? Please just raise your hand, introduce yourself, and direct your question to one of our panel members. We'll start with you, sir, then we'll go here, and 3. Yes. If you can just stand and raise your voice. I'm not sure if there's a microphone that can go around the audience. We may have a microphone. Just one moment, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Augustine from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and the African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access. I think this is one of the most important sessions we're having here, because the link between water, food systems and energy cannot be emphasized in Africa. My organization, the African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access, launched at the beginning of this year in April the 630 campaign. The 630 campaign is to mobilize resources to reach access to energy for the 630 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. And we think it is important to follow up on this. That said, we all are aware of the fact that green hydrogen has come onto the continent as, I would not want to say a surprise, but there is this rush for green hydrogen by African countries. And most of those countries are represented here. The question we're asking is, that green hydrogen, is it for Africa or is it for somewhere else? And green hydrogen will be competing with water. The power to X solution depends so much on fresh water. How can we balance water for agriculture, fresh water for agriculture, and water for green hydrogen production? I think we need a Pan-African discussion on this, because most of our governments are rushing to it, forgetting the fact that it might, if not well managed, compete with water for agriculture and household use. So maybe it's something we should look about it. We published a paper at the beginning of the year on green hydrogen, what the African civil society thinks about green hydrogen. And we conclude that we need some kind of discussion, a Pan-African discussion on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. 6:30 campaign sounds quite relevant. I think that Mr. Virba or Mr. Lucendo may have some responses to this gentleman's question. We talked about hydrogen. Okay, yes. Dr. Sama Rasikara.
No, I think that that was a wonderful question to ask, sir, and I think really important because you asked the question so poignantly, as in, are people thinking of the implications of this, right, on agriculture and green hydrogen? What are the costs, therefore, for water? So I think what's really important, because you represent a stakeholder community of governments here, you need to be lobbying your governments to be informed by evidence, right? Not to be rushing into solutions without understanding fully the implications of those solutions. So what does this solution offer and at what cost? Arm us with the right knowledge and the evidence in order for us as practitioners to be able to make the right decisions for our countries and in contexts that are specific to us. So I'd be very interested in reading that paper, but also looking at how we can collectively work together, right? Not in opposition, not joining a bandwagon without that knowledge base to really understand the implications of what one solution over another might mean. Let's have our decisions be based on sound, robust science, neutral evidence, which will now allow and enable us to grow sustainably and also sensibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Science first. Yes, this gentleman here.
It's okay?
Yes.
It's okay? Ok. Moi, c'est Issa Mardo Jabir, parlementaire du Tchad, mais aussi
also member of the Parliament, of the African Parliament on climate change. According to the statistics, 70% of the water resources in the world are used for agriculture. So what's at stake is extremely important. The reuse of the water, we sometimes water from industry, from households, for agriculture, so that we have more of it available. It's key because we have this African Bank of Development. We are from Africa, and I would like to call upon the bank, because I'm not only an MP, I'm also a producer, and I've seen the situation. We haven't talked about the Sahel, which is a specific case. We have only one rain season, and we face issues during the whole year. So technological innovations, such as AI, make it possible to, perhaps could help. What could the African Bank of Development do in order to use the AI? Can the AI help producers, big producers, small-size producers, middle-size? I think we might use it. I would like to hear the panelists for them to tell us how we could use and I would like the African Bank of Development to hear us to solve the problem, the food insecurity problem, and the water resources management in our continent. I think the strategy could be changed based on AI-driven data.
Oui. Alors je vais vous répondre en français, comme ça on se comprend. Alors au Maroc, déjà, on a plusieurs pratiques ancestrales.
We have several old practices in order to protect our irrigation systems. We have the seguiers, which is an equivalent of the traditional irrigation channels. We collect rainfalls thanks to them, thanks to climate financing that we receive from the Adaptation Fund of the Green Fund for Climate. We work on the rehabilitation of these traditional irrigation channels. We also have the water collecting points in the oasis in Sahara that we use in order to drain rainfalls. We also treat muddy waters. We redirect the treated water in order to irrigate some fields. But what's really new, if to talk about the AI, is what we call the precise irrigation. Using sensors in Morocco, we provide a given plant with exactly what it needs, not more of it. We don't want to irrigate too much or not enough, and we don't want to use more water than needed. We cooperate with Portuguese, Spanish companies that commercialize that kind of technologies. Moroccan producers are very happy. The Moroccan government has implemented a whole incentive strategy for adaptation so that farmers use traditional irrigation methods. We have the Agriculture Development Fund that is piloted thanks to the public national funds, giving grants, quite sizable grants to small, middle-sized and big operators, incenting them to perform traditional irrigation. We don't want to mismanage water. We don't want to use more water than needed. It is extremely important in terms of finding the right balance between food needs, agriculture needs, and water scarcity issues.
One more question, very quickly. You had your hand first, and then we'll end it there.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, merci beaucoup pour cette initiative. Merci.
Many thanks for this initiative and thanks for the invitation. I'm from Chad as well, focal point for climate.
One question, please.
I have two questions. One question, please. Okay, one question. You've been talking about a program. This program is financed by the Climate Fund from 2020, since 2020. We are following this program closely. This project is hugely important for Africa, especially for Chad. 70% of our surface is desert. We have lots of energy. This project is led in the framework of the G5 Sahel. which is implementing the project together with the African Development Bank. But the G5 Sahel has been dismantled now, unfortunately. So I would like to get in touch and ask the African Development whether you are going to look for another agency, another implementing agency, or are you going to redirect this project? This is extremely important for the Sahel, and unfortunately the J5 Sahel won't be doing the job since it has been dismantled.
Before we close, okay? That's fine, no problem. Well, at this time, we do have to close the Q&A. I know you guys have so many questions, but they're available after for more dialogue. So at this time, we have to end it, and we're approaching the end of this high-level event. I'd like to, at this time, call upon Dr. Lualu Garba to present his closing remarks from the African Development Bank.
Okay, thanks Chika for the moderation, and also thanks for the panelists and the speaker for the contribution. So let's say that I think what the subject you had today is of importance for Africa. We know that food security is a priority for our continent. As we said, and this is the view of the African Development Bank, Africa can and must feed Africa. But for this, we have to transform our agriculture. We have to increase the productivity. For increasing this productivity, we need water, but we need energy and technologies. So without this key element, this pillar, we cannot really transform our agriculture, make it more productive, and also provides the maximum of revenue for our farmers. So that's why the management of this nexus is key for Africa. We need really to see how we should conciliate agriculture, water mobilization, and access to energy. Energy will allow us, it is a key to mobilize water for agriculture, but it is also key for processing and adding value to all our agricultural products. So these elements are really very important. From what we hear today, the solutions are there. There are existing solutions that can respond to this need of the continent. But what is also in the context of the climate change, we have to ensure that the solution adopted in Africa are sustainable solutions. Because one of the areas where Africa can contribute it to the climate change is also in agriculture, because it is agriculture that has the main contribution in terms of carbon emission for the global climate. I think this is the area. So we have really to see how we can promote this sustainable development of African agriculture. For this, access to renewable energy, this is one of the main areas that we should develop. So again, as I said, the solutions are there. We hear from the different panelists that we have the solution, but they are also promoting this need, also building a partnership. And this is very important on how, from research, from government, from private sector, how we can all get together to make this happen. This is very important. But again, at the end of the day, what we know is that access to these technologies, access to energy, it is also about money. It is about cash. And in the context of Africa, the challenge we have is we have the maximum of farmers, which are for small farmers, which are really facing the most challenges in terms of poverty and in terms of vulnerability to climate change. So it means that we have the financing is key. It is really the key element. Even if we have the technologies, how to ensure that our farmers will access to these technologies at a very affordable price that really they can use to promote their activities. So this aspect of financing is very important. And for this, what we are doing from African Development Bank, yes, there are resources that come from country, but agriculture also has the opportunity to mobilize climate finance. And this is one of the areas that we have to work on. When we are using renewable energy for agriculture, there are two aspects. First, it will contribute to the adaptation because of the increasing productivity, but in the other way also, using this renewable energy in place of using fossil energy, it also contributed to mitigation. So we have really a double win here, but it is to us to see how to set up the right policy to establish, to ensure that we have all this in place in the countries, but also we have an institutional arrangement which allow our continent to mobilize the maximum of resources. So again, this is really for us, this is, as I said, the future of the continent and the challenges that the continent has to manage this nexus of water, agriculture, and energy. So thanks again for the audiences, for their participation, and this is just a start of this dialogue, so we have really to continue. And for some of you who want to hear more about what African Development Bank is doing, I think you are invited, you can have some bilateral discussion. J'ai entendu certaines questions sur la mobilisation.
I've heard a number of questions regarding resources mobilization, regarding the Green Fund project. I think we can talk about it bilaterally, but I think it is very important to know that the bank is to support the countries to mobilize the maximum number of resources, and we have the duty to find a solution, and I can tell you that we will find one regarding this, so that the mobilized resources can benefit to local people and to Sahel, as you've told us. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So thanks to the panelists. Can you have a photo, please, before? Yeah. Yeah, please.
faut attraper parce que c'est... C'est bon? Je te prends?
Oui, ça va vous. Ok. Ok. Ok, ok. Vérification, yeah. Ok, ok. Ok. Okay. Ah, okay. Hey, sorry, sorry. Do you know whose notes these are? Which? Can we remove all the No. Let me take this. I think this is for. I'm coming.
Okay, can we take our seats for the next event, please? With our headsets. Okay. So, dear friends, good afternoon, and welcome to our event. You're not hearing? Okay, you can hear now? No? You check your handset? It's good? Yeah. Vivian, they can hear. Maybe it's you. So, okay, so good afternoon again, and welcome to our event on building capacity in modeling to support Africa's climate transition. We're very glad you're here. This is an event with the ECA, the African Climate Policy Center of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the Climate Compatible Growth Initiative, big UK supported initiative, which my brother, Professor Mark Howells, is running with Vivian and other friends and so on. So my job here at the moment is just to say thank you, welcome, and let me call my brother Mark to join me to welcome you and to get us going on this. We've been doing this since, well, not this, but we've been working together to push this agenda since COP21, and there's a lot, and you will hear from this initiative what we're doing now, how much progress has been done. But Mark, please come and get us started and welcome our friend. Thank you. All right.
No, thank you very much indeed, Linus. It's an absolute privilege to be here. My name is Mark Howells. I'm an academic from Imperial College and Loughborough University. I'm also a graduate of the University of Cape Town, and I'm a South African dual national. I say that for a reason, and I'll come back to it in a second. I used to run the European Commission's think tank for energy, and one of the things that they asked to be put together was a forum to help improve the flow of information from academics and analysts to DG Energy. It was the case in about 2017 that Linus came to me and said, Mark, you're doing this for Europe, but you're an African. Why aren't we doing this together in Africa? So we worked together with absolutely no budget, calling up friends and people who we knew thought capacity building is really important because Africa has to drive its own agenda. And we had our first energy modeling platform meeting for Africa in 2018 in Addis, supported by a lot of technocrats and others that shared this drive. I just want to make a few points. The first is that we set this up in a way that our goal is to increase agency and capacity in Africa. So rather than simply worry about trying to improve the skill level, what we would really like is to create an ecosystem that allows African champions to break through the glass ceilings that are there in order to drive the agenda into the future. So together we worked with the World Bank, with IRENA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and a number of other partners as well to try and figure out what tools and methods would be really useful for Africans to be able to master and take further, that would fit directly into technical cooperation programs, but would also fit into the processes that are needed for finance mobilization. And if we got that right, then it meant that we weren't just helping to build capacity in country, but also helping link up the analysts together with decision makers in a way that could be effective faster. The same tools are used, for example, in Latin America, where $10 billion worth of concessionary finance has been pulled together in a few case studies, just 4. And these have been driven by academics in Latin America who were trained up together with high-level political buy-in. So it was very much hands-off from ourselves, but international organizations and academics being able, and high-level champions being able to engage. In the summer schools, they're oversubscribed. For every person that comes to a summer school, we have to turn 2 or 3 away. And the entrance criteria are extremely high. They have to finish an online certification that can take 20 to 40 hours. They need letters from their DGs or from their deans to say the work they're doing is going to be fitting into policy analysis or into course or research development. So we get really powerful champions. In fact, many alumni are in this COP because the skills that they have are directly transferable to advising decision makers. Another thing that is critical is that we spend a lot of time working with model generators. We need to get quantified cost-benefit analysis in order to release finance. That means that you have to work with a model, but conscious that we don't want to be pushing a model that's developed in the West or in the North onto the South. What we do is we work with model generators that allow analysts to develop their own models that are specific to their own countries. And we have wonderful examples of Mauritius, for example, doing work on coal phase-out, Tunisia doing work on how to integrate intermittent renewables, and the same in Kenya. We have some wonderful work coming out of Ghana where our colleagues from Africa are pushing the pace internationally, and this is really, really important. Another point is that because we've chosen our partners and the structure and the principles that we operate by in the way that we have, this creates a really nice platform. So if folk want to engage, you can engage. We have rules for that engagement to make sure that we can keep the quality and outputs of the highest standard, but it's open and it can scale. And we started off with just 2 or 3 tracks when we began. I think we have about 10 or 12 now, as people look at not just thinking about long-term energy scenarios and their emissions implications, but also how to improve clean cooking or how to go from data all of the way to the deal. So how do we get that finance mobilized in the African context? This is Africa Driven. This is the 6th installment. When we started, we had no funding, and it's really lovely to see this going on now where gradually there is funding coming in. But when we started, it was simply a labor of love on the one hand, but the demand has been overwhelming. So that's nice to see. There are journals that come out of this, academic journals. There's often a complaint that in Africa, there are not that many articles in this space written in that peer-reviewed literature, which means that it's very difficult to understand what African academia is thinking. But through this process, we've had our first special issue of a world-class journal come out, edited by Africans with African authors. We have a new one that's coming out soon. And we've already started to make a marked increase in the number of African-driven publications. And we're extremely privileged to be able to play a very small part in that. The other thing is that I won't give away the total number of people that have gone through the schools, but it's large. And we spend a lot of time talking to them afterwards to understand what it is that African analysts need into the future. So again, rather than trying to make this up somewhere else, we work with analysts to figure out what it is that they want. And literally, just you'll hear the numbers in a minute. The other thing is that, you know, if it wasn't for Linus and now lots of African centers that are driving this, this would not be growing, and it's growing at a rate, and so on. So before handing over to the panel, we'd just like to extend a special thank you to all of the partners that have been involved in putting this together, with a forward-looking element where we want to empower Africans to break through the glass ceilings that are just in this ecosystem, and also especially to Linus and the team from the ECA who made this possible. So thank you very much. I'll hand back to Vivian and team now.
Thank you very much, Linus and Mark. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vivian Foster. I'm International Partnerships Lead at Climate Compatible Growth, based at Imperial College London. And I'd like to invite to come onto the stage our 4 panel members who we will be meeting just shortly. So if our panelists could please come up and sit on the stage, that would be wonderful. Thank you. We're going to begin our session with a short keynote presentation. Really, the objective of the next hour is to reflect with you about what makes for good capacity building. What are the characteristics of capacity building that make it successful? And we're going to be basing our reflection on about 10 years of experience that we have had in the African context. The experience is that of the Optimus community. The Optimus community is a consortium of around 20 or so organizations. You can see their logos now on the screen, including UNECA in particular from Africa, but many other universities and well-known international organizations who over the last decade have come together to create a capacity building facility really for Africa, African continent, and indeed other developing regions. Just to give you a sense, we've so far had 800 African graduates who've completed our online courses and about 500 who've undertaken in-depth in-person training at our events in Namibia 2023, Ghana 2024, Ethiopia, and Ethiopia will be the next one in 2025 with UNECA. We're also partnering with several universities in Africa to bring the energy modeling skills, not just for professional development, but to bring them into the university curricula. And in that case, we have Strathmore University in Kenya that is already using this material to teach MSc students, as well as UNZA in Zambia, CANAST and UENR in Ghana, and the University of Sierra Leone, who are all in the process of incorporating this material into their curriculum. So based on this experience, we want to share with you 10 lessons learned about how to do capacity building effectively. And our first lesson is to use open source and open access tools and data. Too often, modeling is done using proprietary tools or confidential data, and this becomes a major barrier to uptake and learning. Open source models are very effective because they do away with license fees. There's no cost associated with using them, and so people can, once they have finished the capacity building, they can go back and continue to use these models in their home countries without needing to face any financial barriers. In addition, open source tools really literally allow people to go in and alter the code, which means that they're extremely flexible and can be adapted over time to meet a wide range of analytical needs. Open access data is also very important, and one of the foundations of this capacity building ecosystem has been the creation of starter data kits. For 70 countries, we have pulled together all of the basic data you need to run an energy transition model. And so students coming to the courses can, right from day one, run a model for their own country using actual specific data. This is very helpful. It means that they can very rapidly deliver results. And over time, the students actually improve the data, bringing their own country-specific knowledge. Our second lesson is to make practical exercise country relevant. Too often capacity building involves generic case studies or abstract examples, whereas we've found that students learn best if they're actually working on their own policy challenges that they bring from their own countries. So we ask students to come along with a particular policy issue that they want to analyze. And starting from scratch, they learn the relevant tool, they receive individual one-on-one support to develop scenarios, and they learn how to communicate modeling results. And by the end of the capacity building, they actually present a sort of high-level findings of their modeling, which would be accessible to a policymaker and in a form that can influence decision-making. Our third lesson is to keep teaching materials as accessible as possible. Professionals in Africa face major constraints in access to adequate hardware and up-to-date software. And also, one cannot assume that people will necessarily have a background in coding. And therefore, nor can we assume that they're necessarily proficient in English. So in order to democratize access to capacity building, we have over the years developed user-friendly interfaces to these models. So they may be very complicated on the back end, but anyone who understands Excel can enter information in and interpret the results that come out. We've also begun to translate a lot of our teaching materials into French and Portuguese, because otherwise English itself can be a language barrier to the diffusion of capacity building, and perhaps we can come back to that point in the discussion. The fourth lesson from experience is to provide progressive capacity building interventions. We've found that a short-lived one-off training course, it's nice, but it won't necessarily have a long-term impact. It's important to provide a sort of gradated levels of training, starting with basic knowledge and then people progressing to higher skill levels. We do this through what we call the Open Learn Collection, which is a suite of 16 self-administered courses run by the Open University in the UK. Anyone can go in anywhere in the world and get basic competence in any of these modeling tools. For those who want to go further, the Energy Modeling Platform is a 3-week in-person experience that takes people up to basic proficiency. And going forward, we are planning to launch early in 2025 a badging system. The badging system will provide LinkedIn badges certified by the Open University to clarify the skills level of each person. And so people will come out of the schools with a bronze badge. There'll be opportunities for them to progress to a silver and gold badge as they start to apply the tools and produce analysis of their own. So by providing this gradated ecosystem, we can encourage people to keep building skills further. Our fifth lesson is to sustain capacity building support via community networks. Our students have typically been quite satisfied with their learning experience, but they've said we want to continue. You can't just train us for 3 weeks and wave goodbye. We want you to continue to support us as we try to apply these tools in our work. So we've recently launched the Energy Modeling Community, which is a network of alumni of everyone who's ever been through these courses. And the community is providing on-demand technical support in real time, as well as a rich array of professional enrichment opportunities, ongoing webinars for people to build additional skills, for people to learn new skills, and as well as disseminating their own work, and networking and mentoring opportunities, and opportunities to broker collaboration. So that ongoing network is a very important element of the ecosystem. The sixth lesson is that we think it's important to adopt a train-the-trainer approach. There's a danger of long-term dependency on external capacity building and the vulnerability to stop-go from different international financiers. So we're placing a lot of emphasis on talent spotting. So among the people who take the course, we identify those who have the talent, who have the potential to become trainers, and we invite them back into the classroom as first as assistant instructors. And the badging system will also recognize this. People will be able to get an assistant instructor badge and a lead instructor badge. This way, this will be a routine aspect of our classrooms, that our classrooms will contain not just students, but also trainee trainers. And our aspiration is that within a few years, that really all the capacity building would be done by Africans who've gone through the program themselves. And a photograph there of one of our first trainee trainers, Michelle Akute from Kenya, who went through this process herself. Our seventh lesson is to embed skills in academic institutions for sustainability. A lot of capacity building programs, rightly focus on trying to put skills with policymakers in government, and of course that's incredibly important. But we're all aware of political turnover and the fact that often people in public institutions may move on as governments change. In order to ensure that knowledge is retained within countries, we think it's equally important to be training academics and not just policymakers. And this benefits the country to the extent that the academics retain the knowledge in the universities and they can continue to support future generations of policymakers. It also means that academics can integrate the material into graduate curricula so that the next generation of students come out already with the modeling skills from university. So there are a lot of sustainability advantages to building capacity in universities. Our eighth lesson is to train the right people at the right time. So it's about targeting. Skills gained in capacity building risk being eroded if trainees do not have immediate opportunities to apply those skills in the workplace. So to maximize impact, we think that capacity building should be targeted at people who are about to need the skills. Maybe their country has a deadline to produce a long-term strategy in the next 12 months. Maybe they need to produce some kind of transition planning instrument. And so those are the people who we need to train. So in the future, we are offering something called boot camps. The idea of boot camps is that a team of people from a particular country who need to deliver a particular policy piece or a particular analytical piece, they come to us together and they work with a coach before, during, and after the capacity building until such a time as they've delivered what they need to deliver. So once again, we're in the background. The students are the ones who need to deliver the output, but we're there to support them through the process. Lesson 9 is to train policymakers alongside academics. We've already heard about the sustainability benefits of training academics, but there's also the potential for a greater impact. In many countries in the global north, academics and think tanks are very much involved in policy making. Unfortunately, that's not always the case in the global south, and so we think it's important to use capacity building to strengthen the science policy interface. And the way to do that is to have academics and policymakers side by side in the same classrooms. In our programs, we like to have a 50-50 balance between universities and governments. And not only that, but we also provide political economy training to modelers to make them more proficient at actually communicating about modeling results to policymakers through science communication exercises that are integrated into the curriculum. Our 10th and final lesson is to cooperate with like-minded organizations. You heard in the opening remarks how this whole effort has been a coalition of the willing. It wouldn't have been possible without this very broad-based collaboration. There are a lot of capacity building initiatives going on, but we feel that if they pool together and aggregate each other's impact, that it will have a much greater effect. So we think that the cooperation is very important. So just to summarize, we think that these 10 principles are particularly valuable to promote accessibility by making the models open, free to use, based on public data, based on simple to use interfaces. We think they also help to promote sustainability through progressive development of skills, an ongoing community network, and training of trainers, as well as embedding in local university curricula. And we think that they help to promote impact by ensuring that training is targeted to the right people at the right time, to strengthening the science policy interface, and promoting collaboration among international partners. So now, without further ado, I'd like to move into the panel discussion where we'll be hearing from some leading people in this field and unpacking some of these issues in greater depth. And of course, please think about any questions that you might want to ask the panel a little bit later in the proceedings. I'd like to turn now to the panel discussion portion of our program, and I'll perhaps introduce each panelist as they come in. So first of all, delighted to have with us Makalia Paulos, who is a research officer specializing in energy transition and climate finance at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. She focuses on building energy efficient systems to support Africa's transition to a low carbon future. So Makalia, I wanted to ask you to share a little bit with us about the initiatives that you're working on at UNECA and how they can contribute to building energy modeling capacity on the continent.
I think, yes. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Thank you, Vivian, and good afternoon to all our participants. So we're working kind of in the ECA space on a wide variety of initiatives, but the EMPA, I mean, as was said before, is really something that we've been co-leading from the beginning. From our humble beginnings back in 2018, I was actually one of the first participants when we were told to take training. I think we were about 8 or 9. We started with just a few of the modeling tools, Osmosis, Onset, and Clues, I believe, looking at the different areas of modeling, and it's grown so much in the past 5 years. So we've seen it exponentially. Kind of the interest has really grown over the years, and that's one thing that we're really focusing on right now, in terms of linking that with our policy frameworks, giving technical assistance to our member states. And I think it's really important, again, and you mentioned this before, the science policy interface. without both academics and people that are in ministries being trained and being able to take this on, we really wouldn't have seen how, in terms of the partnerships as well. A lot of people have been taking this, and year after year, I think we're up to 500 now. We had our fifth iteration in Accra earlier this year. We're working towards the sixth one in Addis next year. And it's just every year we've seen more interest, and the tools have expanded. And this has really been because of just the interest in energy modeling. Given how disruptive the energy transition is going to be, there's really a lack of capacity in terms of actually being able to come up with the scenarios and see what different kind of energy mixes you can have as a country to be able to bring about the climate action and sustainability going forward. And one thing I'd actually like to mention is it's just it's been really gratifying to see the partnerships in terms of working, and I think Mark touched upon this as well, a wide variety of institutions from IEA, IAEA, World Bank, UNDESA, ECA, CCG, and a host of other academic institutions based in Africa as well. And I think we really have to strengthen that. And going forward, it's definitely part of our plan to really see this expand. Hopefully the funding will continue to flow in. And just seeing that interest has been really gratifying. And it's definitely something that's going to be on our radar and that we're going to strengthen, reinforce, and work closely with our partners in that respect. So I'll just leave it at that for now. And yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Makalia. I'd like to turn next to Muchima Mulunda, who joins us from Zambia, where she's a lecturer and researcher at UNZA, the National University there, in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies. And she also works for the UN FAO as a climate change skills assessment professional. Muchima is also a recent alumna of our training programs, where she was learning the CLUES model, climate, land, energy, water. So Muchima, I'd like to really ask you two parts to the question. The first part would be around sharing your experience as an alumna of the course. What was it like? You know, what was helpful? What would you like to see improved about it? How has it impacted you on your return to Zambia? But also, I'd like to hear a bit about your broader work on skills assessment, because that gives you, I think, quite a panoramic view in terms of what the needs are in a country like Zambia. So a two-part question.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vivian. To begin with, I am very basic when it comes to modeling. I had no idea. So that tells you how simplistic the modeling tools are. So I did the climate, land use, energy, and water systems model. And after the training, I actually went back home and incorporated it in my PhD study. So I'm currently doing my PhD at my place of work, University of Zambia, incorporating the CLUES model into it. So the models are very simplistic. Basically, anyone can learn them. Secondly, we are also trying to incorporate the models as academics into our curriculum in the university so that they can be more meaningful and more impactful. When it comes to my job at the UN Food and Agriculture Organizations as skills assessment, we do a lot of data collection, raw data, baseline data. So my thinking is most of this data can actually be used into the model. As you may be aware that in Zambia we lack a lot of baseline data, especially when it comes to land use and land cover. So yeah, we are definitely on course. I am glad to be a part of the alumni for the modeling tools, and I'm glad to be a part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muchima. I'd like to turn next to Dr. Linus Mofor here on my left, who is a Senior Environmental Affairs Officer at the African Climate Policy Center at UNECA, where he leads initiatives on energy, infrastructure, and climate change, emphasizing aspects of climate resilience and sustainable development. So Linus, Muchima referenced the CLUES, the Climate, Land, Energy, Water model, which I know is very, very familiar to you. Can you give us a bit of a sense of how modeling tools like CLUES are being applied to Africa's interlinked challenges, and you know, how we could promote further adoption? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vivian. And let me start by congratulating you, Muchima, for taking the Clues flag up and for your PhD, wishing you well. And also let me just use this opportunity to make a quote from one of our famous African writers, Chinua Achebe, that the lizard that falls down from the Iroko tree will bow for itself if nobody claps for it, to clap for itself. But on this occasion, this program that we are running, it's got the two things. The lizard is clapping for itself because we heard the numbers of the achievements that have been had, and people are clapping for it because we've seen how the numbers have grown from a modest number to a big one, and the requests are continuing to happen. The growing partnership from various organizations is that we're clapping for ourselves, but we're also being clapped for. And so that is, I think, is a very good thing. And Mark said earlier on, the program is free. So we do all of this for free, right? How do we support countries to make policy? So policy coherence is extremely important. And that's why the Clues work, which we've been doing together as part of this program, but also with UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs and also UNDP before, was that it was very common. Let me go one moment. When we came back from COP21, we had a meeting of policymakers from ministries to say, now that we have these INDs, what do they mean for the countries? We had an embarrassing situation where we had from one country colleagues from the Ministry of Energy and colleagues from the Ministry of Environment. The colleagues from the Ministry of Environment were the ones who crafted the NDCs, and they did not speak to the people in the Ministry of Energy. So the colleague from the Ministry of Energy said to the one in Environment, you committed that we will do this amount of emission reduction and increase in renewables. You didn't consult us, you have to do it yourself, right? So the Clues framework is an excellent example of how you do policy coherence across government. And these are the critical areas where you have most of the things that link with climate, land, energy, water, and so on. So when you have ministries working separately on things that are so strongly interrelated, having a framework that is also, as Mark said in the beginning, open source, and you said, Vivian, open source, it means that government officials can have the opportunity to model across themselves and see how they go forward. So we've been piloting this program. We started with Ethiopia, and Ethiopia, for those of you who know, they have a very common development framework called the Growth and Transformation Plan. And so when we were piloting it with Ethiopia, we're supporting them to do the Growth and Transformation Plan 3. And that one had 10-year sectorial priorities. So we're able to bring people from Ministry of Agriculture, Water, Land, Industry, and across the board. It was not easy, but it happened. And through a long period of time, they went through training themselves to now be able to say, what do these policy questions or issues in the Growth and Transformation Plan mean going forward? And I think, Muchima, you made an important point about data. That was also another beauty about doing the Clues framework. Because now we bring people from across ministries, they have to provide the data. A model, for me, I see a model as three components. You have the inputs and assumptions, the data. You have the modeling tool, and you have the results. Very often people are focusing on the results, right? But again, I like to quote some scriptures. In one of the scriptures, it says, of these that remain, love, hope, and faith, the greatest is love, right? For me, of the data input, the model tool, and the result, the greatest is the data and the input and the assumptions. And so by being able to have the Clues framework, bring people from across government, ministries to work together and bring the data themselves, it means that they have really validated the assumptions across the board so that the results are meaningful to that program. So we had that wonderful experience in Ethiopia. We then went to Cameroon to do the same thing. It's a bit slow, it's my country, but we are working on it. And then from Cameroon, we went to Namibia, again with the Minister of, and very often, and we're very glad with the Clues thing because we go through the Planning Commission or the Minister of Planning. So in Ethiopia, it was the Minister of Planning and Development and the Minister of Energy. In Cameroon, it's also the Minister of Planning. In Namibia, it was also the Planning Commission that was able to bring people from across different government institutions with, again, a mandate from the supervisors, because you cannot expect people with a lot of work in their hands, but then being asked to go and spend a lot of time doing this training, even though the training is very important. So that is very important, that bring the Planning Commission or Ministry to bring the people together And I think we are now also in discussion with Zambia. So sooner or later, you probably will hear from us about, depending on how our UN country team and the government people want to take it forward. But we've seen a lot of demand now going forward, and we think it's a big thing. And in fact, in some cases, when we do the training towards the end, people call you on the side and say, oh, thank you very much. You know, for the first time, we have been able to work together. And I think that is a wonderful thing, right? So those are some of the experiences we've had from the cruise one. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Linus. That's fascinating. And you've really underscored how the cross-sectoral model leads to cross-sectoral interactions as well. I'd like to just ask a couple follow-up questions, if you may. Yeah, just on that. Yeah. You've talked to us about how CLUES brings institutions together, but could you give us a little bit more of a sense of the types of environmental challenges that Africa faces that require this kind of holistic perspective of linking up climate, land, energy, and water, the actual kind of substance of it, just to give our audience here a bit more of a flavor?
No, indeed. In fact, also, Vivian, we've had a conversation with 1 or 2 central banks who have contacted us to say, we've heard about this program and we really want to talk to you to see whether it's something that can help us, because climate change is impacting our area a lot. Water security is a big thing, and we would like to know what would the impact of climate change and water insecurity likely to have on our economy over the next couple of years. That's very important, because if the Minister of Agriculture is going to say we're going to increase irrigation, right? And then, or we're going to increase the amount of this land that you're going to use, but all of these are all interconnected. So whether the energy, okay, if you're going to build more hydro, that requires water, or you're going to do more renewables, all of these are interconnected. Therefore, if one ministry is making a decision without looking at the impact that it's going to have on the other sectors, is a big problem. So the CLUES initiative gives you that opportunity to say that no, we can't do that. We cannot do extensification. We'll do more intensification, or we cannot do this amount of irrigation because we have water issues here, or we can only do that. Where should it? The land planning people will say, no, let's do that over there or here, and so on. For example, like in Ethiopia, it was like they want to increase nutrition. So which areas should you focus on in growing the food that is needed, and should you do more mechanization or whatever, and how much water would you need? All of those have an impact, because you're going to use more water for irrigation. That has implications elsewhere. So by being able to have these key sectors talking together so that one policy is not made in a silo from the other is extremely important. Yeah.
Thanks, Linus. That's really helpful to illustrate exactly why these tensions need to be captured in a modeling framework that sort of brings all the decision makers together. I have one more little clarification for you. I was struck that Muchima emphasized how simple the models were to use, but I'd like you to clarify that, you know, they may be simple to use, but the actual output is very sophisticated, if I understand correctly.
No,
so
no.
I want our audience to get that idea of the balance.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And as I said, particularly on the data and assumptions that are made in putting into the tools. So it takes some time for people to get used to it, but once you got used to it and you understand this open architecture on how you can then go in and tweak and so on, it's a bit of a time, but then the tools are also being improved with the better interfaces, right? So, but the feedback also from the people who have been undergoing the training also helps to see how can the tools be improved so that the learning curve is not as steep as it normally would be. But the key thing is that it is open. It gives the opportunity for people to tweak things according to their own circumstances, yeah. But also enhancing the interface to make it easier for use. But most importantly, on working across sectors to have the right data and the right assumptions that go into the model, because with the wrong assumptions, the results are useless. They might look colorful, nice graphs and so on, but they mean nothing, right? Until you get those data and assumption inputs correct here.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. I'd like to turn to our next panelist, Urerato Ouedraogo, who joins us from Burkina Faso. Urerato works as head of the Economic and Financial Studies Division in the National Utility Sonabel, where she's responsible for project evaluation. And Urerato is another alumna of our capacity building programs, because we look at the climate transition not just from the planning side, but the fact that you actually have to finance the things that you plan to do. So she's a student who's focused more on the financial aspects. In addition to that, she's a very remarkable lady who's founded her own NGO, the African Network for Gender Equality and Sustainable Development, as well as being the lead for Burkina Faso in the Pan-African Justice Alliance. So she combines these two areas of her career. So Ure, can you please tell us a little bit about your experience as a student on the program? How is it affecting your professional work, and what kind of support do you feel that people in your role need to have more going forward?
Ok, merci beaucoup Viviane. Si vous permettez, je vais aller en français parce que.
Thanks a lot, Viviane. I'll be speaking French since I have French-speaking colleagues. And colleagues from Burkina Faso, among others here. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to share my experience with the audience today. I would like also to hail the government of Burkina Faso and the Climate Justice African Alliance, who gave me the opportunity to take part in the COP. As Viviane said, I work for the National Electricity Company in Burkina Faso, where my main role is to evaluate, to assess the financial and economic profitability of the investment programs. Before I answer your question, Viviane, I would like to showcase my country for those who don't know it. Burkina Faso is located in Western Africa, 272,000 square kilometers, some 20 million inhabitants. I would like to remind a couple of figures linked with the electricity production sector in Burkina Faso. In 2023, just 595 megawatts installed. For a developed country, that's more or less nothing. That could be one power plant. In a whole country, you always get far more than this. It is alarming. It is still alarming because it hasn't changed much. To give you, in a nutshell, some pieces of information, only 26.9% of households have access to electricity, 1/3 of the households in the country, which means how urgent of a need we have when it comes to building power plants, electricity production units, so that the offer of electricity is higher on the market. The tool I've learned during my training is extremely useful when it's coming to that field plan. The objective of this tool is to give the possibility to find the most effective and the most cost-effective and the most efficient way to invest. So, before taking part to the training, we used to receive lots of offers for project financing. It's very often tricky to decision making is often very hard. How can we have a local basis so that we can compare projects, investment projects between themselves? How do you pick the best one? How do you choose the best investment source for your particular case, for your particular situation, which is one of a low-income, poor country? Because it's not about enhancing the capacity that is installed, but the aim is to push prices down. As long as the investments will be expensive, the prices won't be pushed down, won't be decreased. I have learned new notions, new concepts concerning finance, financial analysis, investment projects analysis, but I have also learned about a tool and how to use it, thanks to which I evaluate projects and consult my hierarchy in order to be as good as it gets in terms of decision making. This is the 21st century, and that's the amount of electricity we produce in Burkina Faso. We feel a bit left aside. I do speak a bit of English. I was quite happy when Viviane said that the tool was being translated into French. That's good news. Thank you. Good news for our countries. But for French-speaking countries, it is very often difficult. We are aching for electricity. We need more electricity for the sake of our development. We know that there is no industrialization without electricity, and there will be no development for us without industrialization. We need also proper pieces of information, efficient tools. That is key. This is highly welcome for us in Burkina Faso. I would like the translation phase to be quick, because I'm already working at the domestication of the tool inside the label so that we use it, because as I was saying earlier, we don't have one tangible tool. Being consumers, being tool users is important, but what would be beautiful would be to take part in the modelization. You've defined 3 phases for the modelization. It is highly welcome, and we need competencies, knowledge for the model construction. Often what happens is specific questions are forgotten, specific topics that you would like to take into account. So it's good to be able to anticipate and to participate in the creation of the models so that we have them as flexible as possible and as adapted to our particular needs, our specific needs as it gets. That's all for me. Thanks once again for the opportunity you gave me to learn how to use this tool and this tool.
For that very interesting intervention and explaining why these kind of tools really help you in your work and your own efforts really to spread the knowledge among the members of your team, which is wonderful, but you encountered that language barrier. And that's a perfect segue into our next topic, which is accessibility. We emphasized in the introduction the importance of making training accessible, and language is a huge issue, and very much agree with Urerato how the non-English speaking countries often are disadvantaged in some of these international initiatives. So I'd like to go back to you, Urerato, once again, just to ask you, what is your vision about catering for the Francophone populations in Africa? What would you like to see the international community do to meet this need that you've identified?
Well, for that question, Viviane, this applies only to the energy sector, doesn't it? Broadly speaking. What we are calling for as French-speaking African countries is initiatives being launched at the same moment at this, very often the initiatives are launched in the English-speaking at a certain time and later in the French-speaking countries. We would like not to be late each time. We have to do some efforts in order to understand the language. We don't all have the possibility to learn fast. So what we need is that, because we need the needed capacities, possibilities, and we would like to be engaged in the maturation of the ideas that concern us directly. I am from the civil society as well, and we often say that everything we do, everything we live, everything that comes across is not meant to be for you. We want to work for ourselves, by ourselves. We want to be at the very heart of the process so that our needs are articulated precisely, so that we take part in the construction of the whole tool, of the whole program, so that we use it at its best. Because when you're not engaged, you can come up with good proposals, but if the very needs of the people, of the target people, are not taken into consideration, that's a pity. Another thing that could be interesting, the concepts in the field of finance, in the energy sector, more often than not, are a bit too complicated. They are not to be having a go on the university system in my country, but I've learned how to use softwares using paper. I've learned the R software using paper because we don't have machines, we don't have computers. How can you learn modelization on paper? It is that tricky. So please provide Africa with the means it needs for people to have the tools that would make it possible for them to get the knowledge and the skills they need. One other thing, I am at the moment discussing with people from universities for them to get in touch with you to see how students could access this training. The access to internet is always an issue as well back in my country, but that's something we could be working on.
Is this sense that the translation comes too late as an afterthought. And so people from other language groups feel left behind, and that really we need to advance right from the beginning with all the language groups fully integrated in the process so that it can really reflect their specific needs. So thank you for that. And I'd like to sort of open it up more broadly to the panel on the topic. It could be language issues or other issues relating to accessibility. Anything that we can do to ensure that capacity building is accessible. Anyone else would like to come in on that topic?
No, thank you. Thank you for sharing those experiences. No, it's absolutely right. And again, in terms of the accessibility, yes, we need to work hard to do the translations. But I think we also need to work hard to do some introductory self-learning modules that we can have available online, so that by the time people are really signing up for the annual programs that we do, they've already got some kind of like, I don't know, primers that can help them. So maybe it's something that we can consider, funding permitting to do, because that would also increase accessibility. Again, back to the issue of open source. The open sourceness of this program is extremely important because the issue of accessibility, the issue of customization enhances the accessibility. So we really need to keep drumming that message that this is a unique opportunity. Because over time, if we start having, communities, of practice, or common interest groups in particular areas of the trainings, then they can also begin to enhance accessibility because they come to share ideas about specific areas of interest, things that they would like to see. And another issue about the accessibility is what we've been doing in the CLUES program is to say that it's one thing for, let's say, the government of Ethiopia to ask us to come and help them do this policy coherence across land, energy, water systems. Then we train people across the ministries. Those people are very busy, and then they move on later on. Like Mark was saying earlier, what happens? So a key element of implementing CLUES in any country is to work with the planning mission to say there has to be a legacy. So when the CLUES training is finished, the country then has it itself to keep it going. So there's a legacy component, and usually saying there has to be an anchor, usually a university. And we help the country to then develop a resource mobilization plan that they themselves now can go forward to see if they can mobilize the resources to help that institution, whether it is the University of Zambia or somewhere where there is common access for people to do the training, to keep building the momentum. So I think that is also very important.
Great, thank you. So 2 ideas there about accessibility, but also sustainability. On your accessibility point, I wanted to come back to this open source because it makes such a difference, and yet still many institutions do capacity building for instruments that are not open source, and that really limits their subsequent applicability. I think, Uri, did you want to come in on that? And then Makalia.
Oui. J'aimerais aussi partager.
Yes, and I would like to share with you one idea that could make the tool more accessible. Most of our countries lack information about the very existence of the tool. We know, you know who uses the tool? Those who work in the energy sector, the ministries, electricity companies, and others. So the idea I would like to throw here, to share with you, would be to perform a mapping of these very structures and to send an offer, because for us, sorry, it's an urgent need. In terms of capacities reinforcing, it's extremely expensive, so much so that the capacities reinforcement is often left behind. Often during budget discussions, trainings are the first to be squeezed out. And it's extremely important for each kind of development. Between the right tool, you can't develop. So could the team send direct offers to these structures? Not only will they be informed about the very existence, about the tool, and then on a voluntary basis some discussions could be held. Because in Burkina Faso, someone wants to ask questions over there. We need financement modelization in Burkina Faso. It's a growing sector. That's a sector that is aching for investments, and we need the right tools that will make it possible to identify the right projects, the most flexible and accessible means. We have mini-grid projects, for example, for the electrification of rural areas in Burkina Faso. It's 6% electrification, 6% electrified in Burkina Faso. That's alarming, that's appalling. So that the urgent need now is to get close to the consumers. I often take part in that kind of events, and that's how I met a woman who said, who said she was attending online training so that she got a certificate, so that she was able to apply for this or that. One of the trainings that are deeply needs oriented. As a planning economist, the planning tool is what's called for, really. Merci.
We need to get the word out. We need to reach the key decision makers with the information that this type of training is available, that it doesn't have a budgetary cost, and that it can be very useful. So thanks for that encouragement to have more stronger outreach to key populations. I think Mikalia would like to come in next on this issue.
Just very quickly, something that Linus mentioned earlier about primer courses before. So the Open University courses are actually, so as part of the MPA, there's a first week that you have to do courses of just to kind of prepare you before you kind of delve into the modeling. And that kind of gives you a good basis. And I think that's something that's, I mean, hopefully we can offer more courses, but that's something that's really important because it really provides kind of a common footing for people to be able to kind of harness the AMPA. But also more than that, in terms of the data starter kits, and I know there are about 60 countries, 50 or 60 that you have this for as kind of like a starting point. Of course, data is important to get from the countries that are taking the course itself, but I think maybe if we could look to expand that, because I know we only have about 60 countries so far, so maybe if we could expand that to additional countries, I think that would really help in terms of accessibility, again, to be able to, kind of expand the reach and have more kind of harness what the MPA offers. I just wanted to mention those two.
Great, thank you very much. So 2 points there. One about the importance of the online courses, which are immediately available free for anyone who's interested, but they need to know about it. And also this question of the data, which has been such a cornerstone of the whole effort. And I think we are, we're currently looking into how we can further improve the starter data kits. Muchima, did you want to come in on this issue as well?
Yes, please. I wanted to talk about scalability of the CCG tools. Being from academia, in the past we had very, very few people, very few students engaging in modeling tools in their studies, because in order for you to do modeling, you had to have a computer that has got certain specification, more like a gaming computer, and you had to leave it all night running for you to just do the modeling. But with CCG tools, you can install them on any basic machine. They're very easy to use on those machines. So it's become easier. in the next few years, I think we'll have more students, we'll see more students using modeling tools in their studies because of that aspect. Yeah, that's all I wanted to add, Vivian.
Thanks so much for bringing up the hardware aspect, actually. We haven't talked about that yet, but it's obviously such an important one, and it's such a big constraint, as both of you have mentioned. And so it's very helpful to clarify that this doesn't call for very sophisticated hardware. You can run it on a normal desktop or laptop computer. Thank you. I just want to maybe take a pause there and see if we have any questions from the floor before we continue with the rest of our panel discussion. But I just want to make a little bit of space in case anyone from the floor would like to raise a question for our panelists. Yes, please go ahead. Can somebody...
Hello, hello, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation.
Yes, we hear you. We hear you well. You probably can't hear yourself.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I come to notice that there are a lot of organizations rendering a lot of services in Africa. But it's just because I come here, that is the reason why I come to even know about some of such organizations that exist. What normally confuses me is that some of these things that are being mentioned, do they actually happen in Africa? Because me, I travel wide, I don't see them, but I come here, this one will come and present something in Africa, this one will come and present this one is doing this one is doing. But we don't see them. Is it that they come to the federal government and stay there, they don't reach the common man? Because like me now, I'm the Director of Climate Change, Dr. Yusuf Gide, Minister of Environment, Katsina State. But we have been looking for partners that will come, not that sometimes to give us money. No, we have our money on the ground. But we want them to come so we can have some sort of partnership that can benefit our people. But to get such organizations is extremely difficult. You see, so please, what is the problem actually? I'm here with other Africans and you people. Please, what do you think is the actual problem that a lot of organizations exist in Africa, but the common man doesn't see virtually anything? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Another great question about visibility and communication. Does anyone else we'll take any questions that are available. Does anyone else want to come in, and then we'll go to the panel to answer those questions? Does anyone else want to raise a question? Yes, please, sir.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Roger Oudraque. I'm a project coordinator in Burkina Faso, the Africa Project mini-grid program. So what I would like to know, I would like to support what has been said regarding Burkina Faso. The indicators are not very good, less than 10% and more than 80% in urban areas. So there is a lot of work to do. We've got reforms at the moment that should enable us to have a good model to imply the private sector in investments. So the work is to try and find a unique model so that the private sector can invest and to attract private stakeholders to investments. And we should say also that regarding Burkina Faso, it's been said the potential is what has been installed is very weak. So we need to develop mini grids in isolated areas, and we've got 700 who need mini grids, and they should have mini grids with the support of the private sector. So a good model, financial and economic, is necessary to have an impact and to involve the private sector. It's very important for Burkina Faso. This is my comment, and my friend is going to say a word as well regarding this. Thanks a lot. I'm Asel Compare. I'm a director in charge of I would like to invite private investors to come to Burkina Faso because, as it's been said, we've got a strategy for rural electrification to build mini grids to 700 areas. So we would like to invite the private sector to support us in this initiative. Thanks a lot.
Would like to come in at this point? Any other questions from the floor? We good? Okay. Then I'd like to come back to the panel. Perhaps if we could first hear from our UNECA colleagues about the question from my colleague from Nigeria here. You know, how come that people are not aware? How can we increase awareness of the resources that are available to our colleagues here? Yes, would you like to take that one, Makalia? Linus?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you. It's a very important question. And it goes back to the issue of communication and visibility you mentioned, Vivian, yeah? The fact that we have my two sisters here means that somebody heard about the program, but not enough people heard about it, yeah? Just as a way of saying, there is communication, there is visibility, but maybe it's not going wide enough for people to know, because otherwise, maybe after you can share your experience, how did you come to know about this program, and how do you get to be picked to be part of the program? But I think most importantly, especially with regards to the UN entities, as a member state, we have in the countries, the country team run by the resident coordinator. That is the channel through which our member states are expected to channel their request. So if your state needs some support from any UN entity, just write to the resident coordinator that we will love support for so. The resident coordinator will look at the request and then reach out to the relevant UN entity, whether it's UNDP, Economic Commission, World Food Program, whichever entity is most relevant, they will reach out to them. So that is the main channel that you have to reach out. But of course, if you wanted to reach out to a program like our program as well, you can come through the UN, but also again, we will make sure that there is more visibility, and we'll make sure that we have more ambassadors, because you will tell people that you did this program and so on and so forth. So there are multiple ways, but you're right that you often just get this experience where people are saying, how comes we didn't know about this? In fact, I was just having a conversation with my boss, Dr. James Murombezi, earlier on, that we started a program at the African Climate Policy Center of trying to do an online mapping of what are the different initiatives happening on the continent. What are those initiatives all about? Maybe we need to go back, Michaela, to revisit that initiative and try to do as much of that mapping so that maybe people can have one place where they can go to see what is happening on the continent. So many things are happening. So many people are not aware. So many people are aware, but we need, if we could have everybody aware, that would be the ideal situation. So I think that will be what I will offer as a way of, in fact, we have a training institute in Dakar, EDEB, yeah? And EDEB, every time they send out training or request to member states, publicly saying, we're offering this training, again, free training. It doesn't cost you, it costs you your time to do the training. And we did one on with the World Bank and African Union Commission and Nordic Development Fund on building resilience that also includes some of these open source things and so on. We advertised it. There was a very young guy from Nigeria who was very keen. He came back, he pushed it through. Now, this is Jiga State, and now they're actually they're in discussion with EDEB about how they provide training for all the teachers in that state on climate resilience so that they can be able to teach their students about climate resilience. So there are multiple ways in which these things can happen. So that's what I would want to say now, yeah.
Would you like to complement that, Makalia?
Yes, thank you, Linus, for that. That's all. That's all true. Thank you. But be that as it may, so a bit of a disclaimer. So this specific training, I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but we're very selective in terms of who we also from the participants that we select, because yes, it's free, but we've got very strict criteria, because the idea is not just to take training for the sake of training. You really have to make sure that you're committed to go back back to where you came from. If it's from the ministry, go back to the ministry. If it's from academia, go back to academia. And there's certain commitments that you have to fulfill even to be selected. There's a very strong letter of commitment that we request from your institution. And to be honest, we actually have quite a low selection rate. And it's not to be accessible, and we're not trying to reduce our reach, but it's just that we really do believe in the prowess of the training, and you really have to be committed to be able to use it. Like, for example, the Ugandan people from Uganda that took that training actually used it to come up with their energy transition plan. Now, that's really impressive. Not all the trainings that we've given in different countries have kind of reached that caliber, but the idea is just to show you as an example that you really have to commit it to be able to use it. You have to be working in a certain context to be able even to be eligible to take the training. So perhaps and again, there's a reason for that. As I said, it's not training for the sake of training, but training to really bring about impact. That's what we're looking for. So we've got a very high selection criteria, so to speak. So perhaps there's a bit of a balance that we're going to have to kind of reach, but maybe that's part of the reason why, this training is not as famous, let's say, as other trainings that are more accessible to other people. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thanks, Makalia. And I just wanted to complement that by saying that, I think there's also questions of scalability due to funding, right? Because we do turn away, we do have high standards, but we also turn away a lot of good people just because we only have a certain limited amount of funding. So I think it's part of our vision would be to try and bring more partners into this process, to this kind of proven approach to capacity building, so that we can meet more needs. Because at the moment we're maybe training from Africa, maybe training about 100 and at most 150, 120 per year, which is both a big number but also a very small number when you think about the scale of the continent and the needs. So your point is well taken, sir. Thank you. Did you want to come in on this before we turn to the other question about electrification?
Yes. I would like to make a comment regarding what's been said. I think that the question is regarding information, to be informed, the right to be informed, because selecting is one thing, you select whoever you want, but giving a chance to people to have the information and to try so that you can select the best suitable people who could follow the training. So for this purpose, I would like to say that most opportunities are online. You can find this online. And unfortunately, in Africa, internet is not available to all. It's not accessible to all. It's a luxury. So many students, they do not even know that there are online opportunities. Very often it's WhatsApp only. So the culture, the information, the online information culture to target Africans is still very tricky. It's not efficient. So, for example, I was lucky because I belong to a huge network, the Pan-African Network for Climate Justice. So I said I'm working in the sector of electricity, and I've said what problems I've had, and a girl who was there from Kenya told me, in Kenya they are English speaking and they have an advantage compared to us because they speak English regarding certain issues, and she told me there is an existing structure training people. It gives you tools, and I think that if you can take part, it will help you in your work. And she gave me the information, and since then, from she gave me this info in 2005, and my English was very weak. I went online and I couldn't follow the training online, and it was impossible. I tried, so I dropped out, and I didn't have time. And I had to wait a year to validate the module online, and I've asked for the support of my director, who gave me the reference, because you need a reference from the structure you belong to join. And I've been selected. I was lucky enough, and I took part. So this is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just before we move to the next one.
Yeah.
Our colleague from Nigeria, actually, there was one point that we missed from what he said.
Yes.
What we provide is constrained also by the resources we have.
Mhm.
But he was saying they have their own resources. They want to invest in themselves. So we need to think about how we will have a window for on demand.
Right.
So that if an entity in the member states want to be supported, then we have a way in addition to the main channel. So it's a very important point you made, sir, that we should also consider an on-demand provision, that if you have your resources, you want to invest in your services, we should be able to mobilize the support from our side to support you. Whilst we stay with this main one the way we operated, yeah. So I think it's important. Yeah.
Thanks, Linus, for pointing that out. That's actually a very important aspect. Thank you. And I also wanted to just comment on Ureratu's point about the online, that, you know, perhaps we might think online is a great democratization, but actually not if people don't have access to the kind of quality of internet service you need to support an online course. So thanks for clarifying. Mutua, did you want to comment about how you gained access, or the accessibility or the availability of information in a country like Zambia? I know that you're one of our partner countries, so that makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, despite that, I actually heard about it very independently because I follow closely LinkedIn. So I saw the adverts on LinkedIn and I was able to apply. So I think additionally, I would like to say that, you know, communication is also actually a two-way street. So if you're in a certain profession and you need certain tools, certain training, you also need to go and fish for it, because it won't find you. you have to actually go out there and look for it. Internet is a struggle, yes, down South Africa, but these trainings, the first week or two before you attend the physical trainings, you have to do them online. So one way or the other, we have to cross that barrier and make it work. Thank you.
Great, thanks. That's excellent advice for people to use tools like LinkedIn and to start to follow organizations that may be relevant for you from a capacity building standpoint. I wanted to turn to the other important questions that we got from our colleagues in Burkina Faso, and they were very interested in tools that would help them to advance on the electrification agenda, as well as on the question of private finance for off-grid rural electricity. And the schools that we're discussing, they do actually include training for electrification planning, tools like Onset, microgrids, pipes. They do provide the kinds of tools that you're looking for. I don't know if there's anyone here who could comment on the electrification aspect of the schools. I don't know if it overlaps the electrification tools. Yeah, do you want to comment on that, Linus?
Yes, no, again, it's very important, because we know that the energy access that has been a challenge that have been identified here will not be reached just by grid connections, right? So now it is for the governments to say, to make a decision, which parts of the communities will be given access through the grid, and which parts will be given access through off-grid solutions. And I think having that modeling capability to identify areas that are better served through off-grid and areas that are better served through grid connections is very important. And one of the modules that we have, this Onset tool, helps you to do that. And then once you identify the places that are optimal for off-grid electrification, we now need to come up with business models that are most suitable, and then start going into the financial modules that we have also as part of the training program to help you optimize your investment. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. And we're happy to give you more information afterwards if that would be helpful. Yes, I think we have another comment from the floor. Yes. Okay, our colleague from Burkina wants to follow up, and then we go to the gentleman at the back who's just raised his hand. Yeah, we go to you next.
Oui, merci bien.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I'd like to go back, because we're talking about this. I would like to specify a number of things. First of all, my colleague said we try to find out, to identify and to try to get investments from the private sector, but we appreciate the tool. We are not aware of it at the moment, but our colleague has been able to follow the training. First of all, I'd like to know, for full training, how long does it take? It's been said already, we are rushing, shall I say. It's an emergency. We have developed a national strategy for electrification. It's going to cost just over 600 billion CFA francs. And in this strategy, we would like to attract the private sector. At the moment, we're dividing the country into concession zones. We've got about 13 concession zones for which we would like investments from the private sector, and we would like to attract them. So we need a tool we would use as a guide, a type of guidelines, because this is private. These private investors, it's going to be public-private partnerships. So they are going to develop this, and they are going to transfer the work to the state. And we need to know whether the financial model, is it bankable, can it be supported, and do we need to give them subsidies, be it from for capex or opex subsidies. So we need such a tool to guide us, to select even, shall I say, the private partner that might be interested to invest in Burkina Faso. I would like also to take this opportunity to invite all those who are here in attendance tomorrow in the Burkina Pavilion. We are going to have a presentation regarding what we have, regarding our plans in terms of investment projects, and it might interest the private sector. So I would like to go back to what I've said since I have the floor. I'd like to express the fact I'm really delighted to know that there is such a tool available, and it might be of interest to us, and I'm really pleading for this to be available to more people. There should be more outreach, not only a certain category of people who should have the info available to them. We should go beyond, because we need subsidies, we need students that we're going to support via subsidies. We need to disseminate the information, and maybe we might be able to be a financial partner so that our students could benefit from this tool. So thanks a lot. It's hugely appreciated. Thank you to this panel. We've learned a lot, and we are we're expecting a lot from this tool. Thank you.
Let's go to the gentleman at the back there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this. I think it is a very good discussion, but I'm Muhyiddin from IGAD, Intergovernmental Authority on Development. I think from the discussion, the issue of communication and also the connection between the level, member state, regional, and Africa. And I think also the REX is an opportunity, because when I saw my colleague from Nigeria, you know, we have ECOWAS, we have East Africa, we have COMESA. I think that is the missing link, because most of this organization mandated to this disseminate of information training. And I think this is the area where we need to see this kind of link between this, because most of the RECs, regional economic communities, are working on that. But I think it's an area where it's an opportunity to link on that, because always that is the issue of having many reports, but the using of the report itself and the communication is a big challenge. And I think that is, in a way that we need to have this kind of level of connection between the AUC, African Union, regional economic community as the development partner, because the RECs are the most, linked to the member states. But and always that kind of also coming together to look to that. I think also REX, I'm not saying REX are doing well on that, but they have a convening power. They have the mandate to mobilize resource and also to disseminate. And I think that will be very good to consider that kind of discussion to bring REX on board. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that interesting suggestion to work through the regional economic communities to spread the word about the capacity building opportunities. And just also on the other question, happy to discuss afterwards about the electrification tools, but you raised an important question about, well, how much time does it take? Can we do this fast enough? So this training is really quite fast. I would say in terms of actual time devotion by the student, it's probably a little bit more than a month. Yeah, it takes about a month of time. And in terms of out-of-pocket costs, it costs us under $3,000 per student. Just to give you an idea of how much we're talking about, it's helpful, I think, to have a concrete idea. So unfortunately, we're beginning to run out of time. And so I would like to invite each of our panelists to make just a final comment, just a brief comment. Maybe what stood out from you, for you from the conversation, or something you'd like to leave our audience with in terms of what you think is particularly important in this whole capacity building agenda. So who would like to go first?
Thank you, Vivian, and thank you, everyone, for your engagement. This really was amazing. Again, like I said, I've been there since the genesis, so it's really impressive. I'm always amazed at the interest that the EMP galvanizes. Just in terms of the principles that you mentioned, I think my key takeaway is, of course, and I mentioned this earlier, how important it is to scale up our partnerships. And I think that really helps in terms of the reach and the different tools that are available. So we definitely have to reinforce and strengthen that. Again, the link with academia, very, very important for that sustainability. Science policy interface, yes, but really making sure that the policymakers and academia is trained together, because you want that sustainability. You want this to be embedded in the institution. There might be turnover, people might leave, but then you have that kind of flow over. And if people leave, it's embedded in the institutions. So courses come out of that, etc. I think that's really, really key, and something that we really have to continue building on. And finally, linked to that as well, it's of course, the importance of open source and making sure that accessibility increases, but train the trainer also something else that I've really seen. Because when we initially started, again, I said we were 9 or 10, and then you see some of the people who were trained actually come back in following iterations of the course, training people. So the trainees become the trainers. And then that, I think, has really led to the explosion of EMP, so to speak, and that has really helped in, again, expanding our reach. So that's definitely something that for me, that we really have to strengthen and reinforce going forward. And I think that approach is one of the things that makes EMP really unique. Yes, the idea is to decrease dependence and to really make sure that there's local ownership by the countries. And these things that I mentioned are very important in making that a reality. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Makalia. Muchima.
Yes, Vivian, I would like to echo Mikalia's words and re-emphasize on the training, the models being embedded in curriculum, because when we train the students, they are the same people who are going to go out there in the industries and they will use the models. So I think it's very, very imperative. Secondly, I think the tools provide evidence-based research. So instead of leaving our political leaders to make, like they do, most selfish short-term decisions, when we incorporate the models, we are looking at long terms, depending on the scenarios and assumptions that we make. So yes, for me, it's the data and the evidence based on the models. Thanks.
Great points. Thank you very much, Muchima. Ureratu.
Okay, merci encore pour la parole.
Thanks a lot once more for giving me the floor. I think that for me and my conclusion, it's advocacy. We need to be represented regarding CCJ for Burkina Faso to deal with the issue of Francophone countries, how we can join the initiative and to take part in decision making. And also, what is interesting in my case, I would like to have a continuous support for the use of the model. It's something that I want to use, and very often when I talk to the person who trained me, she finds the time to answer my questions, but I would like to have a service for those who want to use the model, to have a permanent support so that they can use the model. And regarding this, to ask to have workshops face-to-face with alumni for FinPlan. For example, we could have a workshop together, and we could discuss about the barriers we have, how you can strengthen and improve the model, and this would help to meet the needs that we have regarding the use of the model. And also there is a tool that is really interesting at the moment. Vivian has worked on the model with Ghana and Ethiopia. It's MinFin, the MinFin tool. It can advise decision makers in Africa regarding what is needed for energy transition, and this could feed the debates regarding the new common objectives, the NCQG, and it gives you the real needs in financial needs if you want to carry on this normal development via the tools that we use at the moment, and do want to have an agency transition, knowing regarding civil society as well, they should need this tool, and you can have data, real data, to feed advocacy and to negotiate a good share in the new NCQGs. So really, we do not want to leave anyone behind. We rely on you, and thanks a lot for the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for being the voice of the Francophone countries on our panel, and we definitely would like you to join our Francophone champions to try and improve our service offer for that important group of countries. Linus. We have to wrap up, I think. Okay. Sorry, we'll talk afterwards for sure.
Okay. No. Thank you, and thank you again, colleagues, for sharing these ideas. And in terms of some closing thinking, given the questions that have been asked, particularly on accessibility, visibility, maybe the point that our colleague from IGAD mentioned is something that we could look into, having a regional dimension to this program, using the regional economic communities. When we started this, the EMPA, the Energy Modeling Platform for Africa, our idea was to over time build an ecosystem of centers of excellence. So we started in Addis, we went to Cape Town, then we went to Mauritius, University of Mauritius, we went to University of Namibia, we went to Ghana, and back to University of Addis, and so on. And over time that we will do that. And what we were doing at that time, for those of you from mechanics and physics and so on, you know there are a number of thresholds. Yeah, there's a threshold. For example, water flowing in a pipe has a threshold number called the Reynolds number. After 2000, it changes from flowing smoothly to turbulent. Mark and I were saying we need a critical mass of experts on the continent, after which things would explode in the continent in terms of how you do energy modeling and planning. Because at that time, there were very few people. Right, the number is increased, and we heard some of these numbers. So we're having more and more people getting to that area. We're not quite sure what that critical mass, what that threshold will be, that when we say we have reached this number of trained people, particularly through this and other program, then we really have a big explosion of the capacity on the continent. We don't know, but I think we will got some ideas. We'll go back and think about it, and then see how we'll make the program more visible, more accessible, and also to respond to specific on-demand requests there.
Terrific, thank you, and really, inspired by that vision of this takeoff, right? This potential takeoff once we reach a critical mass of trained experts on the continent. So it only remains for me to thank everybody, to thank the Africa Pavilion for hosting us, UNECA for partnering with us on this event, our wonderful panelists for sharing their experiences, and yourselves for engaging with us very actively from the floor. Since one of your main messages was about information and communication, I also wanted to encourage you to follow us on LinkedIn. We are Climate Compatible Growth, also known as CCG, and you will get information about training programs on a regular basis. We wish you all the best. We hope to hear more from you, and we hope that we'll be able to serve you in your capacity building needs going forward. Thank you very much.
here, huh? Yes. Is it good? Yes. Yes, so is it okay? किधर? Okay. Okay. Yes, one photo. It's good. It's okay?
also hello. That's the point.
No, it's off right now.
And then there's 3 mics. And then there's a mic here for audience questions. Or do we give it to them? Or do I need this? Or does this work? I don't know. The technical team. Hi, Akash. Okay, don't click on it. Okay, don't click on it. You've got to do it here. They're sharing. They're sharing the screen. You need. Do you want?
I'll do it then.
I guess we need everyone sat down, right?
Yeah. Let's rock and roll.
Not enough attendees.
Yeah. We should try to get those people to sit down, actually. Yeah, yeah. Testing. Right to the.
We'll get everyone to take their seats.
Testing. Testing. Good afternoon. A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session. Are global carbon markets ready to take off, and what does it mean for Africa? The event organized jointly with 013, the SECDEX of Seychelles, and also the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment, and also the Island Carbon Consult. Now, for this afternoon itself, we are joined by the panelists here, which I would hand over to the moderator, Mr. Yes, Hirender Misra, Chairman and CEO of SEDEX. While we have the session, do bear in mind that we are also going to present very shortly after the panel session itself on the introduction in terms of how we put the SEDEX installation within the Seychelles itself. And following that, there will also be a very short presentation on how the operations of SEDEX work in terms of its platform. So without further ado, please let me introduce you to our moderator, Mr. Hirender Misra, Chairman and CEO of SEDEX, and also the moderator for this afternoon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There's a feedback.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this panel on our global carbon markets ready to take off and what does it mean for Africa. It's great to have you all here, and we've got some great panelists here today, and it's also going out on live stream over the stream that the African Union, African Development Bank and other sponsors have put together. What we'll start with doing is get each of the panelists, starting with my immediate left, to introduce themselves and basically what area of carbon markets, carbon finance they're involved in. Then we'll dive into the discussion, which will be macro and then country specific with case studies as well. So over to Reina first.
Thank you, Hirender. Thank you, Hirender. Can you hear me? Great. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Reina Otsuka. I'm the digital lead for nature and climate at the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP. And the area that I'm working on in the carbon market is about digital systems. So we will go into more details, but we support countries on the digitalization of their NDCs and for their carbon markets.
Great, thank you, Reina. Suresh, over to you.
Thank you, Hirender. My name is Suresh Yadav, and I'm Senior Director for Trade, Ocean and Natural Resources in the Commonwealth Secretariat. I'm also lead on artificial intelligence and digital transformation. In the Commonwealth Secretariat, we are working around the forest carbon market and also the blue carbon as a part of our ongoing initiative with the various member countries.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, my name is Juliana Bempa. I work with the Ghana Environmental Protection Agency and with the Carbon Market Office, where I support in both implementation of policy, regulatory, technical, and administrative procedures of Article 6.2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Clifford Bastille, and I'm the policy analyst for climate change in the Seychelles. I basically oversee most of the climate change issues and the matters for the government of Seychelles, and I work together with all the stakeholders within the Seychelles to ensure that we have a smooth and proper climate change strategies for the country.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Pacifica Ogola, Director for Climate Change Kenya. My role is policy oversight and also to ensure that we don't risk overselling for the sake of the NDC. Apart from that, I used to be a project developer in the energy sector in my past life. Happy to be here today. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to all of you. We're really looking forward to this discussion. What I'll do is, at the global level, just start with Suresh, and then we'll lead on to the other panelists who are welcome to comment on this second as well. Suresh, I mean, global carbon markets, everyone speaks about the potential. Some of it is unrealized, some of it's kind of under development. I mean, what do you see as the potential for carbon markets globally, but also then how do you relate that back to what's happening on the ground in Africa as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Virender, and I can say that this carbon market and the Article 6 is one of the most talked about things in this COP29, and I'm very happy to see that already there is a declaration of adoptions of the standard for the carbon market, which is likely to unfold very new thinking, new market, and new opportunities for all those countries. And there is one estimate which says that the global carbon market is around $1 trillion in 2023, roughly. And it's going to be around $22 trillion by 2050. So if you look $22 trillion, which is approximately 22% of the size of the global economy, which is around $100 trillion. So that's a huge quantum jump as far as the global carbon market is concerned. In terms of Africa, if you look at the opportunities in Africa, Africa is already booming with a lot of new opportunities, new projects around the various countries. But in terms of potential, there is one study which says that the carbon market in Africa by 2030 is going to be $6 billion, and by 2050 is going to be around $120 billion. So these numbers you have to see in the context of the global African economy at the moment, which is around $3 trillion. And if you look at the numbers further in terms of the Africa's ODA, which Africa gets around $50 billion. So if you look at that, if you're able to exploit the true potentials of the carbon market, then you don't need any assistance from any part of the world. Africa becomes self-reliant, self-resilient as far as the financial flows are concerned. The second impact I see in terms of that Africa is a very young continent, young people, young population, bubbling with ideas, innovation, and energy. And what it means for the young people, and it means to them that this carbon market is going to generate around 30 million jobs by 2030 and 110 million jobs, maybe approximately 4 times by 2050. So it means that this carbon market, if it is played in the right manner, in the right spirit, with the right regulatory systems, with the right governance systems, is not only going to solve the problems of Africa in terms of financing, but also in terms of job creation, which is the two fundamental requirements for Africa to grow and become one of the powerhouse as far as the economic development is concerned. And the other number I wanted to put into the perspective that Africa lose more revenue from the continent, from the illicit financial flows, than it receives from ODA. So if you look the whole figures together, look at the debt of the Africa, look at the ODA of the Africa, look at the carbon market potential of the Africa. So if this new source of revenue is generating in Africa, Africa doesn't need any external money to solve the local problems. And that's how I'm so excited that new standards, new technologies, particularly AI and the blockchains, are going to make the market, which has not functioned so far, to be really a vibrant and dynamic market for many of the countries who are looking for these new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. So, I mean, again, what I take from this is carbon credits, if done in the right way, could be the largest export commodity for Africa. And, we'd like to see that. I mean, before we move on to other questions, would any of the other panelists like to comment on any of those points or have a view as well? We'll move on to the next one. I mean, related to that, I mean, Reina, carbon markets, I mean, you're at the forefront of a lot of work around infrastructure, around registries. I mean, again, in this day and age, nothing can be done without technology. And some of what Suresh mentioned, and he knows all too well, also needs enablement. So what is the infrastructure on carbon markets, the infrastructure need? And also, how can we foster collaboration and interoperability across them in Africa and beyond?
Sure, thank you for the question. In terms of the digital infrastructure, UNDP has been working together with World Bank, UNFCCC, EBRD through something called the D4C working group. It's an informal working group, but the four of our organizations have been trying to create an end-to-end ecosystem of digital solutions for carbon markets. And there is a diagram if you're interested later on. But first of all, of course, you need the digital MRV. You want to have all the sensors, satellite imageries to monitor your projects better. So that's the innovation that needs to happen. However, to get there, there are some infrastructure that needs to happen. And one of it is the digitalization of your NDCs. A lot of countries are now committed to submit their BTRs by the end of this year or next year. For these, we've been traditionally using Excels and consultants to gather a lot of these data. But if you think about it, the NDCs, if you can digitalize this into a system, you can start to analyze this data to identify which parts of your sectors actually can sell carbon credits. Right now, that is really disconnected from the carbon market discussion. So that digital transparency system is actually the foundation of this whole carbon market discussion. That's how we see it. And then, of course, the carbon registries. There are a lot of commercial carbon registries out there. One way is to use these. But as you know, all parties do need to have access to the carbon registries through Article 6. You could also choose to have national carbon registries. And so the carbon registries to, first of all, track what is happening in your country. This is one of the infrastructure that we are seeing a lot of countries are in need of and in demand. And then, of course, there's the other parts, such as the World Bank has launched something called a CAT Trust. It is a metadata layer so that you can start to exchange the data between different registries in different ways. And there are different solutions out there that can enable something like that, because the carbon registries, you need to be interoperable with each other if we really want to make this into a dynamic carbon market, which was just mentioned. So we see that these are the kind of the building blocks or the elements that are necessary for a vibrant carbon market to start at the global level.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I mean, again, Juliana, with Ghana Carbon Registry, I mean, would you like to comment on, because we're going to switch to the country level with the three panelists, some of the great work that EPA has been doing, the establishment of Ghana Carbon Registry as well, and some of the more recent announcements, one you had with, let's say, 013, but also you've done an immense amount of work on the IA side, the implementation agreements under 6.2. So it'd be great to hear from you and then from our other panelists as well.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think when it comes to Article 6 or carbon market engagement, Ghana has a lot of lessons to share. And we learned from the Kyoto Protocol wave when we couldn't really perform good as a country, and we didn't take opportunities that came with the Kyoto Protocol. And so when it came to Article 6, we decided to put in place the requisite infrastructure, the requisite systems in place to ensure that we take advantage of carbon market this time. So what we did initially was to come up with a Ghana Carbon Market Framework, which serves as a blueprint for operationalization of carbon market in Ghana. And as you rightly said, we have made some key milestones, including setting up a registry, which was done in country and then in-house within the Carbon Market Office, where we developed this carbon market registry. And we also have signed a couple of bilateral agreements with the government of Switzerland, which was the first of its kind. And then we also have another one signed with the government of Sweden and then the government of Singapore. These are all bilateral agreements that are being operationalized and have been able to unlock a couple of projects. So currently we have about 54 projects in our pipeline, with each of them at various stages of implementation. What has been onboarded on the Ghana Carbon Market Registry is about 14 projects, with 12 of them being at the back of the Ghana-Swiss agreement. On the registry, it's basically for tracking and reporting purposes. And then I think on 13th of November, just last week, we signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with 013 to help us on digital carbon markets, ITMO trading purposes at the back of the Ghana-Singapore agreement. So this MOU has been signed, and we look forward to operationalizing this digital trading platform. And this is also going to enhance ITMO trading as we go along at the back of the Ghana-Singapore agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. And over to you, Dr. Pacifica. Ghana, I mean, you've heard what Ghana is doing. I mean, Kenya itself as well, since His Excellency President Ruto held the Green Industrialization Conference in the UAE, which I was very inspired with. Kenya has done an immense amount of work over the last 12 months, leading up to the work before it, establishing, policy level, at governmental level, national regulations. And also we're seeing now at the CMA level and other things, RFPs and other things out to develop the market. So it'd be interesting to hear from you and for the audience what Kenya is doing, what's potentially coming that you can speak about, because you're doing some great work there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hirenda. Paris Agreement, unlike the Kyoto Protocol, has put a lot of pressure on us because during the Kyoto Protocol, we did not require registry, we did not require legal frameworks, we did not require all this reporting that is required of us under the Paris Agreement. And during the CDM era, I think Kenya was #2 on the continent in terms of trading. The carbon market projects appetite is very high in Kenya. And with efforts to implement the Paris Agreement, what we have done, we have amended the climate law, which was passed in 2016 to incorporate elements of the carbon markets. And with this law, we're able again to develop subsidiary regulations to help us operationalize the market. And to do that, we have developed the first subsidiary law, which is carbon markets regulations, to help the project developers go through the process of securing a carbon project in Kenya. And then the other regulation that we are currently working on, we're actually working on 3 subsidiary legislations in one go in order to help operationalize the market, is the regulations on registries, because we believe that we have to regulate the registries in order to have the high integrity and have the transparency level that we need in our carbon market frameworks. And the third regulation is on carbon markets trading, and the fourth one is on non-market approaches. So as we do all these things, we have also within 1 year established the Office of the DNA. We are now working on the guidelines and trying to see how to unpack to operationalize the governance structures. Yeah, to operationalize.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay,
Yes.
to operationalize the governance structures in the law. And I think with that, we have a lot of partners working with us in Kenya. And I think what is really interesting is that the level of capacity that is needed to operationalize this market cannot be met within the African population. I think we need a lot of capacity building. We need to learn from those who have already done this ahead of us. We are working on a registry, but for us, the registry in the early phases, we hope that it will be simpler enough for our teams to be able to manage it. And we also think that in terms of safeguards, we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that we have a sustainable development mechanisms and tools, and identify verifiers and identify all the value chain that is required in a carbon market space. So we are open to partnering with countries that have already advanced. A lot of countries are also coming to Kenya to learn from us because of the way our law has been written. We believe it's good enough for now, but in future, should we learn on the go, should we realize that we need to adjust the law, we will adjust the law. But where we are now, I think the market is ready to, and I think probably we are among the few who have a law on the continent. Thank you.
No, it's great. So, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, we're seeing with all the discussions going on here around Article 6, it's very much a process, not an event. So it's good to see things will evolve, but it's an iterative process is my takeaway from this. Now, last but not least, for the first set of questions, Clifford, over to you from Seychelles, who's obviously the co-host for this particular panel. I see that Seychelles itself, I mean, recently it's come out with a blue carbon policy as well. It's some great work with the Commonwealth in supporting that as well, and the Commonwealth representative on the ground, which shows collaboration, with multilateral institutions and at country level. It'd be great for the audience to know, because there's a lot happening in the blue carbon space now, some of the work that you're doing on the ground and what Seychelles is looking at more generally with regards to carbon markets and carbon finance. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Seychelles at the moment is like very eager to jump into the blue carbon market, but we're very cautious as well. So we've had some experience with a debt for nature swap, so that has taught us quite a lot. So then we are taking it very carefully. What we started with is we started with research and development. So we have done quite a bit of research and to understand the extent of which our blue carbon, I mean, how much do we have? So just to give you an idea, we have our EEZ is like the size of Turkey and France combined, and then 160,000 hectares of it is seagrass. So, seagrass itself absorbs a lot of carbon. So we have mapped all of this out, and we have a good idea of how much carbon we have in those seagrass. So, but then more and more research needs to be done for us to be exact, to really know what we are doing. And we have a lot of interest from outside, investors are interested in all of things. But we the government, we just have to be very cautious, and then we have to understand where to go from now. So some of the things that we have in place is we have our funding arm, basically that helps to protect this ecosystem. So we have pledged to preserve 30% of our seagrass by 2025, and by 2030 we want to protect 100% of it. And then we also have a project management system in place to protect the marine spatial marine spaces. So we sort of like trying to make sure that we're prepared before we get into it. And then lastly but not least, but we've done our blue carbon policy. I mean, we haven't finished it, but we are working on it now, and we are trying to involve all the stakeholders possible in order for us to, I mean, from the policy, we're gonna go into legislations, we're gonna have laws, and we're gonna proceed from there. So, and then by 2025, we want to have our national registry ready for us to move on. So we are taking it slowly. We're being very cautious, because the ocean, we are a large ocean state. So the ocean is not only a place where we go to hunt. We need it for our livelihood as well. So without it, where basically Seychelles is in a lot of trouble. So we're just saying we're taking it slowly and we're very cautious.
Thank you, Clifford. I mean, some useful numbers there from on the ground, and a lot of what you're doing applies to many other island nations. A two-part model, a two-part question, one for Suresh and then back to Reina as well. Obviously, I mentioned the Commonwealth link there, Suresh. It'd be interesting for the audience to know how you're supporting some countries like Seychelles, what model the Commonwealth is using, and obviously the same question for UNDP as well after that, and Reina.
Thank you, Virender, for this question. And you already mentioned one of the examples of the Seychelles where we have the climate finance advisors embedded into the Ministry of Environment, supporting the countries in terms of developing the projects, both the carbon-related and the other related projects for mobilizing and augmenting the climate finance for the member countries. You will be very happy to know that during this COP29 itself, we have already launched a model toolkit for the carbon market, which gives you the steps and methodology that as a country, as you prepare yourself, what you should keep in mind, because this is a niche area. Not many countries have that capacity, and that's why we have launched this toolkit a few days back. And this toolkit builds upon the experience of two very successful models in the Commonwealth countries. One is the case of Guyana, which many of you may be knowing that Guyana has very successful carbon-related projects, and they have been able to generate a good amount of revenue to take care of their green financing needs in Guyana. The second very important case which we have highlighted in that toolkit is of Rwanda. So these are the two Commonwealth countries who have done a phenomenal amount of work, and we have converted them into a toolkit, and we have an ambitions to further convert into a digital tool using AI and the others, so that any country which wants to adopt those tools, they can convert into and make their governance framework or regulatory framework to capitalize on the emerging new carbon economy in the globalist space. So that has been our model. First, on the ground support the countries. Secondly, making those experiences of the country into the form of the toolkit and the model legislations, and help the countries to adopt and leapfrog as far as these areas of work of concern. And we are very much conscious that if you are able to support these countries, they do not need any financing from the external world. Like I pick up my points from my brother who said from Seychelles that though there is a misnomer and misclassification of the small island states in terms of the population side, that if you have X amount of population, you are the smallest state. But actually, in the real sense, they are the big ocean state. They are the boss of the global world because that's where the whole society, the whole world is thriving, because a lot of biodiversity, a lot of natural flora and fauna is in those big ocean states, because of which we have a sustainability on this planet. So this blue carbon for them, if we are able to get it, they will be the real big economy, not the small economies, because there is a huge potential in terms of biodiversity and the others, which is another $4 to $5 trillion markets. And that's where we are trying to enable those countries to capitalize on those existing natural assets.
Yeah, I mean, Reina, I mean, some great points there. Over to you.
Thank you for the question. So UNDP has something called a Climate Promise, which works with over 140 countries to support on the NDC development, upgrades, and also, of course, the implementation and transparency work. And as part of this NDC support, this is a new approach that we started to take on the digitalization aspect. And when I saw the panel members and saw the 3 countries, I thought I have to be on this panel because I had to thank these countries. So what we did is we noticed that there's many countries that are embarking on their carbon registry development. A lot of countries who are embarking on a digital transparency system, an MRV system we might call it. And a lot of this is 80% the same thing. Then 20% has a difference between countries because of the carbon market framework that you have or the institutional setup. So we thought, can we build this as an open source code base so that a new country that wants to build a system can come and take the code base for free, work with your own national local vendor, and configure it so that it fits your own needs. And so it is called the Digital Public Good. It's also on GitHub already, so if you're interested, please do take a look. But when we went in and started this process, we worked with a few countries, which were, by the way, Ghana for the carbon registry. So the open source code is very much inspired by the Ghana registry in the beginning. And then Kenya, which had the transparency system. So you have a national MRV system, which took many years to build because you had to do everything from scratch. But the 2 countries really generously showed us the system so that we could build on that and design an open source software for others to use. Now, Seychelles is the country that benefit from this, but also we're going to be contributing because Seychelles, we're working on a national MRV system, transparency system, which I believe is almost there, based on this open source code base. And Seychelles is the first country that's using this open source code base for the transparency system. So you're a big front runner. And so when I saw these 3 countries, I was like, wow, these are the core countries that are at the genesis of this open source code. And the beauty of this is that once another country uses it, you don't use it, you use it for free, but you have to always give back. Whatever you build on top of it, for example, Côte d'Ivoire just used the code base to build their carbon registry. They had a few innovations that happened, such as a geospatial representation of the projects. So they added this geospatial function, and that will also contribute back to this open source code, so that the next country that comes, or the countries like Ghana who were the first contributors, can also benefit back from these new contributions. So we see that this is a new way of self-cooperation in the digital age.
I mean, it's an amazing example of cross-country collaboration and then work with a multilateral organization kind of enabling some of that knowledge transfer across countries. It's sometimes unusual when countries don't necessarily talk to each other, and it's great that the work that the Commonwealth and UNDP are doing facilitates that. I don't know if there's any comments on that from our country panelists as well, and anything they'd like to add before I switch to you on specific types of projects and investment.
All right, I think I would once again want to say thank you to UNDP and to our Commonwealth partners for continuous support. UNDP back home, we call them our organic partners. Yeah, that's the name we call UNDP, our organic partners, because as part of their climate promise, they've always supported Ghana when it comes to NDC systems, putting good systems in place. They've also supported us immensely when it comes to the Ghana Carbon Market Registry. Of course, it's an open source where we ensured that we always collaborated with them and ensured the right systems are put in place. And currently, we have a very robust registry in place that we are currently using. So thanks once again to UNDP.
Yeah, over to you, Dr. Pacifica.
Yes, thank you very much, UNDP, for your support, your continued support. And for Kenya, the Carbon Market Registry is different from the MRV registry. And the MRV registry is where the greenhouse gas inventory will be and other projects which are non-carbon markets. But we have intentionally decided to have an independent carbon markets registry. And I think what sometimes makes me wonder, there are so many, every country is doing their registry, they are designing it, in their own style. And at some point, I think these registries need to, interoperability needs to happen. And that thing sometimes, I'm not in ICT, but I think that we need some level of standardization and an understanding of what a good registry should look like. What should it contain? What should it not contain? Because if you look at the options that we are looking for before we sent out our bid for registries, it's a sea of options. And you're asked for, an advisory. And I don't know which one is good, which one is not, whether it's blockchain. Maybe it's too sophisticated, or maybe it's not. It's good for transparency and for keeping data. And then you think okay, are we able to manage this registry? Do I have the technical staff that have the capacity to run this registry? So all these things, the learning curve is, I have to say, is going to be very steep. And this is where I tell my colleagues sometimes that, when we get here, I will not want to work with climate people. I'll want to work with data analysts, ICT experts, and people who know what needs to be done. So we welcome any partnership as we develop, as we start this journey, because as Seychelles says, my colleague says, it's not easy. And and also we need to not just link it to the international registry, but also to the MRV registry of the country to be able to transact in a seamless way. And whether or not we are going to go all the way to make it a fully transactional registry that can transfer ITMOS, that is yet to be decided. So I think from Kenyan perspective, the journey has just begun. So we are not yet there, but we are open for learning. Thank you.
Yeah, interoperability is key, and I think we're seeing examples of that play out. We're seeing examples from the registry side into the carbon market side as well. 6.4's created a lot of debate. So Clifford, over to you. In terms of the experience, any comments to add on that? But also, it'd be interesting for the audience to know some of the work that's been done, good experiences with the Commonwealth and UNDP and others in terms of the work that you're doing.
Let me start a little bit with the MRV. We thank UNDP for helping us with our MRV, and it is a very important thing to us because right now most of our data are scattered everywhere, so we need to bring them together somehow. And what we plan to do is we plan to get all of the data together and then bring them in one place, and then as well build capacity in different sectors in order for them to be trained to know what data to keep and how to transfer it to us for reporting later on. And in terms of what the things that we are doing already, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the other one was, leading on from the blue carbon work. Obviously, the draft is there on the blue carbon policy. But obviously there's also been a lot of work with the Commonwealth there. There's a representative in the Seychelles, Aurelius, let's say. It'd be good to hear from, how that process started, what the experiences were, because, that again, I've read the draft. It's quite comprehensive.
Yeah, together with the blue carbon policies also we have something what we call the climate mobilization plan or policy or strategy, or what you call it. And then what we trying to do is we're trying our best to attract climate finance into the Seychelles. So one of the big things in the Seychelles is we've got to spend over $600 million for our mitigation and adaptation by 2030. So somehow we have to attract some form of climate finance. So the Commonwealth is helping us to map out the best way for us to attract climate finance. And Aurelius, my colleague and Commonwealth, he's doing a really good job by doing that. And we work, MACE, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment, is working together with finance, and we have some form of like a working group where we work together to find out the best way to go about to get those climate finance. But then the most important thing is we have to prioritize the project.
Yeah.
And then once we prioritize it, then we sort of like make sure that the finance are linked to it as quick as possible. And then there's other things going on. There are other policies that we're making. So the national development is also making their own plan in order for us to develop the island in a sustainable manner. And then as well also, in terms of the carbon policy and all that, we're doing some more policies like the wetland policy, for example. That also is bringing in more regulation in a way, in order for us to make things more robust and more tight.
Great, and great points there. And Suresh, over to you. You wanted to add?
Yeah. Thank you. Just I wanted to thank Seychelles that acknowledging, because our model in the Commonwealth is to work in the country, with the country, and for the country. And that's where we're trying to make and ensure that the countries are able to get that much needed climate finance, where every country is facing the problems of scarcity of the climate finance. So that's very unique model, and thank you for acknowledging that for the things. I wanted to further acknowledge what Rina said about the open source registry, because it's a cost. It's an IT cost to each country, and many of the countries are not in a position, even though they are willing to adopt this system because of the cost factors. So this open source systems is definitely going to revolutionize the way the South-South cooperation can be taken forward from one part of the world to the other part of the world. So that's a great beginning as far as the opening up of the carbon market in the global scenario is concerned. But at the same time, I just wanted to flag another thing that now technology has developed much beyond our expectations. If you look today, there are around 1,200 satellites, low orbit satellites, scanning around the planet and trying to scan each and every part of the Mother Earth. And the capacity is so much that from the satellite you can measure the carbon storage in each tree, so you know that how much is the carbon storage in each tree, and that can enable you in your digital MRV. One of the factor which is the verification measurement, which has been hindering the carbon market. The new technology opened up the new possibilities. But the only question is who's going to pay for that money for that technology, because not many countries can afford that technology. And that's where the global cooperation and creating a public good platform like a global registry. You don't have to worry. You have a project, you have a thing, just go and upload, and you are open to the global market. So that's the scenario where probably many countries can get the benefit from this new emerging economy.
No, good points. I mean, two things there. I mean, there were great points on the global financing gap as well, because whether you look to the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, there's a multi-trillion-dollar annual financing gap. The FDB, who are here, proudly sponsoring this, recently said around the middle of the year that the gap for Africa is 2.13.46 billion a year, but I think it's much more than that as well, because there's a huge number of projects just in blue carbon alone. So I think, you know, we want to see that financing come in. Again, from a Kenya or Ghana perspective, it's interesting. We come across similar projects like land use restoration into agroforestry, into cook stoves. I don't know, Juliana or Dr. Pacifica, if there's any comments on that, what you're seeing. I mean, the countries are very much open for investment, but what do you see as some of those channels? And then I'd like to then lead on to back to Reina, because some of the points around technology enabling that and enabling the market are really important.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a lot of interest in land-based sector, in forestry, agriculture, and also in clean cooking. But what we are seeing with the change in methodology in clean cooking, we expect the technologies in clean cooking to go down in terms of carbon markets. And then again, when I look at carbon markets, I think about the NDC, because if we sell out the easy technologies, then we'll be left with the hard technologies to meet our NDC target. So as the focus now, and I think moving forward, I think we are going to develop what is called a negative list, yeah, which I think Ghana has already done, but we have not done. They have a white list of projects which will be safeguarded for the NDC. And when it comes to mobilization for resources, the forestry sector in particular has been very difficult. It's been very difficult to mobilize resources because you don't see tangible benefits. Unlike the energy sector, when you say, okay, I'm investing in a renewable energy project, this is the amount I'm investing, and these are the returns that I'll get immediately after investing. In the forest, it takes 10 years for a tree to grow, maybe even more. And therefore, our experience with restoration has been a challenge when it comes to mobilization of resources. And we have this 15 billion tree growing initiative, which the government of Kenya actually hopes to achieve part of it through carbon markets. And some time back, there's a project towards the coast in Kenya, a carbon credit project. I think it's Kisagau or one of those that was funded through green bonds, forest bond, the first forest bond. So those opportunities exist, but I think in terms of mobilizing resources for this sector, from the Kenyan experience, I've seen a lot of challenge. But we are hoping that with this discussion about green taxonomy, which the central banks are developing across the globe, and I know Kenya has a draft. I don't know whether it's already been published. This will help with the development of such projects. So when people want to invest in these forestry projects or agricultural projects, they'll be able to access income. And there's a lot of opportunities for investment in this sector, but on commercial basis. Like, for example, if you're growing eucalyptus for export, that is good. It makes good business sense. Or if you're growing fruit trees, or if you're, but when you're just growing trees, yeah, for carbon credit projects or for, it has to make economic sense. You have to add in the core benefits to make it look good. What will the society gain from it? What will the biodiversity gain from the work that you are doing? Is this project going to stop land degradation or land or deforestation? But to get money to invest, from the Kenyan experience, I think it has been a challenge, and this is where we want to mobilize resources.
Yeah, and Juliana, from your perspective in Ghana, before we move to technology, are you seeing similar things or different factors?
Okay, so I think it's not so different from what our Kenyan colleagues shared. Ghana has actually gotten a red list and then a white list. Red list are projects that at the time of development of our NDCs, government had secured some sort of funding to be able to implement them. So those ones are the no-go zones for investment. And then we have the white list, which comes with a couple of project areas, including forestry project, we have clean cooking, we have e-bikes, we have waste to compost, amongst others. And you can visit our website, cmo.epa.gov.gh, and then or our Ghana Carbon Market Framework to see a list of this white list, or the components of the white list. And so we're looking at clean cooking being a tech-based solution, which contributes most to the projects that we currently have. It contributes about 44%, and then followed by e-bike, and then we have waste to compost and a couple of others. For the forestry and agro-forestry projects, they are not so much, just as our Kenyan colleagues said, the Ministry of Finance is also trying to come up with a green taxonomy to help in to unlock green investment in Ghana. And so this is where we are currently. We also realize that Ghana has a lot of untapped RE potential, and it's also a hub for clean energy projects. And so we're looking at how we can also whip in private sector interest and make sure that they also take advantage of the market, and as a result unlock a lot of green projects, create jobs, and then enhance sustainable development in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. And again, provenance, over to you, Reina. Provenance from source to sales, very, very important. We've heard about digital measurement, reporting, verification. Obviously, again, on the market side, investment coming in and then getting the best price for those carbon credits is key. We're seeing, let's say, middlemen take large spreads, but as Juliana and Dr. Pacifica said, we want to see a lot of that back to the communities and those project developers. What role can technology play here to allow that to happen?
Sure. So technology exists, right? As Sirish was saying, there's all these technologies out there, but the problem is how do we bring that to the local communities and the hand of the people who should be at the forefront of this? And I think maybe 3 points from a government or a public perspective. First, going back to Dr. Pacifica's point, this needs to always go back to the NDC. So as a country, I think it's really important that we have this interoperability between the transparency and the carbon registry. Make sure you can do the corresponding adjustments. To do that, you need this digital transformation approach. So we need to, first of all, approach it not as digital solutions here and there, take a digital transformation for NDC approach. And I think these, the 3 countries here are already really embarking on that journey. And I think that's one call out to governments who are starting on this journey. And secondly, we actually did something called the Digital Readiness Assessment with Somalia on their mini-grid sector. And so when we have a program called the Africa Mini-Grid Program, which works with 21 countries in the Africa continent. And as a part of this project, so basically we would look at the digital readiness of the country, not again by, in a sporadic way, but by looking at it systematically, the policy and regulation, what is the people's capacity, what is the government capacity, the business capacity, do you have a digital public infrastructure, and do you have the connectivity? And by approaching it in this kind of policy way, you can start to identify what are the entry points for digitalizing this, the mini-grid sector in a more holistic way. So again, taking this kind of whole of society, whole of government approach is very important as a second point. And finally, I do think I'm a really big believer of local innovation, and that's where I think Commonwealth and Secretariat, I'd love to work more with you. I was in Rwanda for 3 years before moving to this current post headquarters, and used to do a lot of these hackathons, and we worked with a meteorology agency on climate information hackathons. And I was surprised at all of the engineers and students who were in Rwanda from these different local communities, and even farmers who came to be a part of these kind of hackathons to create their own solutions. So I think as much as there's technology out there that we can use, I really would like to advocate that we work with these local communities to create solutions that come from these communities, instead of just trying to impose, new glitzy technologies from elsewhere. So I think, these are the 3 points, really taking it back to the NDC, digital transformation of the NDCs, taking a whole of society approach, and then really building on the power of the local innovation ecosystem.
Yeah, no, great points. I think education, training, development, we're seeing as key. I think, again, Suresh and I speak about this often. Suresh, two things. One, a comment on that, and the other one is, I mean, obviously in your area, you're overseeing AI as well through the Commonwealth. I went to a great event in New York for Climate Week, which you hosted, and there are about 15 different innovative firms and technologies there, and you're bringing them all together too. So it'll be great to hear what you're doing on the technology side as well.
So thank you, Rina, and thank you, Virender, for this question. Let me say that the whole climate debate and discussion has been centered around two pieces of the things. One is that you have to act to the save of the planet, which is all right, which is fantastic. And the second is to act on this. How do you get the money, and who does pay that money? So these are the two very dominating discussions in all the climate discussions, negotiations, planning, and budgeting. But what has been the missing piece is the digitalization. How do you put the entire ecosystem in a way that you as a country, you as a society, you as a international organizations or the global body can take a very holistic picture. So that is the missing piece of that element. So that's why whatever investment is being done by the countries themselves or by the international organizations, there is no way of leveraging that money to raise more money. That if there is $100 billion investment, how do you convert that $300 billion into another $300-400 billion, which goes back into the climate financing? And that's where technology allows you, that if you're able to measure, if you're able to make a public-private partnership at the global level where all the players are there, like a stock market. If I have to buy a Amazon stock today, I can buy it from the US, I can buy from India, I can buy from UK. Can we have that kind of a market so that there is a price discovery using the technologies, people can buy, people can invest, and it becomes a part of overall money flowing into the climate finance. The other point I'll pick up from what Virender said, that we have been making Commonwealth Artificial Intelligence Consortium. It's a very cooperative approach that we have 10 countries who are member of this consortium as a champion. All are member, but 10 are the champion countries. We have all the big tech firms working with us. We have the startup academic institutions and a lot of volunteers who work with us and support. And AI is one of the, AI for sustainability is one of the key themes which we are trying to work around that, empowering the countries to be able to understand the technology and use those technology in solving some of the domestic challenges in a local way rather than always looking for a global solution. One picture I just thought to share with you, because we are working with a lot of space agency, and in a space agencies leaders forum, our Secretary General launched a common space program where we are trying to bring all these space technologies together to see that how they can be front runner in solving the climate related issues. And there I can tell you one particular way to look at it, that if you get this measurement right from the satellites, you are unfolding another $3.7 trillion in the cumulative market by 2030. The market around that observation is around 300 billion, which is going to be around 800 billion by 2030. But the cumulative from now till 2030 is around $3.7 trillion. So using this satellite data itself, using the artificial intelligence itself, we are going to unlock a huge new market from these space observations. A new technology has further come that earlier you have to take the space data, send it to the Earth, process this data and make a sense. So even though there was plenty of trillions and terabytes of data available, but it was very difficult to make a sense out of those data. So it has given rise to a new market economy around the data. But now there's the latest satellite data planning, moving around in the orbit, where you have the supercomputers on board. So you are able to get no need to get you the data on the planet, on the Earth itself, but you can get the results from the satellite directly on your mobile phone or your desktop. So that's the level of technology. But as I said in the beginning, how do you access this technology? Because no private sector which is owning this satellite data or information is going to do that. So who pays for that money? And that's where all those people who are talking about the money financing development institutions, there is a need for a truly public-private sector global platforms that where the businesses who have invested into these technology, they get a return. And the countries who needs these kind of technology, they use it to generate more revenue. So that it becomes a kind of a virtuous cycle rather than every country, every society operating in silos. And even though there is investment, but there is no global return. So if you want a global return for the planet, we have to adopt a global approach and global solution using the technology which can take care of the silos and the fragmentation which exist at the moment in the market.
And, that's interesting. I mean, the common theme here is collaboration, not reinventing the wheel, but sort of leveraging what everyone else has utilized to try and do that, which also means less financing on the technology. Whereas the typical Western approach previously has always been about let's build our own walled gardens. But it's good to see across Africa that's coming together. Clifford, as our host country as well, host country for the panel, not for COP. So he's getting worried now. Any final words on that as well before we conclude the panel?
What I want to say is when it comes to climate change, there's a lot of simple things we can do in order to make things work together. So one of the things that my colleague is talking about is the collaborations. We need to collaborate because when we're talking about climate change, we're not talking only about the environment, we're talking about the people, we're talking about money. So without the people and money, nothing will go around. So I think we should all work together. We don't have to follow the big countries. We have our own intelligence. Let's work together and make it work.
That's it. I mean, they're perfect remarks. I don't need to say any more than that. I mean, this has been a great discussion. Please, Dr. Pacifica, over to you.
Yes, I think before you close, I just want to react to Suresh's comment. Those are very good ideas, but I think we need to think about how to close the digital divide between Africa and the rest of the world, because the reality on the ground in Africa is quite different. So, but we need not to... But I also want to emphasize that we need to pave way for a safe, efficient, and interoperable carbon market infrastructure that is secure, that can be used for transaction. I mean, we need to find that middle, strike that balance. But as we talk about those big technologies, we have to also work towards closing the digital divide between Africa and the rest of the world. Thank you.
I mean, it's a very good point because we're seeing, obviously 6.4 talks about a global market, but we're also seeing the need for local markets, regional markets, let's say even if it's then the African Union's comments this week about a Pan-African market. So I think all three have to work effectively because the investment, the projects, the buyers and sellers are very distributed. After we thank the panel, just in case some of you would like to stay back as well, there'll be some aspects of a case study for Seychelles on that, bridging the digital divide, and also a demo of what's happening in Seychelles, private sector driven rather than government. So feel free to say to that for that. But before then, join me in thanking the panel. They've been fantastic. I've really enjoyed it as well. Give them a round of applause. And I'll thank the panel and then we'll resume, and Errol Renault will come up from Island Carbon Consults. they'll. So now, I mean, we spoke about some of the digital approaches, interoperability and the like. We're just going to take you through an approach that's being deployed in Seychelles by SETDEX and 013 on the infrastructure side, which was mentioned by Juliana as well from the Ghana perspective. And just outline why, I mean, everyone talks about the digital approach, but why is that different to, let's say, the centralized exchange model versus the decentralized one that can work as a holistic whole, given, you know, as recently in New York for Climate Week, and a number of organizations were saying, well, the market's decentralized, so how do we knit that together, not only from an Africa perspective, but also a global one? You know, if you look at the digital approach here, I mean, everyone speaks about blockchain, but there are many blockchains. And then on the traditional side, there are many application program interfaces. So the thing is, everyone speaks about blockchain as one ubiquitous technology, but actually we need to interoperate across blockchains. I mean, interoperability is a word we heard from across the panel, but also you cannot really ignore traditional systems which have a lot of data and aren't going away. So think about it as Web 2 and Web 3 coming together. And I think the same thing applies for carbon market infrastructure. I mean, some of these things, I mean, we can share these slides. Again, if you kind of email kind of info@0-13.net or 013.net, or you can come and see me after this panel. But there's a number of traditional approaches. We're seeing this on internationally transferred mitigation outcomes under 6.2 as well, where we mentioned spreadsheets here, Raina did, but a lot of the activity is paper-based legal agreements, WhatsApp, and Excel, where some of the trading activity being conducted is using those means. I think in this day and age, the way of doing that is unacceptable because, all right, you might be able to do that on one project with one implementation agreement, but what about when you have 50 implementation agreements and 50 projects for each implementation agreement? And equally, one country will have multiple implementation agreements, so it becomes like a spaghetti. So the only approach that's viable for that, as Mr. Yadav said, Raina said, other panelists said, is a digital approach, but also bringing together these ecosystems, because digital measurement and reporting upstream has to join up with the middle layer that interconnects different registries, different markets, and then has to then interconnect with whether it's an auction being run or whether it's a bilateral arrangement on the IPMO side as well. You know, some of these approaches, again, we delve into further. There's a centralized exchange model, but on the voluntary carbon market side, we're seeing that not really work. Certain exchanges have come and gone. Countries all want to establish their own voluntary markets, but if you look at, let's say, Ghana and Kenya, they're primarily on the supply side, whereas certain other countries like the UAE or Saudi will be on the demand side because of the oil companies, or other countries like Singapore because of the investor side. So the thing is, the liquidity isn't centralized. The supply and the demand is fragmented, as we mentioned, plus the financing might be in centers like Singapore or from London or New York. And the projects, again, for the financing are in these countries that we spoke about. So I think the only way you can address that is, you know, what technology can fragment, it can knit together. So a fragmented approach becomes a holistic approach through both collaboration across knowledge sharing, but also using the technology to interconnect, because there's no reason why a buyer, at the moment, what happens is if you try and buy carbon credits and you're doing this, let's say, negotiating over the counter, I have to register in every single registry as a buyer. But tomorrow there should be a case, much like Suresh mentioned on the security side, where I might be a buyer registered in the Kenyan registry, but I should be able to buy credits from a seller in the Ghanaian registry and transfer those credits across registry. And the technology exists today. At the moment, it's great that there's development with registries, but we want to see these registries both at national level and cross-country in Africa, but also with the international registries talk to each other. I think that can be a reality using the technology we have today. And then if we look now, I mean, effectively, as we saw from the panel, automation can deliver massive efficiencies. It delivers source-to-sale transparency, and that immutability also ensures that the governance structure is there. And all of that with the data that let's say we spoke about with Clifford can be in a smart contract that can be seen by buyers. Everyone talks about insurance wraps, but actually that whole process from source to sale is transparent, and the buyers can buy with confidence or invest into those forward contracts with confidence that the credits are going to be delivered. Now, with this, again, we've got that virtuous cycle that Suresh spoke about, where the carbon registries, the trading, clearing and settlement, and then the distribution between countries can all come together. And that isn't just one set of technologies, where this case studies by SETDEX and 013, but as Raina said, it's an interconnection between different ecosystems. For example, what UNDP is doing at country level can be driven into what we're doing at a more commercial level, can be driven into what Suresh is doing with the various companies at the level of AI and the technologies that he's bringing together. And we're already beginning to see that collaboration. It's a lot easier to deploy that in Africa because there's no legacy issues, or there's less legacy issues. So actually, I really think from an African perspective, we can take the lead on this and really drive this, and it becomes a global case study as well. On that note, I'd just like to switch at this moment. We heard a lot about blue carbon at a high level, but again, Errol, who's running Island Carbon Consult and is a co-host for this, will talk about what's actually happening in a little bit more detail on the ground, and then we'll address some questions if there are any just in the final 5 to 10 minutes of this as well. So thank you. Over to you, Errol.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's our second event. We were here last year in the COP28, and this year we're doing the second event with the same partners, 013, but now we're working more over 1 year. We've worked with experience what the partners can come in, and what we did is we're having a focus now on the blue carbon, and this shows us that Seychelles, we've just done a seagrass mapping in Seychelles from the government. Now the data is with the government, so me as a researcher, as a consultant, private sector, we're trying to use those data that's available to us and then bring the right partners to it. So as was mentioned, small countries like Seychelles, they're small in sizes on land mass, but in terms of the ocean, they're a huge country, right? 28th in the world, so it's 1.3 kilometers square. Blue carbon potential exists, however, they scattered, yeah? So scattered again brings another issue for small countries like Seychelles, because they might have 5 hectares in one area on one island. We are 115 islands. You might have 10,000 hectares on a different area. So this creates an issue for smaller countries where we can have cost to put these on VM, example VM 0033, which deals with this methodology that deals with coastal tidal wetlands like seagrass and mangroves. It has a high cost. So in terms of all the methodologies, it is the highest cost. So then how do we bring all of these together? Small countries like us, it will be impossible. High quality blue carbon, but we cannot generate revenue from it, right? So for countries like Seychelles, digital MRV was mentioned, technology will be the key. So that's why we have to partners with colleagues, collabs that bring some types of technology with it. As the government Seychelles work on the MRV, like was mentioned with the UNDP, as was mentioned with Commonwealth working on the blue carbon policy, now we need to bring the other partners in. And one thing we're doing, we see maybe here, Island Carbon Consult, we see 013, but we also have other members at the back. Some members are, we have the professors, the university researchers who's working on the methodology, they're looking at that. We have the GIS, local GIS capacity. We have companies working on geospatial data, looking at the satellite data, how we can incorporate, like Suresh was mentioning. So the only way for us to work on this is to bring all of them together. And I believe private sector is the one sector that can bring this together. We can have meetings across UK time, Singapore time, Seychelles time, and we can go for hours and just how to put projects together. So one thing is good, we thank the government of Seychelles because they are doing their part, which is great, and for inviting us to come here is good because now we're showing the possibilities of blue carbon, which we find is a high potential, and we're hoping Seychelles kickstart that for Africa. If we can start from Seychelles, we have everything, as you can see. Everything is here for us to set. We have the partners ready, even the multilateral, bilateral partners, and we can bring the revenue sharing. That's what's important. And for a country like Seychelles, in terms of blue carbon, is conservation first, yeah? So even though we need to focus on conservation, then we're getting the data, which is what we're doing right now. We have the data, and now we can use that revenue sharing generation models, which is carbon market is one set of the climate finance of a country. So this will be good that this component can be accelerated, and hopefully in COP 30, we're showing the projects. That's what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Errol. With that, I mean, again, at the end, we'll show a short demo of the digital approach for 5 minutes, but I'd like to open it up to the audience for questions, if there are any, and I'll bring the mic over so anyone else can hear. Do we have any questions before we switch to the short demo as well? Lincoln, do you have a question? Yep, no questions. It's all clear. You see, Errol. So what we'll do, I mean, we'll leave you with an audio demo for 5 minutes. This one is a shorter version, so it doesn't show the UNDP registry running, although we have that as well, so feel free to email us. But it shows the approach from the credits being digitized all the way through end-to-end to a trade happening on certain types of credits, given the Ghana announcement earlier this week. And we'll just switch to the video as well. Thank you.
Welcome to this video on the end-to-end trade settlement within the 013 network. First, I'll introduce you to the modules involved in this end-to-end test. Firstly, this is the portal, which shows market participants the opportunities within the ecosystem. The example that I'll use in this end-to-end demo is the GNR 101 EcoBliss ETMO credit. And this tombstone here presents you with information about the particular credit, its symbol, its currency in Singapore dollars, what type of project it is, details about the surface area and the estimated reduction over the course of the project. Next, I'll move on to the exchange side of things on the 013 markets view. First of all, the participants shows details of the members on the exchange, the registries, and the issuers. The instruments show details of all the instruments that are set up on the exchange. And here is our instrument of note. This is our ETMO credit, GNR 101 land management. If I go into it, we'll see certain details about the exchange that it's on, what type of segment, its quote and base currency, and certain details about the additional information on the project. Next, I'll move on to order books, and order books show detail about the tradability of that particular instrument. This instrument we've put into an auction. It could be in open market, so continuous trading, or request for quotes, but we put this into an auction, and what we should see is when we put two offers in, a buy and sell, it will stay there at a cross price and not match until the end of the auction. If we look at trades, currently there are no trades, but when settlement occurs after the auction, we should see a trade coming into this view, and we would see the allocation of the ETMO credits going from the seller to the buyer, and the Singapore dollars changing hands as well. The next element we see is forum custody from 013. This is the element that deals with the trade settlement legs of the cash side of the trade, and afterwards we should see Singapore dollars moving from one exchange to another. Next, I will show you the buyer and seller accounts and the wallets where they hold the ITMO credits. The seller is a seller called Maverick, and they've been allocated 60,000 GNR 101 tokens. And the buyer is Tempest, and Tempest currently have no tokens assigned to them. They will, of course, receive the carbon credits after the auction's finished. I am now going to quickly put an order on the buy and the sell side for the two market participants and create an auction. I have successfully created a sell order of 60,000 at a price of 25 Singapore dollars. And that's only on the sell side at the moment. I will now put a buy order in. So the buy order has been put in, and we can see that we can now have the cost book, buyer and seller at the same level. This auction will remain at this level until the end of the auction, but I will quickly move this on in advance so that we can create settlement before the end of the day. The closing auction has resulted in a trade between Maverick and Tempest, together with a cleared book. And if we look in the trade blotter on the exchange, we see that that trade is now been noted on the exchange. This trade has now been sent to our middleware called Multi-Hub. And Multi-Hub receives the trade, and then when settlement occurs, will allocate the trade legs to the wallet manager for the tokens and forum custody with the fiat element. We can see that the last settlement occurred some 3 years ago, but I'll now push the exchange through early to the settlement cycle, and we will force this settlement now. If we now refresh this page, you can see that a settlement has been generated. If we look at the settlement at 11:11, we can see that 60,000 GNR 101s have been completed on the Multi-Hub. Also, the 1.5 million SGD, the 25 SGD at 60,000 quantity has been settled. Similarly, if we swap to forum custody, we can see that at 11:11 there was a change of Singapore dollars between the buyer and the seller accounts. Now, if we look at the resulting balances within Pictor Wallet Manager, if we refresh this view, the seller should lose their tokens, which in fact they do, and the buyer should gain 60,000 tokens, which they have. That concludes this end-to-end video. Thank you for watching.
So that was just a short demo of the solution. I mean, this concludes the session. Errol and I are around if there are any other questions. Feel free to contact us as well. And otherwise, there's the requisite websites as well. And this has gone out and also will be on YouTube as well. Thank you all for attending. At this stage, we now conclude the session. Thank you.
just rename them 1, 2, so it's easier for them. My agenda is Amgad, Afalda, Amgad, the presentation of Billy, and then the launch. Okay, so I invite one by one. Should I send this to your phone just in case? Yeah. In case. How was it? Sorry, I came, it was so packed, and then they didn't invite you from the beginning. Then I went, and I come back. Let me send you the pics. You check one. And I didn't. You pick the ones, huh? Yes. He's the GCF board member. This is my Qatar. Dear colleagues, hello, do you hear me? Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Hear me. You're going to need headsets for this one.
Do you hear me? Is it okay? Great. Let me say first that there is English-French translation. So I think one is for French and two for English. Alors, on est heureux d'avoir l'interprétation. Il faut voir quel est le canal.
I have simultaneous interpreting today, channel 1 for English and 2 for French, or is it the opposite? We'll find out very quickly. You should, in a way.
Thank you very much, dear friends and colleagues, to be here. We are really excited to be in a very important event today. In February 2024, the GCF approved a readiness support program to the AU multi-country program to accelerate water and climate resilience investment through the African Investment Program for 15 member states, African member states. This complements ongoing support from the Ocean Development Agency for gender transformative investments in addition to in 5 additional African Union member states. We are happy today because this is a great event where we will be launching this AU multi-country program to accelerate water and climate resilience investment through the IAP. We'll discuss and hear and share from the countries' perspective on their ambitions, their expectation for how taking a regional approach to strengthen their environment and advancing the pipelines for water and climate investment is helpful for their priorities at national level. Without further ado, I would like us to invite you to watch the video from the Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, Mrs. Mafalda Duarte, that announced the approval of the GCF project to this AU multi-country program. Please.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, though I might not be with you in person today, I'm joining you in spirit and purpose. I recognize the African Union Commission, the Africa Water Investment Program, and the Global Water Partnership Africa for their leadership and commitment to a climate-resilient, water-secure Africa. Thank you for convening this important dialogue. Friends, in Africa, some 250 million people are grappling with high water stress, a reality that threatens to displace up to 700 million people by 2030. Africa's water scarcity crisis demands urgent and substantial investment. Current funding levels fall well short of the estimated $30 billion needed every year to address the continent's escalating needs. That is why the Green Climate Fund is working with partners, including many present here today, to narrow the water finance gap and realize aspirations enshrined in the AU's Agenda 2063. In total, we've committed $3.5 billion to drive resilient water systems in 28 African countries. We are investing in AU initiatives such as the Great Green Wall, the Great Blue Wall, and Clean Dev Africa. For example, in July of last year, we approved our largest ever water investment, allocating $250 million to accelerate water recycling efforts and attract private capital for critical water initiatives across South Africa. And this year, we begin a new programming cycle backed by a record $12.8 billion replenishment and guided by an updated strategic plan. As we begin this new programming cycle, I'm pleased to announce that GCF is set to approve over $6 million in grant resources from our readiness program to develop tailor-made water investment programs for 15 AU member states. These programs will help build in-country capacity, enhance access to GCF resources, and create an environment where financiers can more readily help countries turn climate ambitions into climate projects. We are teaming up with the Africa Water Investment Program to mobilize a target of $30 billion by 2030 for sustainable, resilient water systems. In pursuit of our 50 by 30 vision, GCF will simplify access, approve and fund projects faster, and we will double down on supporting climate action in the world's most vulnerable places and populations. We are eager to build on what we've achieved and expand our impact. Together, we can and will secure a water-resilient future for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After having heard from the ED of GCF, I have the honor to invite Dr. Amgad El Mahdi, who is the regional manager of GCF at the MENA region, to address us with his welcoming remarks. Over.
Good evening, everyone. It's really an honor and my own pleasure to be with you today, for launching this multi-country readiness program. I think it's one of the programs that really showed the benefit of readiness program support, that really build the capacity for those 28 countries that actually going to benefit from that program, but also focus on one of particular key sector, the water sector really is the connector sector for all other sectors, but it also help on terms of adaptation. If we really need to bring your NDCs and focus on adaptation, you really need to start focus on water projects. And to be able to do that, that program will really help you to understand how you can really access GCF finance in the water sector, build the institutional capacity, help you to develop the enabling environment, help you to develop your concept where you can really approach GCF for more finance, but also bring the idea of the private sector as well. I think we have succeeded to do a role model example in the water sector investment in South Africa for 1.5 billion, and we're looking really for this project to bring that concept to all those countries and be able to do that paradigm shifting in the water sector in each country in Africa. So we rely on you, and also with GWB, to work really with you along that time for that program, and we're waiting to see the concept note that you are going to develop, the capacity that you are going to develop, and asking us for more money. We'll be here and we'll be happy to work with you and support you on that journey. To do that paradigm shifting, if we are able to make water secure, we'll able to make food security and climate security, and of course, better ecosystem service. So looking forward to work with you, and we'll be happy to join you in that journey as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. El Mahdi, for these encouraging and very optimistic remarks. I hope we will achieve all what is needed and for the benefits of the country. We heard about this program now, but let's understand a little bit more what is in this program. So let me invite our Mr. Billy Katontuka. This time, that's Billy. Again, I'm again so sorry, Billy. I need to really for the next session, I promise I will get it right. Billy is the National Coordinator and NDA for GCF and Adaptation Fund at the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment in Zambia. Please present us what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, I can use this one.
Let me put it on for you.
Thank you very much, Doc. You know, you're not the first one to struggle to pronounce my last name. When I was in Australia doing my MBA, my Caucasian friends couldn't say Katontoka, so I taught them a trick. Say cut on the car and you say it fast, then you'll be able to say Katontoka. So there you go. So next time remember to say cut on the car. Thank you very much. Riding on protocols already established, and first and foremost, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Given an honor and the privilege to speak to you as one of your own, an NDA from Zambia. By the way, I would like to see how many NDAs are here by show of hands. NDA. Okay, so it's just a, oh yeah, all right, good, fantastic, excellent. So I think it's just important that we, I don't know whether I should stand from this end so that people can see the slides. So we're going to look at what the project is all about so that we can appreciate what it is that we are stepping into. And with the opportunity that we've been given by GCF with a project preparation facility, and as well as opportunity by the Africa Union, I think this is a time for us as countries to grasp the opportunity and run with it. So, as Africa, I'm going to state some of the facts that we already know, but it's good for refreshing. As Africa, we know that individually, we may not be able to achieve certain projects on our own. But when we come as a team, when we come as a group, when we start thinking transboundary and continentally, we are able to come with a muscle and be able to achieve some of the things that we're not able to achieve individually. So with this one, the thinking is that it's important to add a continental, transboundary, and regional approach to the national efforts in formulating and implementing some of our projects as we respond to climate change. With this, it just shows the nexus of water, energy, and agriculture. Oh yeah, fantastic, thank you. I didn't see that. So now, since I didn't see that, all right, that's fine. So with this approach, what it means is that we need to build on the microphone. Thank you so much. Oh, much better. Excellent. Everyone can hear me now? Excellent. So basically what we're looking at, the diagram that you're looking at, it's just illustrating the processes of building resilience of African communities as well as ecosystem, and to support our regional adaptation. First, the starting point is strengthening government and governance policy. In each one of our projects, whenever we present projects to GCF, GCF is always interested in understanding the institutional framework in our projects. So we need to be able to strengthen those governance structures and policies. And the second aspect is where we start looking at the adaptation pathways and towards transforming our communities using climate finance. And that is what we're looking at in that sense. Then when we look at the aspect of enhancing means of implementation towards climate resilience and development, allow me to show you some of the steps that fit into number 2 and number 3. Yeah, okay, cool. So some of the steps that fits into number 2 when we're talking about adopting pathways towards transformative climate resilience development has to do with the key system transitions that are required to move towards this low emission future, which is the food systems under climate change, protecting land-based ecosystems, enhancing climate resilience and low carbon energy and infrastructure, enhancing resilient water systems, building climate resilient African blue carbon or blue economy, promoting low carbon resilient mobility and transport systems, inclusive low emission and resource efficient industrialization, building low carbon resilient urban areas, and digital transformation. All these 9 pillars, they fit into number 2. And they unpack what number 2 is all about. But when it comes to enhancing means of implementation towards climate resilient development, we are looking at the 5 pillars, and those pillars are already the arms that are already in place. Comprehensive, the CADIP program, the Africa Continental Investment Program, the Africa Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, Africa Resilient Landscape Initiative, and Africa Renewable Energy. So basically, this forms what part and parcel of the AU Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy Action Plan for 2022 to 2032. I think this information should be available on the AU website. You can read on it on your own. So what as Africa, we need huge investment in climate action. And one of the things, although that statement said that our capacities are limited, I think it's more about we are yet to tap into our capacities. So we're putting a positive spin there. Yes, our capacities are limited, but we are not short of capacity. Africa needs about 3 trillion by 2030 to efficiently implement our NDCs, according to AFDB. So what GCF has done for us is, through their readiness window, they help us as African countries to be able to ascertain where our needs lie. And from there, we're able to create investment plans in the form of country programs. And from there, we are able to deduce and build our capacities. And this is what we are here all about. With this, we did phase 1 of the AU AIP program. Now we are going to go into phase 2. But as we are running with phase 1, we are building certain capacities in certain African countries so that we can be ready to come even as we come into phase 2. This is just to show you the landscape of GCF investment in Africa. As you can see, there are 286 projects globally that GCF has approved, and total financing from GCF has been 15.98 billion. And of that, the co-financing coming to 45. So with total financing with approved projects reaching at 61.55 billion. But when you compare that portion to what is accruing to Africa, because that's at global level, that's at the global level, the one that I just went through. Now the Africa level, only 41% of the 286 projects are in Africa, and only 6 billion has been financed in Africa. Of the 15 billion, only 6 billion is in Africa. Of the 45 billion that has been disbursed globally or co-financed globally, only 15 billion is in Africa. Of the 61 billion of the projects that have been financed and disbursed by GCF, only 21.3 billion is in Africa. So we are shy away of accessing finances for our individual countries. Out of the 28 direct access entities in Africa, only 12 have got approved GCF projects. Speaking from my own country, I have one DAE, and that DAE is yet to access or even finance a project through GCF. I had 2 DAEs, one fell off, so I'm only remaining with one. And they have been accredited for the past 3 years. And you can see, I'm just trying to highlight the challenge of them accessing the financing through GCF. So it's opportunities where we come together like this that we are able to leverage the strength in numbers and abilities. This process is a very familiar process. I alluded to it. What GCF does at country level, and I think that's what my colleagues, my NDA colleagues are doing. You've created your own country program, a document that highlights where you have done your needs assessment for investment, where you want to do your investment. You create that document and deposit it with GCF. But it's from that program that you also do your readiness. Your readiness, each one of us, with the new modalities that GCF has introduced, starting 2024 to 2027, we all have $4 million as assigned to each country. Now, this time around, GCF approaching with a programmatic kind of approach. It should be systematic. So we need to come up with our own readiness programs that fit into our country program or our country vision. However, what this program is doing, the AU Continental Program, what it's doing is that we are taking advantage of the transition window that GCF has created for us. GCF has allowed us to say within this transition window, we can access the 1 million in one block and do a readiness program. And part of that doing of that readiness program is what we are saying to say with AU Continental Project Phase 2, can we then make decision, should we want to use that 1 million for transition window for this particular project or any other? So basically this is showing the processes for our programs that we do, the needs assessment, then the readiness, and then which then leads to developing the concept for the project. And it's at that point where it says project preparation facility, this is where we are at with the current project. We've received a 1.5 million PPF from GCF, which is now helping marshal or mobilize each one of us to come to a table and sit around and discuss how we want to see the project unfold. Allow me to speak to you on the readiness support for the Africa Union Multi-Country Program to Accelerate Water in the Phase 1. I think I've already alluded to. Phase 1 has got 15 countries, and those are the countries in green. But if you missed Phase 1 as a country, do not despair. There's an opportunity for Phase 2. You can join Phase 2 and be part and parcel of this momentous project for Africa. Okay, I think those that are in Phase 1, those are the countries that are in Phase 1, Burundi, Central Africa, Chad, Congo, Eswatini, Ghana, Guinea, Malawi, Mali, Morocco, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Tunisia, and Zambia. If your country is not there under Phase 1, please, like I've said, do not despair. You can join in Phase 2. Okay? Don't let your money just sit there. GCF has allocated a readiness program for you. Don't let it just sit there. Make use of it and let it benefit the continent and our countries. One of the key deliverables out of this AIP program is the creation of a continental knowledge management platform, a platform where we are going to have to share ideas. For instance, in Zambia, we have created what we call Zambia Water Investment Plan. We do have a plan. That plan came out of the NAP that was done by Zambia with the help of a delivery partner, GWP. So we have that plan. Now we are looking at how do we actualize or mobilize resources for that. So if you are looking at setting up an investment plan, it will be very easy for you to talk to me, and then we can walk you through, we can discuss. That is what knowledge management sharing platform is all about. And then we agree on what instruments we can use for mobilizing the resources using blended financing structures. So now we are talking about the phase 2, and this is where I'm saying the door is still open, and Phase 2 came out of the 5th ordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment that was passed on February 2024. So in this one, member states were urged to develop programs to access climate finance for climate resilience and inclusive water security programs. So this is where you can anchor, and that's where your authority is, and that's where we can synergize together. We already have our political leaders coming to a place and agree to say this is how we should be able to develop in this space. And the key, I think this is just to show the strategy, the one that GCF has rolled out for 2024 to 2027, what percentage of your component, whenever you're designing a project, should be considered for capacity building, what component or percentage of your project should be considered for a paradigm shift pipeline development, what component should be considered for knowledge sharing. So those are the percentages as articulated. Remember, like I've said, we all each have $4 million. So let's latch on to this opportunity and see what we can do. I think as for Zambia, I think without a shadow of doubt, I've already engaged my principals. We are already committed. We're putting through that 1 million. We want to be able to drive the water investment in our country. As most of you may know, Zambia has gone through a punishing drought, and therefore our strategy, we've had a shift in our thinking and our approach. We've already identified the sectors where we want to invest, and the top 4 sectors, and one of them is water. And then we want to materialize the water investment plan that we already have, as opposed to it just accumulating dust on the shelves. I think we do have an opportunity for the transition period. The transition period, which is, Doc, please correct me, it ends December? Yeah, it's ending December. So you and I have only up to December 31st to make a decision whether we want to participate in the transition period and use that $1 million as allocated by JCF. Remember, the $1 million will come out from your $4 million. So when you use it, it means that you only have $3 million for the next 2024 to 2027 for you to use. So far, in phase 2, those are the countries that have lifted up their hands to participate. And as you can see, 20 countries so far out of 54. If we can even just reach half or even go slightly over half, then we will know that we are building resilience in most of the African countries. So if you haven't lifted up your hand, please, when you leave out of this COP, consider joining. And with that, I thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Kat Ontuka. Got it? I got the challenge indeed to understand how to pronounce correctly your name. I'm happy I did it. And thank you very much for this very comprehensive presentation about the ongoing readiness, but also informing about the deadline for the 31st of December to other countries from the African Union, African continent, to join and be part of the phase 2 readiness. Now it is my honor to invite Director Harsan Nyambe for the launching of the Director of the Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission for the launching of the official launching of this program. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and let me recognize all the distinguished delegates who are here, the NDAs and other heads of delegations, and of course colleagues, GWP, GCF, and a few others who are all present here. And just to alert you that I'm actually delivering this message on behalf of Her Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sako, who is the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment. And also to stress the fact that His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, is actually very much supportive of this program, especially issues of water. And being from Chad, he understands the challenges that the continent is facing when it comes to issues of water. And this program is actually born of the fact that based on the assessments that were carried out, we actually realized that as a continent, we have got an investment gap of about 20 billion per year, as already indicated. And as such, based on the action plan that was developed by the high-level panel on water investment program in Africa, it was decided that we need to mobilize sufficient resources, including from climate sources, so that we can be able to bridge the gap that has been highlighted. And you'd agree with me that water is actually, it remains a foundation of our development, progress, as well as survival. And this is more so especially in rural areas where actually children as well as women are burdened with the challenges of providing water. Therefore, we cannot be able to achieve the aspirations of Agenda 2063 unless we actually put water or make water central to our development trajectory. And as a continent, we have become a battleground for floods as well as drought, which has actually been coming more frequently. And the dilemma is that floods, instead of being an opportunity, actually we consider them as a disaster. And I believe that we need a paradigm shift to make sure that we harness that flood water so that we have got enough supply of water during dry seasons. And also when it comes to issues now of drought, apart from the fact that we'll be having such water, we need to be mindful of the fact that our communities, especially small-scale farmers, do not have the means to adapt to the impact of climate change. Therefore, irrigation will be quite important, again, just to underline the importance of water. And it is actually important for us to appreciate the role that has been played by Global Water Partnership Southern Africa in the development of the program itself, as well as the Green Climate Fund, for being generous enough to provide guidance in terms of how the proposal should be shaped until to an extent that it was actually approved. And as indicated, this program is actually about strengthening the capacity of member states so that they are able to articulate a pipeline of projects that are aimed at building resilience within the water sector. And related to that is actually the platform that has been indicated or mentioned, the knowledge platform that will be used so that member states like Zambia can plug in, they can provide lessons learned into that platform, but they can also learn from other countries. So basically that's one of the, or that's the major focus or the benefit of the platform as well as the project. And as indicated already, again, we have got 15 member states in this program, but also we have an additional 5 countries under Global Water Partnership, and that gives us 20 countries on the continent. And for phase 2, again, as highlighted, we are expecting, or we have got 20 who have actually expressed interest, which is actually not a bad number out of 55. It means that very soon probably we'll be hitting 50% of the member states. And we would also want to express appreciation to the NDAs who have played a pivotal role in the development of the project as well, or program, and also to link us with the GCF, because those are actually the custodian of these GCF resources at national level, and without them unlocking the door for us, we could not be able to get this funding. So we are actually grateful for that. And without taking much of your time, just to assure you that as the African Union Commission, we are committed to continue working with the NDAs and working with Global Water Partnership, and actually will be overloading the GCF with more applications apart from the water sector. We have others in the pipeline for urban resilience, for early warning and so forth. So basically we'll be working with member states to make sure that we take advantage of the resources that are available. And on that note, I would want to kindly invite the NDAs here, the GCF Global Water Partnership, for us to have the honor to launch this program, because it cannot be launched by me alone. So please move to the podium. We are inviting at least one representative of each of the country that is benefiting from the program. Please, you are free to move forward, madam. Can you hear me from this mic?
Je vais l'annoncer en français aussi, peut-être juste pour
I'm going to make the announcement in French so that to make sure that you understood. Also on the podium, we want all the MDs and countries taking part in this multi-country program for the official launch. So please, country representatives as well can come to the podium, please.
It is therefore our honor, not my honor, our honor and privilege to launch the multi-country program funded by GCF on water investment program.
Il n'a pas suffisamment de copies, je pense. Merci. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
I'm so sure that this photo, sorry, maybe. Thank you very much. This is a memorable picture, and I hope we'll have in few months the second picture for the phase 2 with many more countries. So the podium will have to have a larger stage. With this, I would like to invite our colleagues from some of the countries that are part of the program, and let me invite. Once he's done, Mr. Pierre Lama, secrétaire exécutif de l'AND de la Guinée, pour se joindre avec nous au panel.
Executive Director from Guinea to join us, and Mr. Baris Mokolo from RCA, Central African Republic.
To the NDA of Somalia, of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Somalia. We would like you please to join us in the panel. Monsieur Pierre, Monsieur Boris.
Mr. Pierre, Mr. Boris, and Mr. Ibrahim.
Boris, tu as pris ton... Thank you very much for joining us. We are really glad to have you here, and we would like to hear from each of you your country perspective on how this regional approach that was taken by the African Union under the leadership of the African Union, how this approach is helping you, your country, to achieve your goals, and how it will help you to build and advance your pipelines for water and climate investments at national level. Let me start with Mr. Pierre, if you can share with us some of your reflections on that. Vous avez le micro? Je ramène le micro.
Have you got a microphone now? I'm going to bring you a microphone. Good afternoon to all of you. Brothers from the African Union, friends, thanks a lot to give me the floor and to allow me to take the floor. My name is Pierre Lama, if you're not aware of it. I am the Executive Secretary for New Guinea. It's called NDA in English and in French. So my experience in my country is a huge experience, and it is objective. It is Guinea we're talking about. It is a country which is called the Castle of Africa. We have 23 basins, and 14 shared also with other countries, neighboring countries. So we are a country giving waters to others, providing water to others. We also have we've got loads of other resources linked to water. What you've read, we always speak of. We've got loads of mines. and we've got loads of different resources. We've got also we've got all these rivers. They are called the Futal Zalon. It's and we are going to it's a global heritage. It's going to be considered as a global heritage. So regarding water, we've got at least 1,600 rivers altogether. 1,600 rivers, and amongst them we are talking of 23 river basins, and we've got 14 with other neighboring countries. If you understand, out of 20 we've got the Senegal River, Gambia, and so on and so forth. Out of 23, 14 shared with other countries. So today we are water management makes that we have to integrate groups in such projects. I've received these projects. I've had a call, and I reacted immediately because it could help us to coordinate water management within the country. We've had loads of other offers regarding projects, but this one is very interesting because it fits in it's suitable for the population if it's well managed. We've got national institutions managing water, but we have to go towards other institutions to fund us with innovative projects. So I'm going to stop here, Mrs. Kuzi, and I want to give the floor to others. And thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Very interesting. We can clap, of course, and applaud to thank him, to give us an overview, a clear overview to see how this project can be added to other national initiatives to better coordinate the water management within the country and to work with neighboring countries and to learn from other countries. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Boris from the RCA to share to tell us what's the added value of this project. Thank you, Mrs. Sarah. I would like to let you know that I'm delighted to take the floor this evening for this during this side event, and I'd like to remind you that in the past we've received funding through the UNDP and different agencies. And with UNDP, we've developed a paper, which is the country national program, the country program. We've got 6 ideas for adaptation projects and 6 for mitigation. Regarding issues linked to climate change and water activities, we wanted a global water partnership to support us for a preparatory project, and for this project we've got a number of water projects that have been with a conceptual note, and they've been submitted and we are waiting for comments and feedback. And for this project we also have planned and developed conceptual notes about water to allow us to better manage this water sector at national level. And as far as I'm concerned, I think that this project is very relevant and very timely to strengthen capacities to mobilize funds, because if we want funds, we need at least project papers that are bankable. So for me, I'd say that this project is really a response to our issues at national level in the water sector. And I'm going to stop here, but if you have questions, I'm ready to answer, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Boris. And you, through this testimony, you've told us how there is a continuity in the work of the RCA because there is a need of investments in this sector, and this project is added to what's being done in the country already. Thanks a lot.
Somalia, also to share with us his perspective on how this project comes to help and assist the national efforts of Somalia in terms of climate action. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sarah, colleagues and guests. It's my honor to be here with you today and speak on behalf of the Somali NDA and the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Over the past 2 years, in collaboration with the Global Water Partnership, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has made a significant milestone in terms of the success of the first GCF Readiness Project. We have developed our first country program. We have also developed 2 concept notes for climate resilience, and also we have established our interministerial technical committee. However, Somalia faces significant challenge in terms of climate change, and it's one of the most vulnerable countries of the climate. This project, the new phase or this multi-country project for Africa, as we move forward for this project, the partnership allows to exchange knowledge and learn more about the water investment in Somalia. In our NDC, in our National Adaptation Plan, the water is one of the most important sectors in our NAP. And also, the estimated cost of our NAP is about 2.4 billion. And our government approach for this project is to establish a new unit for climate finance so that this unit be able to mobilize and access the climate finance resource in terms of GCF. And also this unit will act as the hub between the GCF and all financial mechanisms to access the climate finance. Building on these valuable lessons, Somalia planned to achieve and to accredit its own entities, the private sector and the government entities. And this project aims to have a Somali entities that is accredited by the GCF to access the finance and to access the climate resource. That's from our perspective, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, again, to mention the brief. Yes, sorry, absolutely. Thank you very much for sharing indeed what has been done in Somalia and all the success that you achieved, but also how still this project is timely in order to enhance all what has been done and work collaboratively with other African countries. I don't know if we have other colleagues from the countries who would like to react on this, who want to share their perspective, who are participating to this program and would like to give us a testimonial. If not, yes, please. Yes. Let me give you the mic, and yes, and okay. Can you present yourself?
Mr. Bateau Benoit, I'm from the Ministry for Environment in Cameroon, but we've prepared a project with the CAAC. This is the economic community of Central Africa states. So the project, what is it about? This project is the creation of a mechanism or scheme, a coordination scheme for climate information in Central Africa. This means that we've noticed that there is a lot of information, and we could collect data amongst the most vulnerable people, and the countries are managing information separately. So we would like to create a scheme or mechanism to coordinate these countries, to gather all this data and to disseminate the data, or if anyone needs the information within the Congo Basin, they can use this hub. It's going to be a mechanism where you will have all the data that is going to be available to whomever needs it, information available for the users, for vulnerable people. So now we've developed a conceptual note, but we do not have an address to send it directly to any institution managing this, because sometimes we send things and we get it back, and we ask for forms to make sure that this project is being taken into account for a funding agency, and we do not know what to do. So it's a good opportunity for us. Could you tell us what is the process to get some funds?
Thank you, dear colleague. Each effort of regional coordination is good news, and we are happy to see that there is a real will to coordinate the work between countries. The door remains open, as our colleague Billy told, so that you join the readiness, the multi-country readiness. Cameroon might join the project. We have to submit the concept note, the readiness project proposal by the end of December, by the end of the year, which means as early as today, should Cameroon feel the need and will to join us, feel welcome, feel invited, just send your letter, and we'll be happy to cooperate. That would be a good frame for the various countries of the region to cooperate and bring the concept note to the right harbor. Could you use a microphone, please? Could you send us a representative tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Congo Basin Pavilion? We'll be showcasing this concept note tomorrow at 10, from 10 to 11. So just provide us with the address. We will send the letter, and we'll keep in touch. But if you would be so kind as to send somebody, some representative, tomorrow at 10 to our pavilion, and that would be great. Unfortunately, our team will be leaving tomorrow, but we'll keep in touch, of course, and we can keep on discussing about the matter bilaterally after the end of this workshop. Thank you. Many thanks. Elash Kambasila. I'll introduce myself from Guinea. I work from local authorities financing agency. We did postulate to the GFC for the last 4 years. I would like to add something to the words said by Mr. Lama. Water management. It's about water mastery mainly. We have in Lesser Guinea rainfalls. During the rain season, we register around 4 meters of water. Unfortunately, what we don't have tap water. Not each family in Conakry has tap water, especially in the inlands. One interesting thing has been told today, which is humans have to catch the opportunity embodied by the rain season for the population, so that we better, so for people, but also for livestock. What's important is it's not enough to have available water for 3-4 months. The thing is to have available water during the whole year, which is why we hail this great project. Our country is experienced when it comes to implementing the readiness programs. One of them has been achieved lately. Our readiness program has been achieved. I would like to thank the GCF that has reinforced our capacities and let us prepare concept notes. We participate in this initiative, and during the next COP we are about to showcase yet another concept note about the proper water management in our country. Thank you. Thank you. Many thanks. I'm not sure whether I have the info whether your country would like to join the Readiness 2. In inverted commas, the countries who took part in the Readiness 1 are still eligible to the Readiness 2. Let's put it clear. Mr. Lama's microphone seems to be available, and then you, madam. That first time I hear in your document, one of the Guinea was one of the first countries to sign. Even today, if you provide me with the documents, I'll be happy to sign. Guinea has been taking part in the Readiness 1 and will be part to the Readiness 2.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Pierre. C'est l'occasion juste.
Thanks, Mr. Pierre. That's the opportunity today to make you know, and other countries, that the door remains open. Just send the interest confirmation letters. We're waiting for your letters. We're preparing the project. The door remains open. As I said, there is still room, and you can feel free to join us. We'll make sure Guinea is together with us on board. Right. Good note taken. Please, madam. Or sir. Directly. We do hear you. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to answer on behalf of my organization. I come from Burundi. We are into livestock, national authority designed for the GCF cooperation. I'm taking the floor to congratulate you for the step that has been crossed. The pathway it's been a long journey, but still today we are proceeding to the launch of the program, the starting of the program. For many African countries, it will free investments for water management, water resources management. I would like also to thank the group partnership for having accepted to endorse our country within its program, so that to answer our concerns as for the pitfalls we face. Third thing, I would like to congratulate and thank the Green Climate Fund for having financed Sopovar, since we have noticed that they had the will to get into their portfolio a real support to African countries. They accepted 15 countries and decided to support them and help them overcoming the obstacles. In Burundi, Burundi is a country that undergoes 8-month rainfalls and then droughts. So we are tackled, we are impacted by the climate change consequences. We have droughts and floods. Too much rain is bad news for the farmers, but also rainfalls can be late at times, so it's nearly all the time either we lack water or we have too much of it. It's of course it means we need support to cope with these challenges. So this project will be a huge help for us, for many farmers, many communities, lots of people, and will give us the possibility to reinforce our capacities, the available resources, capacities, as I said, so that we can mobilize the necessary capacities, capabilities, so that we tackle climate change consequences together, which affect water resources. This project will also give us allow us to develop and create a legal framework, thanks to legal tests or legal tests update, so that we tackle we process this sector, we go along with this sector properly. Water is also nurture. More than 80% of our population are farmers or agriculture workers, peasants, so that we have to consider water as a filler for agriculture and as a development filler. To conclude, thanks to this project, we'll perform a bit of a state of affairs to see what the needs are, what the bankable projects might be, and how to mobilize the right amounts and sources of funding so that we meet our objectives. Many thanks, dear colleagues from Burundi. In addition to all the investment mobilizing aspects, you've also reminded us how this project can help countries reinforcing their legal frameworks and institutional frameworks, and how these projects for water investments will serve other sectors like agriculture, like development in general, and economic prosperity. Dear Madame, you did want to take the floor, or am I mistaken?
Our panelists would like also to still give a final comment. Je ne sais pas si nos panélistes vous souhaitez faire un.
Will you feel like saying a few conclusion words after having heard Boris? Boris feels like starting, it seems. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. You'll be representing the Global Water Partnership. I would like to know what is to be with the Global Water Partnership strategy in comparison with the new DCF strategy 24-27. Will you keep on proposing readinesses, or individually or globally, or are you going to support each and every country? I have no answer to this excellent question. It's all in the making. It's all in the pipeline. It's being made. is being created. It's a work in progress, but we'll be ready to help you. That's for one thing. We'll keep on working on per country per country basis. Your presence, your testimonies today, and the African Union's leadership show to what extent this cooperation between African countries is necessary. But for the time being, I don't have any crystal clear answer to bring you. The discussion has to last, and we'll keep in touch, of course, so that we determine together what the best approach might be. Pierre, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Two levels. The first one being, I would like to thank all our friends who showed up and tell them that we are learning together, learning on the same boat. I've been listening to the expose from the lecture from my colleague from Zambia. That was a training, a true training. In terms of training, what I'm expecting from the African Union and from this project is to implement lots, as much as it gets in terms of training, and to mobilize as many stakeholders as possible. Second thing, I would like to invite those who still don't belong to the group to join us. As my colleague from Cameroon was saying, the procedure is not that time-consuming as it might look like. It's about referring to your A&D. That's what it takes. You refer to your own AMD or MDA. That's the only one that can commit the country with the DCF. All the projects you might have them will come through your MDA. If you want to join the group, a note has to be sent by him or her, the MDA. He or she is the one that can put you in the queue. Some people are underinformed, ill-informed or misinformed, and let them know. These sources are important and crucial for us. You've talked about the creation of a Water Information Commission. They will help you integrating, they will help you joining the group. All it takes is signing a piece of paper that we call the accession letter. Once you've signed this letter, you can join the group. Those who don't know about it won't sign it, of course. Yet another thing, Sarah, if you allow me, we are navigating a system. We shouldn't be navigating being blind, as we often say in Africa. While you dance, not you, but if you are dancing with a blind person, you're dancing alone. Each country among the 15 countries, you have the dedicated fund. Does every country knows what's inside? Yes, indeed. But you can't say what it is. I can. So if you would be so kind to send us a letter or an email so that we are informed. Well, that's an important and interesting point. Just keep the mic. I'm okay. It's an interesting point. Just to clarify things, each and every country has allocated a certain sum, which is its DCF allocation for this particular project. So the part that's within the letter you've sent, you've written that Guinea would put $700,000 on the table. So these $700,000 will be used for Guinea, right? But we can discuss further all the details. Having said that, we know what the sum is. And second, it's allocated by the current country that says, those are my priorities, this is what I want to work on, and that's the amount of money I want to put into this portfolio, that I want to invest in this project. Okay, apart from that, you've been talking about the phase 2. The phase 2, if we are to work like during phase 1, are we going to work the same way? Which is we are going to ask for a contribution. The one that has been done, built, is being implemented at the moment. This is launched. The work is on the way. We're sleeves up. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Okay. Right. I'm available to discuss the details further.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Global Water Partnership, the African Union for uniting us here and to discuss this project phase. And also I would like to thank the GCF for approving this finance. And from Somali perspective, this is not the only approved finance from the GCF. I know many of you have heard about the allocation of 100 million from the GCF to Somalia. And as I mentioned before, this project will aim to strengthen our capacity, to access more finance, to build the capacity of our institutions. And also, I will encourage all the NDAs, other countries' NDAs to work forward and work together to access more finance for water investment and get more finance for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. And with this, I think we can applaud strongly our panelists. Thank you very much for joining us. Merci beaucoup de vous avoir été avec nous avec au panel. Merci.
Many thanks for being with us today at the pavilion.
Because now all what we are doing is actually for our youth, for our children. So we are so happy and glad to have with us Alena Shilanga. Can you join us? She's coming from Nairobi. She's so passionate about water and she would like to address us. She's our future. So all what we are doing here is for Alena and her friends. Alena, please.
Hello everyone. My name is Alena Chalangat. I'm 12 years old. I am a young climate change advocate, author and podcaster from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm very passionate of taking care of our environment. I'm going to just talk a little bit about water, and water is life. And in Africa, we are affected by two main impacts of climate change, that is droughts and also floods. When there are droughts, there is lack of water, and when there are floods, there's lack or to safe and clean water. So this is a question and something I would urge leaders to do. So my question is, what will you do to provide clean and safe water for children? Because children can get diseases from drinking dirty water. And okay, that's all I have to say for today, because I know some of you need to rush somewhere, but have a great day.
Thank you very much, Alena. Of course, we need to work hard in order to provide water to children, Africa and all over the world. Thank you very much. We love seeing beautiful and strong and empowered women in Africa. Thank you. One more round of applause for Alena. With this, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. George Mba Asiku, the head of Blue Economy at the AU, to give us the wrap-up and the synthesis of this launching event. Thank you very much.
Bonsoir.
Afternoon.
C'est un peu difficile de.
Well, it's a bit difficult to wrap things up after such a long and dense session, but we've taken lots of information in during this multilateral, multi-country program launch session. Just a couple of points around which we can remain connected. Some takeaways. As a public officer working inside the African Union, I would like to follow the path led by the Water Partnership and the GCF. I would like to thank them for their support. I would like to quote the words taught by our young representative. She was saying that water is life. Even if we talk about forests, for those of you who are from Central Africa, they'll talk about the Congo Basin. There are other people from Western Africa. They have other lakes, other rivers, but for each and every place in Africa, water is at the basis of everything. Water is the source, no pun intended. The GCF is available for our countries. 15 countries are embarked, but the door remains open, and the GCF is inviting people to join. Of course, the countries who've been there for the first phase are to embark for the second phase. The other countries are welcome to join us and to make it for the first phase. 15 countries by now. The strength of this project is within its 5 pillars, working documents of the African Union: PIDA, AIP, Forest Landscape, Energy Programme. We do have, as it is, as we speak, all the bases, the fundamentals we need to go further going forward. So each country can align with the others in order to make the further steps. I won't be reminding figures here, but you know what Africa's needs are. Or let's go, 41% of all the projects are in Africa. And if we compare to globally, 41% of the projects. So let's work together. Let's do our very best to get more of it. There is also the topic linked with the need to be playing together as a team, so that the synergy dynamic remains at work. We can keep on working alone, but the fact is, together we stand, apart we fall. We can enhance, we can grow, we can look at the map, by the way, the map that has been showcased by our brothers from Zambia. You can see that Africa is interconnected. It's a network, a whole network of water resources. Let me remind you, some people say they have discovered Africa. Those who discovered Africa would be traveling back in the days using water, using rivers. Rivers, water resources, are the network that interconnects all our countries. It's a grid. We have a water grid within Africa. It's a source of conflict somewhere, but it should be a source and a mean of cooperation, a good reason for cooperation. Another takeaway, perhaps $1 million available. We have to the very end of the year, to New Year's Eve, so no time to lose here. Paradigm shift, yes, that's an important point that has been mentioned, of course. And what else? When the director mentioned a paradigm shift, well, that might sound odd, but indeed, droughts and floods can become opportunities, even economic opportunities for development, if you use them properly. It's about taking the very best of each situation. Each country has to mobilize ingenuity. As for the countries, I think I won't be too long from that point of view, but the first phase countries have done a lot of testimony. Guinea, for instance, they've talked about their potential. As for the footage, they have the greatest water resources in Africa. We know what the interconnections are between the Chan Basin, the Bulangi, and the Congo River. Somalia, well, Somalia mentioned the fact a unit could be established within the government instances so that a hub would be created to access climate funds. We also have testimonies from Cameroon and a question concerning the coordination needs in this country. I also remember Mr. Silla from Guinea, who mentioned the water resources management topic. And then the Burundi representative mentioned the links with the Global Water Partnership. And then I remember, or by the beginning of the meeting, Zambia showcased, there was a full presentation about how and to what extent this program is useful. And this is my conclusion. That's a program for the African Union that gives tangible results on the field and gives us the opportunity, the possibility to grasp funds, to catch opportunities, to get some investments, and we have, we'll be happy. We should present and showcase our needs, not only project-wise, but in terms of capacities reinforcement, so that we can present projects that will attract fundings and resolve problems we face together when it comes to water resources management on our continent in Africa. Thank you. Many thanks for this exhaustive synthesis of this event, memorable one. I guess and hope we will be another side event next year. Have a wonderful evening, and now look at this video which showcases our project. Have a wonderful evening. Many thanks and congratulations for your work.